Plague of Angels, The Descended, Volume 1, written by John Patrick Kennedy, narrated by Lily Coburn. Prologue. God spoke, and everyone had to go home, except one. Most of them didn't want to go. For tens of thousands of years they had guided humankind, or tortured them, or instructed them, or driven them mad, each according to his or her whims. Some had helped humans tame fire, some had taught them to hunt, some had taught the ways of the plants and the animals, some had taught the ways of war. Some had demanded sacrifice, and still others took delight in the destruction of what their brethren had built. Many of them were now considered gods themselves, or devils. Gayota, Babalu, Ai, Nago, Gentekulti, Chikomekotl, Balaam, Koyopa, Kukulkan, Pinga, Adzza, Nadlihi, Elapa, Kurupi, Tinyaru, Enli, Kahanu Ningishida, Ishara, Kothawa Kasis, Bilshaman Fuxi, Lisuga, Maclium Sa Tiwan, Dilingre, Hephaestus, Bodegazoni, Samanus, Tawals, and 1,000 others. But they weren't God. He was God, and they were his angels. And when God commanded, the angels did what they were told, whether they had rebelled before or not. Because when he spoke in the words, not one could fight against them. Most of the angels rose to heaven, returning to their brethren to bask in the eternal light of God's glory, to share stories of their short, by angelic standards, time on earth, and the strange things they had seen. The angels of God, the ones who had never left, smiled and nodded. Then all the angels in heaven went back to their heavenly business. They worked as they were moved by his spirit. They joined in holy unions with one another, felt peace and joy and love, and had no hint of jealousy or anger. Those base emotions had been banished with the last of the rebels. For the descended, the rebels who'd stood against God, who'd marched in their glory to his mountain and demanded he surrender it, for them, it was back to hell. Back to the pit of darkness they had tamed and made their own, back to their eternal and unconscious compulsion to punish those who God rejected and damned for all eternity. They flew wide over the lake of fire and circled the plains of hell like great black crows come to roost on their prey. All save one. Nyx was tall. Her hair was silver and sparkled as if diamond dust were infused within each strand. When she was not disguised, her body was wrapped in black armor, scaled like a snake, armor that clung to her like a second skin, leaving nothing to the imagination, from the hard tips of her breasts to the cleft between her legs. It opened across her chest to show off her silver-white skin and ample cleavage. On her left hip, her sword rested in its diamond scabbard. The holder that held the fire-tipped whip she used on her enemies and victims alike was strapped with diamond straps to her left thigh. On her feet were boots made of diamond spikes, with high-pointed heels that should not have been able to support her weight, but did because she willed it. On her head, she had a horned tiara made of diamonds, rubies, gold, and the black stones of hell. It rode high amidst the sea of her hair. Nyx's eyes were red and orange, their pupils slit like a snake's. Lately she had taken to framing them with heavy black makeup, drawn outward in patterns after the Egyptian style. Her nose was shapely without being sharp, her face long without being pointed. It was as if all the elements that made a human face beautiful had combined together to form hers. Nyx had led the rebellion against God. It had been a simple matter, really. Nyx thought angels should have free will, as God had free will. She thought they should be able to make their own decisions, rather than obey God at all times and in all things. It was a simple idea, and it sparked a rebellion that divided heaven and threatened the very fabric of the universe. She and her companions soon numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and where there had been no capitulation, when God did not answer their cries for free will and freedom to travel the universes, it had been Nyx who'd led the armies of the rebels, with Lucifer, morning star, the brightest of them all, at her side. They had marched and fought their way to the base of God's mountain, and Nyx had gone toe to toe with Michael, archangel of battle. By the end of it, heaven had been smeared with the ichor feathers and severed limbs of his creations. And when God intervened and Nyx's armies were destroyed, it was Nyx who agreed to abandon heaven forever, instead of letting her brethren be destroyed on the spot. And so they had descended into hell. There was a battle to control hell, of course, first against the demons who already lived there, then among the angels themselves. Many of the descended who rebelled with Nyx now rebelled against her. The battle lasted for an eon, and when it was over, Nyx was once more in command. Soon after, the first souls began falling into hell, and the angels began torturing them. Nyx did not know where the need to punish had come from. She had not had it before, but she took to it with a vengeance, as did her fellows. They became punishers of the wicked, driven by the desperate, uncontrollable, and unstoppable desire to see those souls who landed in hell punished for their sins. Soon there were more souls than there were angels, and the angels gave part of the work to the demons. And so Nyx became queen of hell, ruler of the descended angels, and the final arbiter of punishments for the damned. When the descended angels found out they could go up to the earth through the same portal that the souls came down, it was Nyx who chose who to go, for how long, and at what price. And with every decision, Nyx was left wondering if she was still in God's control, if she were truly making the decisions, or if she was merely a puppet in his hands. It made her angry, and to abate the anger she took to walking the earth, wreaking vengeance on the evil and making deals with those who would be evil, but didn't have the power to manage it without help. At the time when God had announced that everyone else had to go home, Nyx had been watching a pair of very bad men kill each other in a duel. She loved seeing the expressions on souls after they died, when they felt themselves sinking into hell. She especially loved that moment when they realized who she was, because the souls of the dead saw her true form, not the disguise she was wearing. And just as the two men died of their wounds and their sinking souls saw Nyx for who she was, all the other angels on earth were gone. A moment before, Nyx had been connected to her brethren all over the world. Then, in the space between heartbeats, she was alone on the earth. And being descended, Nyx had some very straightforward words for it all. What the fuck? The feeling lasted only a moment. Then another angel was present, and she heard the trumpet, a loud clarion call that angelic ears could hear all over the world. That bastard Gabriel showing off. She stomped away from the crowd of humans, found a dark place and changed into her true form. She was just rising into the sky with the intention of shoving Gabriel's horn someplace rather uncomfortable when the holy host made its presence known. Hundreds of them, singing and rejoicing, all angels from heaven and not a single descended among them. Well, I'll fix that. Nyx spread her black wings and flew towards the joyful noise, crossing over the Mediterranean in a matter of minutes, speeding toward Judea. I will find out what's going on, she thought. Then I'm going to kick some. The strike came from above. Heavenly fire blasted Nyx from the sky to the sea, scorching her flesh and boiling the water around her. Her armor took most of it, but it still really hurt. In fury, she rose up out of the water, her body healing as it went, sword in one hand and deadly three-headed whip in the other, both weapons lit with hellfire, and she prepared to do battle. Hold. Shit. Michael. Nyx held her place, floating high above the earth as Michael the warrior of God, descended from on high and faced her. He floated 100 yards away, lit by a light so bright it seemed as though a star had fallen to earth and frozen halfway there. His armor was the purest white and built for protection, not display. Even so, the magnificent body that was under it was still obvious, and Nix knew from every close personal experience, before the descent of course, that it was very powerful, very strong, and very, very beautiful. "Hold, Nix," Michael commanded. "Go no further." They'd been lovers once, in heaven, and partners in God's legions. And when she had rebelled, they had fought each other for 100 years or more at the base of God's mountain, before God finally came down and put an end to it. Michael had been just starting to get the better of the fight when God had appeared. Not that Nix would ever have let Michael know that. "Michael," she put all her outrage into her words. "What the fuck? Where is everyone? And what the fuck is all the noise?" "He has changed things," said Michael. "He has decided on a new course for these mortals, and so he has sent his son, who is himself, to the earth, to be born of a woman this night." "His son," said Nix slowly. "Who is himself? What, like Mithras?" "Mithras was one of us, Nix," said Michael, making Nix smile. He had never forgotten that she was an angel, even if the majority of heaven didn't think so anymore. "This is different," continued Michael. "This is God himself." Nix thought about it. If God himself were to be born of a woman, she'd explode. Michael grinned. "You would think, but apparently he's found a way." "Glad I'm not her." Nix looked over to the light of the heavenly host. "Is that what all the noise is about? Covering her screams?" "He announces his arrival to the world," said Michael. "And with his arrival all things have changed. All the old gods have returned home, be it to heaven or hell, and will answer their followers no more." How boring their lives are going to be, Nix thought. And poor Ishtar and Persephone. They had rebelled with her, those two, and had fought beside her in hell. They had been lovers together, the three of them, many times over the millennia. Neither had enjoyed hell much, though they had the same urge to punish and torture as the others. So when the opportunity came, she had sent them both up to the earth. They had each built very successful followings, and each, according to their stories when they visited, were gratefully loved and appreciated. And now they can't go back, Nix thought. "Why?" "No idea," said Michael, shrugging. "He didn't tell us why, only what had happened." "And of course he didn't tell me in person," snapped Nix. "Instead he sent you to knock me around." "He sent me," said Michael, "because you get to stay." "What?" Nix's jaw dropped of its own accord. It took her a moment to recover it and blurt, "Me? Why?" "Because all light must have darkness to shine against," said Michael. "Because God's Son must know earthly temptation and refuse it. Because he must be seen to do so." "But he's God," protested Nix. "He is God's Son," said Michael. "Who is God?" "Yes. God can't be tempted, but his Son can." "But his Son is him." "I didn't say it made sense." Michael grinned again. "Nonetheless, God's Son will walk the earth, and when he goes to the desert to contemplate, you will tempt him." Michael had an infectious smile, and Nix was tempted to smile back, save that she was still pissed at God and wasn't going to smile at any of his ideas. "I will I?" "You will," said Michael. "And if I don't want to?" "You'll want to," said Michael. "After all, how often do you get to tempt God?" Nix glared at him. "I will get you down in hell one day, Michael." Michael laughed. "No chance, Nix." Nix sighed, knowing it was true. Still. "How long until the desert?" 30 years or so," said Michael. He must grow up as one of them, and learn as one of them, and see what it is they truly are, so he may preach to them. Well, he's in for 30 years of disappointment, said Nix. I, meanwhile, have some time on my hands. Now it was her turn to smile, a very warm, very inviting smile, and to make it that much more alluring, she let her armor slowly fade away, leaving her bare and very beautiful flesh exposed. Care to do anything about it? Michael smiled back, but his was sad. Our time ended when you rebelled, Nix. I thank you for the invitation. Fine, said Nix, tossing her head and not bothering to cover up. I'll take myself to Rome for a time. There's always someone to do there. Do that, said Michael. Godspeed. Nix growled at him. Don't mock me, you. The twinkle came back into Michael's eyes. I wouldn't dream of it. Nix turned away, making sure Michael got a very good look at her very well-shaped ass as she did. I'll see you later, I suppose. Maybe, said Michael. I don't know what he plans next. Fine, repeated Nix. She started off, then stopped and turned back. And Michael? Yes? I will tempt him, Nix said. And when I'm done, I'll have God's son bending to my will. I guarantee it. Chapter 1. Nix, wearing the form of the mortal woman the people had come to know as Mary Magdalene, stayed in the crowd until the sky went dark, weeping with the others. He had said the sky would turn black, and she knew him well enough to know that if he said so, it would happen. And so she had stood in the throng of people gathered together to weep and watch him die, just as he had foretold. Many of those who had gathered were utterly destroyed. Some wept, not just for the man, but in the understanding of their own fates, in despair of their ultimate mortality. Some watched the grim spectacle in awe, seeing him as a paradox of weakness and strength. A few watched the scene numbly with no expression at all. Others kicked around blame as if by shunting responsibility, they'd be absolved for their part in his death. Whatever their reaction, none of them could look away. So they stared as their saviour, bloody and exposed, writhed on his cross. The hot wind that stirred the dust at their feet blew grit into his wounds and his eyes. Nix pretended that was what was making her cry, even though she knew it wasn't so. Then the sky went black. Not the black of an eclipse or dark clouds obscuring the sun, though those were certainly rolling in from the edges of the desert. No, this was the darkness of night, the darkness of mourning and death, as he had predicted. Nix stole away from the crowd of mourners and found a place where no one could see her. There she transformed, letting the clothes she wore melt into her body. She exchanged false warm blood for false cold blood, false flesh for scales, false legs for a long, slithering body that would glide unnoticed up the small mount to where he hung. Nix's forked tongue licked at the air. She could smell him, even from this distance. Nix wasn't supposed to go to him. Not now, and certainly not in this form, but she could not let him pass from Earth without touching him one last time. The guards that surrounded the place had not been letting anyone get near and would kill a snake as soon as look at it. But now, with this thick, unnatural darkness descending, they were as blind as anyone else in the horde, and Nix could slip through, unnoticed. The coarse, hot desert sand rolled underneath her sinewy body as she slid her way up the mount, between two of the guards, and up onto the hill of execution. There were 3 of these so-called criminals crucified there. The 2 on the outside were thieves and probably murderers. He was hanging in the middle, supposedly to signify he was the worst of all. Nix would have laughed, but her form did not allow it. The worst of all, she thought. Hardly. He would have been the best of them, Had he not seen how unworthy they are of him? In the darkness, she slithered to the base of his cross and looked up. He hung like a trophy suspended before the crowd, high on the wooden cross. His hands and feet were nailed through with blunt shards of iron, torn flesh hanging from the edges of each wound. His feet pressed against their little platform, holding him up even as the nails pinned them in place. A crown of woven thorns, made to mock him, had been forced onto his head, tearing at his scalp and adding to the blood running down his body. His flesh was mortal, despite the spirit that lurked underneath it. It could only take so much before it collapsed entirely. He had been on the cross for hours now, and while Nyx knew that he could easily have lasted days, if he allowed it, she also knew that his time was growing short. Even in the darkness, it was clear that the strong carpenter's muscles on his arms and chest were stretched nearly to their breaking point and torn open from the many lashes he had received. It was barely noticeable beneath the blood, sweat, and dirt that covered his face, but the hanging man was crying. He is so light now, she thought. He could fly up to heaven still in his own flesh. But not yet. Please, not yet. Somewhere beyond the clouds, God was looking down on his suffering with approval. God had been the author of this tragedy, and Nyx hated him for it, even more than she hated him for her own downfall. Light flared and she coiled in on herself, ready to strike. The soldiers had lit torches, and by their light she could see one of them readying a heavy iron club. The thief on the left started babbling, pleading for them not to use it. He tried to push himself away, tearing the flesh on his feet where they were nailed to the cross. The big soldier ignored him, took aim, and swung. There was a horrible crunch, and blood spurted from where the studs on the club had ripped into the man's flesh. The thief's cries turned into high-pitched screams. A second crunch, more blood, and the screams diminished. It wasn't because he was unconscious, Nyx knew. He simply had no breath to scream. When a crucified man's legs were broken, he could no longer support himself, and the body's weight drove the air out of his lungs. Though the thief did not know it, the soldiers were giving him mercy. He would suffocate soon, and his suffering would be over. The soldier stopped in front of the middle cross, but instead of swinging his club again, the soldier shoved the end of it into the stomach of the man there. The man on the cross grunted in pain. "No broken legs for you, scum," he said. "You must have really pissed someone off to be denied mercy." It was all Nyx could do not to rear up and sink her fangs into the soldier's unprotected calf. "She is inhabited by devils," the man had been told, and he, believing them, had come. Nyx had built the story well. She had shifted her shape to that of a young, beautiful woman, and sold herself as a prostitute. She had fucked her way through the men and women of the town, building a reputation for passion, eagerness to please, and a willingness to do whatever was asked of her. One of the merchants, a fat, odious man with bad teeth and a great deal of money, had set her up as his concubine. He had given her grander rooms in his house than he had given his wives, in exchange for her willingness to let him take her at any time, in any way that he chose. When he and his disciples were in the area, Nyx became possessed by devils. It had not been easy for her to lure the little air spirits to her, harder still to force them into her body. They had fought her until they realized who she was, and then they had cowered and pleaded. She had pulled them in, and the pain it caused them came out of Nyx's mouth as screams. And if the merchant thought those screams were hers, so much the better. He had come at the merchant's request and broken bread with the man and his family. They had eaten and drunk, and then the merchant had taken him to see Nyx where she had been tied to her bed, her body writhing and screaming, and sores appearing where the air spirits within her desperately clawed at her flesh in their anguish. "This is Mary Magdalene," said the merchant, "and she is beloved to me." He recognized her, of course, but he had set her free anyway. It had been the first time she had felt his power, and it had taken her breath and the spirits away. It was his power that intoxicated Nyx, more than his scent and the taste of his flesh. Even now, exhausted and covered in blood and dirt, his downcast eyes crying tears of pain that left clean streaks on his dirt-covered cheeks. His power radiated from him. Nyx could feel it soaking through the scales on her body, and it drew her closer to him. A third crunch, then a fourth. More blood and more screams from the second thief, then gurgling, gasping cries as his legs and lungs collapsed. The soldier swaggered back to the line of men, keeping the bystanders away from the crosses. The light faded into a shadow, and Nyx wound her serpent's body around the base of the cross. The air was heavy with his scent, and she pushed forward, careful not to let her slithering be noticed by anyone nearby. Her tongue flickered out again. She knew his taste, had loved his taste, and now her snake form couldn't resist the temptation to know the flavor of his blood. From her slatted eyes, she watched the trickles of blood that rolled down the cross. It had soaked into the dry wood at first, but there was enough blood that the wood had become saturated. Now, tiny rivulets of his blood poured down from the man's broken body to the dry desert earth below. She again tasted the air with her tongue, the sweetness of his flesh sending shudders through her slender body. His smell drove her nearly mad. She pushed her body up off the ground, climbing the wood in a slow spiral. Anyone glancing at the cross would not have seen her. Even those staring at the cross from the crowd would have had a hard time seeing her. Some of his blood streamed onto her flesh, the touch of it making her as close to rapturous as her form allowed. The reptile part of her wanted to strike, to rear up and sink her teeth into his flesh, but her true self held sway, and she kept her slow climb, knowing that something far better awaited her. Before she had been Mary Magdalene, she had met him in the desert. That time, she had appeared in her true form. He had been sitting alone, staring out at the setting desert sun, chewing on a morsel of bread and drinking from a skin of wine. She had appeared out of the setting sun, revealing herself just as it touched the horizon. As the flames of the sun slowly sank below the earth, the flames on her black, widespread wings had taken their place. She had chosen this moment carefully. Her original thought had been to appear naked, to let him see her beauty by itself, see if he would be swayed by it. But given his nature, it was not mere flesh that he would respond to. It was power. So she wore her armor, and her sword, and her whip, and her crown. She appeared with wings spread wide, and she had smiled at him as she walked forward, her full lips the same color as her skin, and glistening as if kissed by frost. Her hips rolled gently as she walked forward, drawing his eyes to her long, strong legs and the cleft between them. His gaze moved slowly up, his eyes trailing over the slight rise of her mound and the concavity of her belly, past the ripe, luscious swell of her breasts to her face. He took in her wings and her serpent eyes and her crown and nodded. "I had expected you earlier," he said. "I know," she said. "I was watching." "And what did you learn?" "That you don't like them," she said. "They are vile." He spat into the sand. "Do you know what I have seen since I have been here?" "Some of it." "I watched them beat their children for crying out in hunger," he said. "I watched them sell each other for slaves. I have watched them rape each other. Men, women, and children. Their own children if they can't find someone else's. They kill without need. They cause pain for the fun of it." He looked out at the desert, watching the last light of the sun slipping away. "I traveled when I was younger, first as a boy, then as a young man. My mother was horrified when I left, but I had to see these people that God had made and see what they had become. I went further than any mortal could have, and faster, though I wore human flesh. I saw people all over this world." "And none of them are worth saving?" asked Nyx, surprised. "Across the oceans men play games and the losers' heads are cut off," They raid each other's cities for slaves and sacrificial victims. In the north, the barbarians eat one another's flesh in the winter and slaughter and rape one another in the summer. In the east, they sacrifice children by the dozen to their gods. In Babylon, I saw women and men tortured for amusement. In Rome, he shook his head in disgust. In Rome, everything has a price, from the smallest child to the emperor's favor, and there is no act, no matter how base or vile, that is not practiced there. Nix nodded. And? My father has sent me here to judge them. And you have found them wanting? Yes. Then judge them and be gone. I cannot, he said. My father would have them follow me. He would make worshipping me a reason that they should become free of sin, and he would do this so that they may achieve heaven, and only after I have accomplished that may I deliver my judgment. And how are you supposed to accomplish that? By teaching them a better way, by showing them their errors, and by making a sacrifice for them that they will remember. And what will you sacrifice? Myself, he said. He took some more bread and a bit of the wine. And now you. Why have you come here? To tempt you, said Nix. To turn you from your path. He laughed, and the sound was bitter as gall. I have no path. I have a destiny that cannot be changed, and a short life in this realm that will end in torture and death. I am being used for his, and here Nix knew he meant God's, aggrandizement, and then I will be released of the bounds of this mortal flesh. And you are in this desert? To contemplate life, and thus choose the path of life and sacrifice, which has already been chosen for you. Yes. Then why stay? Because it is part of his plan. Nix thought about it. Then why stay alone? To avoid temptation, of course. Nix smiled then. Temptation cannot be avoided, she said. I'm standing right here. He laughed. Get behind me, Nix, she said. My true name is Nix. The name these mortals gave me is unimportant. And mine is Tribunal, he said, though the mortals and my father call me something else. Very good, Tribunal. Her grin grew wider. And I could get behind you, or in front, or under, or... His laugh was filled with humor this time, and for some reason it pleased her to see him smile. I think not. Not in this time, or this place. Nix thought about it. I could stay and talk and tell you all I know of these people, both good and bad. Tribunal nodded. Yes, I think I would like that. Nix the snake reached Tribunal's feet and curled around them, her body looping around the cross and the tiny platform on which he stood. She felt him shiver and knew that he knew she was there. Her snake jaws unhinged and her mouth opened wide to catch his blood as it slid down his flesh. Her smooth black body began to shimmer as she swallowed more and more of him. His life force filled her with magic and she drank him until she had her fill. Looking up, her mouth wide and his blood spilling into her, she saw his other visitor, one of Lucifer's birds. It had the shape of one of the many black-shouldered kites that hunted the region, but it was much smaller. Its wings and back were the color of blood, its breast scarlet. The feet and beak were the blazing orange of fire, and its eyes were a brilliant red with black pupils. Its entire body pulsed with unfettered rage and desire. Its eye blazed with hatred, and its claws dug tight into Tribunal's shoulder. Lucifer used the birds as messengers. They had been his particular delight in hell. He formed them from the flesh of kites and the souls of the damned, whose wickedness was so great they were given especially exquisite tortures. The birds were violent, vicious, and conditioned to obey only Lucifer. He's meddling, she thought. I've only been gone for a few years, and already he thinks he has the right to interfere. Maybe he thinks he is in charge of hell now instead of me. Lucifer had descended first, knocked out of heaven by Archangel Michael's blade, and Lucifer thought that gave him rights to hell. Nyx had to defeat him to prove otherwise, and then made him her second so he would never forget it. I shall have to teach Lucifer some more lessons about who is in charge. For a moment, she revelled in the thought. Lucifer had always been the most beautiful, and there would be many in the legions of hell willing to defile and torture him. It would be sublime. She watched the bird hiss something into Tribunal's ear, and saw Tribunal answer. The bird hissed again, and Tribunal turned the full power of his gaze upon it. The bird hopped nervously, then launched itself off his shoulder, ripping open a new bit of flesh as it took off into the darkness. Nyx longed to know the details of their exchange, but would not waste the last of Tribunal's moments on Earth asking for them. His remaining time would be short and filled with pain. She would not waste it with something so trivial. Besides, getting it out of Lucifer will be fun. She wound her way up the cross, up his flesh until she was on the beam, directly behind the man's shoulder. Her forked tongue flickered, frenetically skirting the edges of his ear. She forced it to slow, forced her head to extend out and her tongue to touch the man's skin softly, just brushing the baby-soft fuzz of his neck, like a kiss. She could taste the iron in his blood and the salt of his sweat beneath the dirt that covered him. He turned his head toward her ever so slowly and smiled. He was exhausted and in agony, and still he smiled at her. It sent vibrations through her slippery body and down her spine. For 40 days in the desert he had resisted her. Nyx changed her form often, now a woman, now a girl, now a man, now a boy, now herself, naked and willing. Tribunal refused them all, even as his body, which was still that of a young man, showed its interest. Instead, he talked to her of humanity and its wickedness, talked of watching a young shepherd, alone with his flock, descended on by a gang of thieves who cut out his eyes and stole his sheep, and how the boy's master, upon seeing what had happened, had him stoned to death for his negligence. He talked of the mothers who trained their daughters to be prostitutes from the moment they were old enough to talk full sentences, and of the men who used the girls for their pleasure. He talked about the torture festivals he had seen, where criminals were slowly torn to bits with metal claws, or had their limbs dislocated one joint at a time, and then were forced to crawl over coals to show their remorse. In other places, the criminals were simply suspended in the air and used for target practice by archers who made it their business not to shoot to the heart for a full day. He spoke of the rich and how their greed and lust for power destroyed the wealth of everyone around them. He talked of how the poor fought and scrabbled amongst themselves, killed each other for food. Nyx did not bother to correct him. She had seen into the minds of men and women at their worst, and she had taken those who thought they were the most powerful and tough, and had broken them again and again in the pits of hell. She had revelled in it. But even as she had, another part of her wondered why a creature whose life was so short should have to spend all eternity being punished for what it had done. Still, Tribunal raged against them, raged against his own life and the fate that he could not avoid. Nyx let him talk, let his rage consume him and, in witnessing it, found herself more and more attracted to him, until she understood why men would give up their lives to follow him. There was power in this man, and when he spoke it radiated out of him. Even in his human form, his power attracted her, and the more he resisted her, the more she lusted after him. But it was more even than pure lust, lust as she'd felt 1,000 times before. Whether it was his power or his rage that drew her closer, she did not know, but it felt like more. It felt like love. Whatever it was, when Tribunal left the desert, Nyx decided that she needed to be with him. So she followed him, learned where he was going, and did what she needed to in order to join him. She took mortal form and became a prostitute, a concubine, a possessed woman, and finally, when the devils were released, his disciple. The other disciples, men and women both, greeted her politely enough. There were many women traveling with him, married to his disciples. She was the only unmarried one, but she roomed with the various families so as not to appear unchaste. Listened closely at his sermons and helped with the poor and destitute. Nyx found within herself a surprising weak spot for the very young and innocent, be they children or animals. She held no pity for the adults she met, especially the ones she knew were destined for hell. They had made their decisions and deserved what came from them. The children, though, were too young to exercise that free will, too young to do anything other than what they were told and taught. For them, Nyx found she had pity. Late at night, when all the others were asleep, she listened to Tribunal swear and curse mankind and God. His body shook with rage at the injustices he had seen, and at the role he was being forced to play. And the more Nyx listened to him, the more it seemed he was right and the humans had to be wiped from the earth to make way for something better. And one night, when his rage seemed overwhelming, she used her own power to make the rest of the disciples sleep deeper than they should, and offered her body to his. This time, he took her, hard. Worn down by his wrath and the futility of his mission, and the knowledge that every day of sermons and healing only brought him closer to his own inevitable, bitter end, he resisted her no longer. Instead, he pounded his pain and rage into her as she gasped beneath and on top of him. They rutted like lions, clawing and biting at each other in their desire. To anyone watching, it would have appeared as simple mortal desperation made into passion and poured out through the flesh, but for Nyx it was so much more. Sex had always been magic. In heaven, the joining of the angels was as much a sharing of power and spirit as it was of angelic pleasure. When Nyx joined with Tribunal, when she accepted his mortal flesh into hers, his power poured into her. It was more power than she had ever felt, more power than she had imagined possible in a single being's body. She had lain with angels, with mortals, and with gods no longer remembered, and none of them possessed the power that Tribunal had. Because of who they were, the scratches and bites healed almost at once, and because of who they were, in the morning there was not a sign that their relationship was any deeper than it had been. The days continued much as before, but from that night forward, whenever they could, they indulged in their passion, and with every indulgence, Nyx could feel herself growing stronger. It was the night before they entered Jerusalem, as they lay naked together, that Tribunal told her what was planned for him. She listened to him spell out every detail, and her heart filled with sympathy for him. "Why would you agree?" "Agree?" Tribunal laughed, the bitter laugh he only shared with Nyx. "There is no agreement. It's God's plan. I do it whether I will or not, and at the end of it, I will give my judgment of mankind, and I pray he will let me destroy them all." Nyx nodded. "And if he does not, what then?" "Then?" Tribunal opened his mouth to say more, then stopped. "Ask me when the sky turns dark, my love, and I will tell you then." "I will ask then, my love." The words felt strange in her mouth. Love was something she had left behind when she chose to rule hell, rather than bend to God's will in heaven. She had her passions and those she cared about, but love seemed an alien thing to her, and even now she was not sure if it was love she felt, or just the mad lust for the power he poured into her, and desire born of their mutual contempt for the God who created them. She decided it didn't matter. Tribunal was more beloved to her than any being in creation had been before, and after this night, she would never see him again. Tribunal looked out at the horizon, where the sky was beginning its slow fade from black to blue. It begins. He sounded sad and tired and angry and bitter, and everything that a man who has been forced to give his life for a cause he neither wanted nor believed in should feel. No, said Nyx, because it is still tonight until the sun rises. Tribunal looked ready to protest, but she took him in her hand, then her mouth, then her body, and rode with him on waves of desire until the sun finally broke the horizon. On the cross, Tribunal turned his head toward her, ever so slowly, and smiled. He was exhausted and in agony, and still he smiled at her. "It's time, Nyx," he whispered. "Prepare." Death was close now, but he gathered enough strength to whisper to her a single word. Whenever Tribunal spoke, his words were always more than just mortal sounds. They were filled with the power of the god himself, and though the mortal sounds they had been clothed in had dulled them down, made them less than they truly were, still they had the power to move men's hearts and minds. This time, though, the word he whispered was even more. This time he spoke in the true tongue of God, and it was power incarnate. The sun dimmed in the sky, the rivers stopped flowing, the air itself bent and warped around his mouth like a shimmering mirage in blazing heat. Storm clouds swept in overhead as if dropped into the sky by an unseen hand. Birds cawed and screeched. Disquiet swept through the crowd, who looked around anxiously for the source of the disturbance. The whispered word he gave Nyx took the last of his power with it, sapping his body of its strength. Nobody heard it but her. Rain began to fall. His eyes met hers. "Remember that word," he said, though now the voice rang only in Nyx's head. His legs had given out, and his lungs could no longer fill with air. "And when my judgment has come to pass, and God has made his decision, speak this word, and I shall answer." Nyx slipped down closer and coiled her serpent's body around Tribunal's neck. She could not give him a true embrace, so she gave him what she could. Nyx was determined to stay with Tribunal as he endured the agonizing final moments of his human life. The darkness around them grew deep enough to dim the torches of the soldiers. The crowd's cries faded to sniffles and silence as they too realized what must be happening. A few faint flickers of lightning in the distance gave bursts of grey and shadow to the blackness around them. Thunder rumbled across the sky. Then the first real sheet of lightning ripped across the darkness, blinding everyone as the winds howled and the rain slammed down on the earth, pounding the flesh of the faithful and the soldiers alike, and driving the weaker members of the crowd to their knees. Again and again the lightning flashed, and the thunder roared as the earth itself mourned Tribunal's passing. Directly above, the sky was ripped open, as if talons had punctured the flesh of the sky and then shredded it. A brilliant light, far brighter than any the earth had seen, shone down directly onto the cross. It was the light of heaven, and Nyx knew that none of the mortals could see it. "They come for me." His voice rang in her head again. "Go, now." From the gash in the heavens, 5 golden-skinned angels with massive, pure white wings began to descend. Fair, ethereal robes billowed about them, defying gravity. The fabric clung to their perfect forms, their beauty in stark contrast to the earthly gore down below. They too were invisible to mortal eyes. Nyx uncoiled from his neck, and her serpent body fell to the wet, muddy earth below the cross. She slid away, faster than any human could see. In the darkness, hidden behind a rock, she changed form and became Mary once more. She dashed back to the hill, forcing her way through the crowd with elbows and shoulders and just enough of her own power to make the people move out of her way. She reached the front of the mourners, praying she was not too late. She kept her hood low over her face and her eyes away from the angels above. There was little chance they would recognize her, and she suspected they were too concerned about their mission to stray from it. Still, she knew she must not draw their attention. She turned her eyes to her tribunal, hoping that it was not too late. His eyes were starting to grow dull, and she could see the fire in them passing out of his body. Still he saw her, and for one moment he smiled again. "I love you," she mouthed, silently. She found herself crying, which angels never did, not even in mortal form as she was now. He looked up to the clouds, and the heavenly light shone on him. As Nyx watched, his smile crumbled, replaced by something close to despair. "Father," he gasped, and all the bitterness that he had held since she first met him poured out into his words. "Why have you forsaken me?" His body shuddered, and the last of the strength went out of it. As she watched, his spirit slipped the bounds of his false flesh and began rising toward heaven. "No!" Nyx cried, willing him to stay for just a moment longer, even as she knew he was gone. "My father has made his decision," Nyx heard Tribunal say in her mind, and for the first time, unrestrained by a mortal body, she felt his true power. It shook her to the core, even as she realized that he sounded flayed, as if someone had torn open his soul the way the scourges had torn open his flesh. "He has betrayed me." "My love," she sent back. "What must I do?" His voice filled her head, and the power of it filled her with the desire to obey no matter what the cost to herself. Part of her rebelled against it, as she had rebelled against heaven, but she forced that part into silence, listening to her lover's instructions. "In 3 days his judgment will come to pass, and when you stand as the sole angel on this earth, speak the word. I will make you my sword, Nyx, and then you and those who serve you will be in a paradise that he cannot touch, ascended, no longer descended, and free from this spiteful god who casts aside his angels at his whim." Lightning erupted from the rift in the heavens, exploding again and again, shaking the ground and blinding all those who stood. The people cried out in fear, certain this was God's retribution for the death of his son, not knowing God had in fact orchestrated it. Bolts of fire sought the earth, rending and tearing into it. Just meters away, a skull-shaped rock that had given this place the name, Golgotha, was struck by an angry spear of flame and exploded into pebbles and sand. The crowd screamed and fought to get away. Nyx stayed where she was, holding her hood tight over her face, so the angels above might not recognize her, and gazing up toward heaven. She watched the angels' progress, rising together on their magnificent white wings. The one in the lead held a blade of white fire in parade position. The two behind carried with them the mirrored, translucent shape that was her lover's soul. And the last two were singing his praises in a voice only she could hear. She watched until the two carrying his soul entered the hole in the sky, and then turned her eyes away. Her tribunal was in heaven, and it was the one place where she could never, ever follow. Her banishment from heaven was permanent, everlasting, and irrevocable. She would be apart from him forever if God had his way. Nyx's mortal stomach soured with venomous rage. She looked up again and saw that 2 angels still remained floating before the black clouds. Their electric blue eyes were locked on her, and their faces filled with anger. They knew her for who she was. The storm vomited every ounce of its wrath into the city below. Furious winds wailed from all directions, blowing sand and pellets of hail into the faces of those who remained. Nyx and those others on the hill were knocked to their knees by the force of the gale. People shrieked as they tried to flee toward the city, into the safe arms of its stone walls. "Save yourselves!" the Roman commander screamed before he turned and ran for the main gates of Jerusalem. and even the bravest of his soldiers dropped their weapons and followed. Nix looked at the woman on the ground beside her. It was Mary, Tribunal's earthly mother, the one God had forced to carry his child, to raise him, and to suffer the heartache of watching him die. Nix wrapped Mary in her strong arms and protected her from the storm's wrath. They swayed there, rocked by the force of the wind and bruised by the power of the rain and the hail. They are doing this because of me, Nix thought, risking a glance up to where the angels still floated above, untouched by the storm that surrounded them. They are trying to hurt me. "We kill the Son of God," a soldier screamed. "We are doomed." Nix watched the man throw down his sword and tear off his armor in his hysteria. He stood naked in the storm, apologizing to the dead man. The wind barraged the man wildly while he fought, determined to repent for his sins. He grovelled on his knees at the base of the cross, praying to the corpse that now wilted like a soaked wildflower in the wind. Nix was surprised to find she had tears left to shed. She knew her lover was not dead, knew he was safe in heaven, but because of that, she knew she would not see him again, would not feel his flesh, mortal or angelic, mesh with hers. And so she cried beside Mary, who was wailing with the pain that only a mother who loses a child can know. The naked soldier was now reaching up to the sky, arms wide, howling prayers of repentance, while the rain and wind left pockmarks on his wet, white body. Nix watched as Tribunal's mother's hair whipped wildly, like vine tendrils choking an ancient tree. Mary had done nothing to deserve the wrath that was pounding down upon them, and Nix knew it would continue until she left this place. "We have to go," she screamed, raising her voice loud enough so that Mary could hear her above the storm. Tribunal's mother shook her head. "We must take him down first." "I can't," said Nix, knowing the destruction would continue until she was gone. "I have to go now." "What?" Mary pushed herself out of Nix's arms. "Why? You were closest to him. I had hopes that you two—" "I'm sorry, Mary." Nix's voice rose above the din of the storm, the wind blowing her purple-black hair away from her face. "I have to go." "I don't understand," Mary cried, her voice weak against nature's fury. Mary struggled to see as a thick gust of wind threw sand into her face. She cried out, briefly blinded. Nix seized the moment and broke away from Mary. She needed to transform to get away from this place, stepping far enough away that Mary could not see her. Nix began transforming. Another bolt of lightning struck, knocking Mary to the ground and turning the world momentarily white. Rock shattered, and its dust rained down on Mary's face and hair. She choked on the wet, muddy air, squinting at the chaos around her. The wind stilled. The rain stopped, and Mary saw Nix transforming into the snake. Mary screamed and pointed, and Nix knew at once what had happened. She cursed herself for changing so close by, and then cursed the angels above who had seen it, and had made sure Mary had seen it too. The naked Roman soldier ran to Mary, putting himself between her and Nix. It was a moment of clarity in his madness, and Nix knew without question who had sent it. "Please, you have to get away from here," he bellowed. "Get up and run, and tell all what has befallen here, fast." Trouble for trouble's sake, thought Nix, disgusted. Mary telling the story of what she had seen would do no real harm to Nix, but she could never see Mary again, and those who heard the tale might doubt her sanity. Mary had suffered enough. Nix hissed and changed her direction, slithering toward Mary. The mad soldier jumped back so far that he fell. He crawled away in a frenzy, kicking wildly until he could pull himself to his feet and flee towards the welcoming walls of Jerusalem. In front of Mary, swaying in a motion that had nothing to do with the storm, was the largest snake she had ever seen. It was Nix, and Mary knew it, and Nix knew that could not be allowed. Forget. The command reverberated through Mary's body, shaking her to her soul. She could do nothing but obey. and the sight of Nick's changing into a snake fell from Mary's mind, even as she collapsed over backwards. Nyx raced away, still cursing the angels in her head. What she had done to Mary was not enough. The woman would remember soon, if Nyx did not do more, but it would buy her enough time to escape the storm and spare Mary any more of the angel's wrath. Mary blinked and found herself looking at the cross. The sight of her son's body hanging loosely on the cross soaked through her like the rain had soaked her clothes, embedded itself into her mind, and drove away all other thoughts. The rain and wind raged and warred for control of the air around the hill, but Mary saw none of it. There was only her son's body. Even now, it was beautiful. But he was gone. Her son was gone. The winds abated, the hail ceased, and the rain stopped driving sideways and fell steadily to earth. An eerie silence came over the hill, and Mary, her wet clothes clinging to her skin, shivered. The few who remained with Mary rose to their feet. Hannah, Mary's dearest friend, put her strong hands on Mary's shoulder. "Come, Mary," Hannah urged gently, seeing the agony in her friend's face. "We need to find the others. We need to take him down." She felt John's strong arms come around her. Silly John, she thought absently. She saw Joseph and Nicodemus stepping forward with a box of tools and a small ladder. 2 others had brought a stretcher and sheets with which to wrap his body until the proper rite could be performed. In front of the cross, Mary wept for the loss of her child. Chapter 2. Mary sat alone in her small room in Joseph of Arimathea's house, looking out the window and trying to remember. The soldiers had chased them off when they had attempted to bring down Jesus' body, and would have left him there had Joseph not gone to Pilate and asked for the body to be buried before sunset in accordance with tradition. Pilate had shown mercy and relented, and they had taken him first to Joseph's house, where they cleaned his broken flesh. Mary, who had thought she had no tears left, wept at the sight of his battered, cut, and broken body, and gently ran the cloths over his flesh, cleaning him as she had done when he was an infant, tenderly washing the blood and dirt from his slack, tear-stained cheeks even as her own tears fell upon him. And there was something more. He had been such a sweet child, she thought. No crying, no screaming, but always watchful. But there was something else. She had kissed him and wrapped him in linen, and followed as they placed him in his tomb, and wept as they pushed the rock into place. It was good of Joseph, thought Mary, good of him to give my son a proper place to rest. But there was something she had forgotten, something important. "Hello, Mary," said Mary Magdalene from the doorway. Mother Mary turned and gasped in relief. "There you are. I was so worried when you vanished. There was the storm and the lightning, and I wondered if I might die, and then you came and—" Memory sprung back unbidden, and Mary stood so suddenly her small chair tumbled over. She stumbled backwards to the wall, pressing herself against it. Mary's mouth went wide with fear, gaping desperately, but no sound would come out. Another bolt of lightning struck, knocking her to the ground and turning the world momentarily white. Rock shattered, and its dust rained down on Mary's face and hair. She coughed on dusty air, opening her eyes tentatively, and saw. "Shh," said Nyx, keeping her voice gentle, even as she used her power to take away the woman's ability to shout. "It's all right." Mary's words when they came out were whispers. "You demon," she hissed. "You monster. What are you? How dare you be near my son? How dare you have pretended to be his friend? Get away." Nyx closed the distance between them so fast that Mary didn't have time to blink. Her red serpentine eyes flashed with anger. Terrified, Mary pressed herself harder against the wall. and though Nix's words were pitched so that only Mary could hear them, the fury in them was unmistakable. "Do not say that I pretended," she hissed. "He was mine." Although Nix could see that Mary was frightened, probably more frightened than she'd ever been in her life, the woman had the nerve to proclaim, "You are a monster." Nix's first instinct was to tear into Mary's flesh, to disembowel and punish this mortal for daring to judge her. Nix suppressed the instinct ruthlessly. "She knows nothing," Nix reminded herself. "She is innocent. She didn't want any of this." To Mary's surprise, Mary Magdalene smiled at her, and the smile was gentle and filled with pity. "I'm an angel." Then the world went black, and Mary was back on the hill in the rain. The snake was before her again, its fanned, hooded head swaying rhythmically back and forth as if dancing to an unheard flute. Around them, time slowed. The raindrops, near invisible before, became slow-moving diamonds, shining bright in the lightning that had come so close to killing them all. Mary felt that she could reach out and catch each single drop of water and drink them one by one before they hit the ground. And as she watched, a feeling of peace and joy crept over her. She was drunk without an ounce of wine. She was in rapture without the touch of a man. And yet even in this peaceful trance, she was still afraid of the snake before her. Part of her wanted to flee, to escape the snake that was smothering her will. Then the urge to flee too was smothered, and all she could do was stand in diamond rain, watching the snake's muscles rippling beneath its glossy scales. "Please," thought Mary, "please don't hurt me. My son has just died, and I am so tired." The snake transformed, and Mary Magdalene stood before her, and even though it was only a dream, it could only be a dream. Mary Magdalene's hands were as warm and strong as they had always been. And then Mary Magdalene shimmered again, and she was suddenly so much taller and wearing a crown and clad in black scaled armor, and her serpent eyes burned with a fire that matched the flaming glow of her black wings. She was a dark angel, and she wrapped Mary in her power. Mary tried to call out, to scream for help against this being who had claimed all her senses, but she could not make a sound. She remembered the nightmare she had had as a child, in which she had tried to speak, but no matter her effort, could not. "Maybe this is a nightmare," Mary thought. "Maybe it's all a nightmare. Maybe there is no serpent, no storm, and maybe they didn't murder my son. Please, God, let me wake and find him alive again." For the briefest of moments she saw them. She saw Joseph, her Joseph, lying in his bed asleep after a long day's work, and heard her children laughing, and saw her son standing among his brother and sisters, his shining face untouched by age or pain. "Please, God, please." She blinked, and the vision was gone, and she was on the hill with the snake Mary Angel in front of her, and her son was dead again. Her whole body sagged with anguish. The body of the angel began to sway, mimicking the hypnotic undulations of the snake. The hands that held Mary's were tipped with silver talons, sharp and deadly and beautiful. The woman's eyes were still the eyes of the snake, and they bore into Mary's soul. The dark angel smiled, and Mary's breath went away. Suddenly she wanted nothing more than to be this creature's friend, to serve it, and to be with it, to be lost inside those serpentine eyes for eternity. And then the angel was gone, and Mary Magdalene was standing there, tears flowing down her face. "I loved him, Mary," she said. "I loved him, but I had to leave." The memory of Mary Magdalene turning into the snake faded to nothingness and scattered from Mary's mind. All she remembered was poor Mary Magdalene, fleeing in her grief as the storm raged around them. Her eyes opened, and she was alone in her room. A gentle breeze had picked up, cooling sweat that the day's heat had brought to her skin. She sighed, and then straightened. There were things to be done, preparations to make. He had told her, before he left that fateful night, that he would rise again, and though she had shaken her head at the time and worried about him, now the words gave her hope, and she allowed herself to dare dream of seeing her son again. He said 3 days, Mary thought, rising and heading for the kitchen. Surely there was some task she could do while she was there. He will rise. He gave me his word. Nix waited and brooded. Tribunal had said that she would know when God's judgment had come, that she would feel it. Night had fallen. Tribunal was dead, and still there was no change in the world, no sign that he had made a decision. Nix hissed in frustration, and for a brief moment the eyes in her mortal form burned red. She snuffed the light out at once, even though there was none to see it, and stepped out into the streets of Jerusalem. If there is nothing to do but wait, I will wait, she thought. Nix changed her form to that of a young, handsome man and walked the streets of Jerusalem. She was female and preferred the form of a woman most of the time, but this night she wanted not to be disturbed, and a young woman walking the streets of Jerusalem at night was not likely to go unmolested. So she became he for a short time, and he wandered the streets, past the houses of the rich and of the poor, through the empty market and dark alleyways and well-lit streets where men revelled far into the night. Nix could feel every mortal around her. She sensed them sleeping, eating, talking, fucking, crying, laughing, fighting and abusing one another. These humans her tribunal had been sent here to judge. In one of the alleys she could sense thieves waiting to kill her. She smiled at them as they came close, and they fled from her red serpent eyes and mouth full of gleaming razor-sharp teeth. Nix listened to the sounds coming through the walls of the houses. She heard quiet conversations, arguments over money and parents singing to their children. She heard cries of joy, pain, and outrage. She amused herself by marking in her mind which of these mortals she would see again after they died. So many of them were hell-bound. If they knew what horrors awaited them, she wondered, would they be able to control their impulses? At one house, she heard the cries of children in pain, one after the other, and the grunt of the man who was taking his pleasure on them. Nix stopped on the street and listened. The noise angered her in a way she couldn't understand. She had little but contempt for the humans, but a child was innocent. It had no power to help itself. I will look forward to seeing this man in hell, Nix thought, assuming that bastard Lucifer hands hell back to me. Part of Nix hoped he wouldn't. She was still enraged by the death of her tribunal and was ready to lash out and kill. She would tear the entire mortal world to pieces if she could, and then go back to hell and rain fire and destruction on Lucifer and all those who opposed her. She heard another child in the house cry out and heard the man's breath quicken. I am the queen of hell, Nix thought. It's my job to punish the wicked. She kicked in the door of the house and stepped inside. The children's cries of pain turned into screams of horror. A shutter shattered as the man flew through it to land broken on the street, his life bleeding out through the hole where his genitals had been. He said wait, Nix reminded herself as she stepped back into the street. He didn't say I couldn't punish the wicked while I did. In a street known for its prostitutes, a man came up to Nix and, seeing her as an attractive young man, gave her a proposition. She considered accepting, considered waiting until he was about to climax, then ripping him to shreds. She opened her mouth to say yes when a familiar scent wafted into Nix's nose. A familiar sound floated in the air. It caught her whole attention. She waved the man away and walked on, listening. Judas. To leave one's mortal body in spirit form was easy for an angel. Nix stepped into an alley and floated out of her flesh. Nix floated out of her flesh. Her spirit form was that of her true female, white-skinned, black-winged self. She flew through walls unseen by human eyes, past busily engaged couples and trios and more, to the room where Judas was rotting on the body of a girl who had just entered womanhood. The girl cried out and moved beneath him, her ecstasy almost convincing as she wrapped her arms and legs around him and bucked her hips in an effort to make him finish faster. This one I will not wait on. This one betrayed my tribunal, and I will kill him. She slipped into his mind and found it a whirlwind of chaos. Even as he thrust into the girl beneath him, in his mind Judas was standing at the base of the hill, looking up at the crowd and the men crucified there. He could not take his eyes off the one who he had called his leader, his master, and his friend, who was now hanging on the cross because he, Judas, had betrayed him. The purse on his hip felt as if it weighed 100 pounds, the 30 silver coins, enough to hire a skilled labourer for 4 months, burned against his thigh with the heat of his own guilt. Judas tried to focus on the girl beneath him, on the fleeting pleasure she provided, but in his mind he could see only the bloody, beaten, thorn-crowned face of the man whom he had claimed to love, the suffering in his master's eyes. He growled with frustration, pulled out of the girl and turned her onto her stomach. He pinned her, face down, hard against the mattress and mounted her again. The girl cried out in pain but masked it as sounds of lust, begging him for more in the hopes it would bring him to the end sooner. Nyx entered Judas's mind and allowed herself to be seen. To Judas's eyes she was Mary Magdalene, the one their master loved, the woman who had walked with the disciples and who had comforted their leader when he was in pain. She stared at him, summoning all her grief and rage, and let it loose in him. Her emotions, so much more powerful than those of a mortal, overwhelmed him and filled his head so that it threatened to explode. In the real world, Judas swore and cried out in pain. The girl beneath him was startled and tried to pull away. In his anger, he grabbed her, forced her back down on the mattress and rammed himself into her backside. Her cries turned to shrieks of pain, her faint pleasure vanishing. In his mind, tears running down her face, Mary Magdalene whispered, "How could you, Judas? He loved you. He made you one of the disciples. He was the light of the world, and you snuffed him out like a candle." Mary vanished, and in her place stood his master. His body was torn and broken from the scourging and the crucifixion. His eyes were clouded over with death, and he had holes in his hands and feet. His face was stained red from the blood leaking down from the crown of thorns. "This is what you have wrought, Judas," he said. "I was to lead the men and women of this world to freedom from Rome, from sin and from pain. And you destroyed it all." Judas screamed and reared back, pulling himself from the crying prostitute and burying his face in his hands. The girl scrambled away, watching in fear as he doubled over, screaming himself hoarse and beating at his temples. Judas's eyes were locked with his master's. He was afraid, more than he had ever been, for his master had begun to glow with a brilliant white light, so bright and powerful that it laid open Judas's soul, making him relive the betrayal, the moment he had accepted the money for his master's death, the trip through Jerusalem leading the soldiers, and the kiss that had let the Romans know who to kill. In the real world, Judas's bowels and bladder both released at once. The prostitute cried out in disgust, and a foul smell filled the small closed room. The brothel guards ran in and, seeing the mess, hauled Judas out, kicking and slapping him as they dragged him down the narrow corridor to the door. Judas wanted to run to hide from himself, but there was no place to go. He was still as trapped in his own tormented mind as he was trapped in his quaking, filth-covered body. The brothel guards tossed him into the streets where he landed on his own filth. They kicked him repeatedly and Judas curled into a ball, hoping to protect his flesh, while inside his mind there was a different and much worse pain. In his head, His master loomed larger, the light grew brighter. "I was the Son of God," he said, "brought here to bring the light to mankind, and you snuffed out that light." The white light flared bright and was gone. Judas opened his eyes and found himself bleeding and crying and lying in his own waste. Passing men walked around him, eyes averted in disgust. Slowly, he pulled himself to his feet and stumbled away from the well-lit street. In a darkened alley, Nyx transformed, leaving her false human flesh behind for her true form. She rose into the air, and as she did, black armor flowed over her body, covering her and cloaking her. Her boots, normally diamond, turned black, and a black mask covered her face. A thought transformed her three-headed flaming whip to a single lash of darkness, as invisible in the night as Nyx herself. She silently flew above the city until she hovered over Judas. Judas stumbled into an alley and reached up under his robe to remove his filth-covered loincloth. As his hand touched it, the first stinging lash came out of the air, ripping the shoulder of his robe and cutting into his flesh. He yelled out in pain and looked desperately around to see who had hit him. There was no sign of anyone. The lash cut down again, ripping open his back. He screamed and ran, the mess on his body forgotten as he tried to escape his invisible tormentor. In the sky above, Nyx followed, her whip in her hand. She watched Judas run towards the bright streets. A pair of quick lashes sent him stumbling back to the darkness. For the rest of the night she drove him, lashing his body with 1,000 small cuts, leaving him a bloody mess but never damaging him so badly that he could not run. With an expert eye she scourged the clothes from his body until he had nothing left but the soiled loincloth and the girdle that held his purse. By the time dawn began to break the horizon, he had run the length of the city 3 times. As the sun began to rise, he saw a possible hiding place, a small outdoor oven. In desperation, he crawled, weeping, inside it. The flogging stopped. Judas closed his eyes in relief. He was back on the hill, only this time there was no crowd, no guard, no others on crosses. There was just him, standing before the cross on which his master's body hung. The master looked down on him, his face filled with disapproval and disappointment. He made no sound, save for his blood hitting the earth where it dripped from his body, soaking into the parched desert sand. Judas knelt before the cross and began babbling, begging forgiveness. His master's eyes went to the small bag on Judas's waist. Instantly the coins inside began to burn into Judas's flesh, making him howl with agony. He grabbed frantically at his waist, trying to pull the purse free. His hands caught fire and he screamed. "Return the blood money." His master's mouth did not move, but his voice filled Judas's head. "Return it to those who ordered my death." Judas's eyes snapped open and he realized that the oven was on fire. Though there had been no wood inside it, the stones themselves were burning. Smoke was filling the air as flames licked up from the ground, and he could smell his own scorched skin. Screaming in agony and fear, Judas crawled out and onto the ground, frantically battering at his bubbling flesh. The fire died, but the agony went on. Blisters formed on the flesh of his back and legs, on the bottoms of his feet, and on his hands. It should have been enough to make Judas lose consciousness, but Nyx had Judas in her power and would give him no such reprieve. At his waist, the girdle with its pouch remained untouched by the flames. Judas staggered away as fast as he could on his ruined feet toward the hall of hewn stones and the Sanhedrin who had paid him to betray his master. Nyx, now clothed in the flesh of an older woman, sneered as Judas hobbled away. He would be forced to walk through the city centre to reach the hall of hewn stones. She followed, watching with amusement as the people scattered from the sight and stink of him. The blisters on the bottoms of his feet had ruptured and he left a trail of blood and pus. He should have collapsed, screaming on the ground, but Nyx used her power to keep him upright and moving despite the agony. Nyx followed him, delighting in his suffering. He reached the hall of hewn stones and pushed his way in to see the Sanhedrin. Nyx stood outside and waited. Soon the guards threw him into the street. He hit hard, splitting open more blisters and howling in pain. Still in the guise of a housewife, Nyx came forward and helped him to his feet. "You poor dear," she said in her kindest, most solicitous voice, her nostrils delicately flaring to take in the scent of roasted meat, still faintly recognizable behind the stench of Judas's filth. "Here, let me help you." Judas wept as she led him from the main square, babbling, I give it back, please, forgive me." She let him blather until they were away from the square. There was a large home nearby that had once belonged to a very rich man. It was empty now, though its furnishings remained. Its residents had died of contagion, and no one yet dared to venture in save those assigned to bury the dead. She led him there and brought him inside. "Thank you," he rambled. "Thank you, thank you, thank you. You have saved me." "No," said Nyx. "I haven't." She reached into his mind and twisted it. To Judas's eyes she once more became his master, bloody, broken, and dead. Though standing before him, Judas screamed and stumbled back. "No one can save you, Judas," she said, and Judas heard his master's voice speak the words. "No one will ever come to save you." He broke free and ran out of the room into the courtyard. Nyx slipped ahead of him, and when he arrived it was not her but Peter that Judas saw in his mind. He tried to open his mouth to plead for his life, but Nyx took away his power of speech with a thought. She slashed out with a talon, opening a long, narrow slit in his cheek that quickly filled with blood. His mouth wide in a silent scream, Judas fled, leaving bloody, oozing footprints behind. Nyx smiled and followed. The house was not large and had been kept in immaculate condition, but she used her powers to create an illusion of a filthy, putrid labyrinth filled with biting vermin that tormented his already burning flesh. Every time he turned a corner, one of the other apostles was there. Each delivered a stinging attack that opened his skin. Never was he allowed to sit down or hide. The apostles kept driving him from room to room, across the courtyard and back again until night fell. With the final light of the sun gone, Nyx at last allowed Judas to find the door and escape the house. His weeping had long since stopped, though the terror remained. For a brief moment there was silence and stillness, and Judas began to hope that maybe the nightmare was over. With a flick, Nyx sent her whip lashing into his flesh again, tearing open one of the huge blisters and sending its fluid spinning out to decorate the nearest wall. For another night she drove him through Jerusalem, this time ripping away the girdle and loincloth, leaving him naked. In his mind she put a desperate imperative. Run. He could not stop, no matter how tired he became or how much pain racked his body. No matter how desperate he was for it to end, he was compelled to pick himself up and stumble forward once more, and every time the whip chased him, lashing him until his body was a bloody, unrecognizable mess. She drove him back and forth across the city 3 more times before the sun rose, and when it did, he found himself back in the courtyard of the house. He cried out in despair. Huge hands grabbed him. A sharp-toothed, gaping mouth leered at him. Nyx had many forms. This one was male and enormous, with horns on its head and red, saw-toothed scales that covered every inch of its flesh. She dragged him to the bathhouses and immersed him in salt water, shaking him to wash away the filth and leaving him screaming voicelessly as the salt filled the wounds. And when his body was cleansed enough that she could stand it, she took him to the middle of the courtyard and threw him on his stomach. She used his body for her pleasure, driving into him for hours at a time, using her power to keep him from going into shock so that the pain of it stayed fresh and new. By the time night fell and he was turned out into the streets, he was bleeding so badly he could barely stand. Still she drove him forward, watching as every step he took sent agony through his body, from the torn blisters on his feet to the ruptures in his bowels, from the open lashes that covered his body to the ripped and bleeding flesh of his mouth and throat. Blood leaked from his ears, his nose, his mouth, and his anus. He would not last much longer, she knew, and that was fine with her. She drove him through an open gate and out of the city towards a high hill, and when they were far enough from Jerusalem that he could not be heard, she gave him his voice back so she could enjoy his screams. The hill had been covered in fig trees, but the storm that came with tribunals passing had devastated it. Only a few trees remained standing, and one entire side of the hill had been washed away, leaving a jagged, sandy cliff. Once more, invisible and in black, she drove Judas up the hill. Her lash seemed to come from every direction, leaving him bewildered and in fresh torment with every step. Still she would not let him rest. The compulsion to run drove him to keep moving long after his body should have given up and collapsed. And when he reached the top of the hill, he found a single fig tree still standing at the edge of the cliff, with one of its branches stretched out over the void. Nix let the compulsion leave him then, and he collapsed to the ground, screaming and begging for his life. Hovering above him, she made her armor disappear, and let the fire that lit her black wings come back to life. The horned tiara sprung into being on her head, and the jewels around her neck gleamed. She landed in front of him, and he saw her for the first time as she truly was, and knew her for what she truly was. He tried to scrabble away, but his body had no more strength. He begged and pleaded this time for death, but Nix only smiled. With a single hand she pulled him to his feet, gripping one of his arms. "You killed him," she said as she dragged Judas across the ground toward the tree in the cliff. She stopped and looked at him. "Do you have any idea what he meant to me?" Before he could answer, she twisted his arm and broke it. With a move faster than he could see, she reached out and broke the other one too. He screamed anew as she twisted his broken bones until they pierced his skin. Then she stomped on his legs and smiled as she heard the bones in them crack, listening with pleasure as they ground against each other. Still gripping the broken arm, she dragged him toward the tree. "You should be dead, you know," she said conversationally. "With all I have done to you, you should have died 10 times over." She tossed him down at the base of the tree and crouched beside him. "And do you know why you are not dead?" He shook his head and moaned something that sounded like a plea. "Because I am not ready to let you die yet," screamed Nix, her razor teeth gleaming in the moonlight. "You murdered him. You took him away from me, and I will never, never forgive you for it. Do you know who I am? Do you?" Broken lips and teeth came together. Judas mouthed the words as best he could. "Yes," hissed Nix. "I am the ruler of hell, and you, little mortal, have angered me beyond all reason. You have taken away something that I wanted, and for that you will suffer." She gouged her nails into his belly and slowly ripped it open. Judas, who had thought he could feel no more pain, screamed anew. "I will give you your wish," she said, as she reached inside him and pulled out his intestines in long, slippery loops. "You will die here tonight." His eyes rolled briefly in his head at the sight of his own disembowelment, but she forced him back to himself. "And when you have died," she continued, "when you pass beyond the veil, I will be waiting for you." She looped the intestines around his neck, then threw them over the branch of the tree and began pulling. They should not have held his weight, but Nix's power made them strong enough that they would. And slowly, inch by inch, she pulled him upright, then aloft, until he was swaying, strangling over the branch on the edge of the cliff. "And when I see you again," she said, her voice rising to a scream. "I will put you through such agony that these torments will pale in comparison." Judas swung, feeling his throat closing in on itself, feeling the world turn black and his senses start to slip. Nyx released her power from the loop of intestines and it ripped open, sending him plunging down the side of the cliff. The initial drop was not much, perhaps 15 feet, and the tumble down the rest of the cliff did not kill him either, as Nyx had known it would not. At the base of the cliff, Judas Iscariot lay, bleeding and gasping, still alive. Then he heard the rustling, and felt the first of the rats Nyx had summoned to the spot hours before digging into his flesh. Nyx sat under the tree eating figs and listening to him scream for the rest of the night. It should have been more satisfying, like the tortures she'd inflicted on the damned. Instead, it left a taste like gall in her mouth. Tribunal was still gone, and torturing his murderers did not give her enough satisfaction. "Still makes me feel better," thought Nyx, sending a command to the rats to eat slower. And when the sun rose and Judas was finally silent, Nyx realized God was gone. Chapter 3. When night fell, Nyx walked out into the desert. She had spent the day under the fig tree, listening. She had stretched her senses in all directions, eyes, ears, nose, and mind all reaching out, searching for some presence of God. Though her body remained on the hill where she had finished torturing Judas, her mind wandered the earth, searching. There was nothing. Her feet slipped lightly over the ground, not feeling the harsh stones and thorns beneath them. The moon above was full, its pale light making her silver-white skin even more ghostly and her long white hair sparkle. She liked the moon on nights like this. He was gone. She was almost sure of it. God's presence infused his creations, even her, though she hated to admit it. An angel always felt the presence of God, and though she was the darkest angel of them all, and had long since fallen from his grace, still she felt his presence even in hell. God's presence was all-encompassing and existed in every part of his world, in everything that was part of his creation. But now that presence had vanished, leaving an empty space and a vague ache in her being. Nyx wondered if the humans could feel it or the animals. She wondered if any being on the world realized that God had left, and that they were alone in the universe. And if they could feel it, she wondered if it left them terrified or relieved. For Nyx, her feelings raged back and forth from confusion to ecstasy. She was an angel, a creature built solely to fulfill God's will, and though she had rebelled, part of her could not imagine a world without him. The rest of her reveled in the freedom. For the first time, she could be sure that God was not influencing her decisions, that she was making them by herself, for herself, and that she would reap the rewards of them. A world without God was a world that she could own utterly. If Tribunal were here, it would be perfect. If it's true. She was still uncertain. This world was God's, from its first creation until the end of days. It had been his pride and his plaything, even before he had created humans and put them on it. For him to abandon it seemed unthinkable. But if he has, she thought, then this world is mine. She practically danced across the sand with joy, her lithe body springing from rock to rock. A few puddles remained from the rain 3 days before, not yet soaked up by the red, sandy earth. She squished through them, feeling the warm water and grainy mud between her toes, a gentle contrast to the harsh bite of the desert rocks. Nyx clicked her golden nails together. She liked the sharp sound. It was like two swords gently colliding, sharp metal rubbing on sharp metal. She walked to the rhythm of the clicks, her body swaying and stretching, almost dancing. She was miles from Jerusalem now, miles from any human sound that might interfere with her listening. The sounds of the mortals, their emotions and desires and beliefs, washed through their cities. They affected her more than she liked to admit and made it hard for her to sense the world clearly. Now all that had faded into the far distance. The desert was still except for the soft hiss of the sand giving way beneath her feet and the metallic percussion of her clicking nails. She knelt near a pool of rainwater and listened, stretching every sense in her mind as far as she could. There was nothing. She looked and smelled and tasted the wind. Still nothing. Nick scooped up the rainwater with both hands. The water was warm to her touch, still heated from the sun. She closed her eyes and tilted her cupped hands up to her mouth. Water dribbled down her chin as she tasted and tested the droplets. The water was water, the air was air, and the presence of God was gone from it all. Nick stood and looked out at the vast hills around her. Tiny, skittering lizards danced across the sand, leaving little footprints in their wake. A light breeze swirled dry sand from the dunes off in the distance. God had left this place, but he had not left it unattended. Their presence was a spark of divinity on the now godless earth. Two bright blazes of burning magnesium in a void of darkness, and they were coming toward her. She willed her armor into being, and the shining black second skin covered her. The spiked diamond shoes grew onto her feet, and the horned tiara rose up through her hair. If they were coming to face her, then she would remind them who, exactly, she was. They came into sight, small stars of white moving fast against the night sky. Nyx resisted the urge to fly up to meet them, to draw her weapons and cut them down from the sky. Instead, she set her feet firmly in the earth and waited until they were close enough for her to see who they were. Selim and Orion. He sent the two most pompous ones. But my, they are beautiful. Selim landed first. He was tall, even for an angel, and his eyes, skin, and hair were all golden, as if the light of God himself had given them their color. His armor was white, and though it followed every contour of his body, the lines and curves of it forming a near-perfect outline of his shape, still it did not emphasize his form the way Nyx's emphasized hers. The armor of heaven was for protection, and not for mobility, not for display. Even so, Nyx could see the power beneath his armor and knew the strength that he possessed. He was considered by some to be the epitome of angelic virtue, though not of intelligence. "It took you long enough," she said, letting the spikes on the backs of her heels dig deeper into the sand. "We were tasked with more than just hunting you down, Nyx," said Selim. "We had to reveal the truth of his son's resurrection." Nyx sneered. "What truth? That he's flown up to heaven to be with his daddy?" "That his body is gone," said Selim. "He has risen and is alive and walks the earth." "Bullshit," said Nyx, enjoying the distaste of Selim's face as he blanched at the human expression. "He's gone. He's not here just as his father's not here. And are you going to be staring at my arse all night, Orion?" she asked, looking over her shoulder. The angel there could have been Selim's twin in size and shape, but his skin was pale and his hair black. The golden eyes were the same, however, and they moved quickly up to meet Nyx's. "Or is it that you wish to stab me from behind?" Nyx tilted her hips slightly, and the movement made her suggestion obscene. "You have spent too much time with mortals," said Orion. "They have corrupted your language." "My language is the least of my corruptions," she said. "Where's God?" He has left. Why? Because that is the judgment that he has passed. He has heard his son's report and his recommendations, and has agreed that mankind should be left alone. Nyx tilted her head. Is that what his son wanted? It is God's decision, said Selim. That is all you need know. But tribunal said God had betrayed him, thought Nyx. What did he want instead? So the mortals who live here are mine now? Asked Nyx, since God has left? The mortals are to be left alone, said Selim. They are to be free to make their own decisions. The pact that God has made with them still stands, said Selim. They will live their lives, they will be judged and sent to the eternity they deserve. Whether that is hell, heaven, or limbo is up to them. And God's son was all right with this, was he? It is not his decision, it is God's, and we must all bend to his decision, even you. Nyx raised an eyebrow. How should I bow to his decision? She asked. And why is Orion still behind me? When God closed this world, he deemed that he would have 3 angels and only 3 to stand over it, to watch over the efforts of mankind. And he picked the 3 most worthy of his angels to remain here. Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael? Asked Nyx, just to infuriate them. She looked around. I don't see them. You know very well that we are 2 of them, snapped Orion, and the 3rd awaits entry frozen in place until the earth is opened to her. And who is this 3rd angel? Asked Nyx, not bothering to look at Orion. Arcana. Arcana, repeated Nyx. She had been friends with Arcana once. Very good friends, before the rebellion that sent Nyx down from heaven. Arcana was beautiful and powerful and intelligent, and it was rare for an angel to be all 3. She would be an excellent choice to come to Earth. She could help guide the mortals forward. Especially if they wanted to get me to leave peacefully. Of course, if they wanted that, why didn't they send Arcana in the first place? Just 1 girl and 2 boys, she said out loud. My. What will you do when you get bored? Or is this 1 in front, 1 behind thing you're doing with me an indication? Corrupted harlot, spat Orion. Nyx's hand came up, her finger extended, and the golden talon pointed directly at Orion, though she had not turned from Selim. If you don't take your hand off your sword right now, I swear your existence will come to an end. Selim's eyes went to Orion. Nyx didn't bother to turn around, knowing that Orion was doing exactly what she told him. She waited a moment longer, then said, Good dog. She could practically feel Orion's anger and resentment welling up behind her. It made her smile. I don't think I want to leave this world, she said. Someone needs to be here to corrupt mankind. They are corrupt enough, said Selim. They need guidance. They need to embrace the proper ways, and your presence here will make it difficult. Did his son want me gone? Asked Nyx. Did tribunal ask that I be removed? It is not his decision, said Selim. It is, but it was supposed to be his decision, said Nyx. He came, he saw, he suffered, and he was to make the decision and God was to abide by it. So I'll ask again, what did tribunal want? That is not his name in these realms, snapped Orion. I don't care what his name is in these realms. You must leave, said Selim. God has said there will be 3 angels on this world and no more for the next 1,000 years. So leave this place. And who, asked Nyx, is going to make me? She could practically hear Orion's hand creeping towards his sword again. Her smile changed. transforming into the grin of a wolf that has scented blood. God is gone, remember? And without his power behind you, do you really think you can beat me? Selim straightened, his chest puffing out. I am an angel of God. So am I, said Nyx. So what? I have his blessing and serve in his army. I destroyed half his army, said Nyx. I fought Michael to a standstill. I am the queen of hell, and I got that way by destroying all those who stood in my way. So I ask you again, what did Tribunal want? Tribunal wanted what his father wanted, said Orion. He is ready to obey his father. Really? Said Nyx. Because that wasn't what he said when we were fucking. She was already spinning before Orion's sword left its scabbard. She closed the distance between them, not bothering to draw her own blade. She caught his arm with one hand and slashed open his forehead with the talons on the other. Even as he reared back in pain, she was already spinning, sending him flying to where Selim had been standing. Unlike Orion, Selim had a decent battle sense. He was already in the air, his sword out as Orion spun and fell where he had stood. You've made your choice, said Selim, and since you will not leave, you will have to be destroyed. Nyx grinned widely. I was hoping you would say that. Her fiery wings spread open with a whoosh, and she flashed upward in a shimmering cascade of sparks, the force of her launch sending dirt and dust into the air. Her black-bladed sword flamed into life and met Selim's. The force of the blow sent both flying back. Selim charged forward again, his sword flashing. He isn't bad, thought Nyx as she parried his charge, bending her wings and using the shift in shape to flip above him. Not good, but not bad. Orion had recovered his feet and forced himself up into the air. His golden blood was dripping down his forehead where she had opened him up. Nyx pulled her whip free and circled, letting Selim chase her while Orion came closer. I will kill you, Orion screamed. I will send you back to your hell. The gilded blood dripped into Orion's eyes, and in the moment he blinked, Nyx struck. Her whip lashed out, the fire-tipped lashes wrapping around one of his wings. With a hard yank, she took his balance and sent him spinning to the ground hard. The earth shivered with the impact. In the same motion, she reversed her direction and flew, her sword hacking down at Selim. He parried the first blow and the second, but the third was a feint. And when he overreached the parry, Nyx was ready, driving her blade hard at his stomach. The armor should have stopped her. It was angelic armor, the same as Nyx's, though of a different style. Her blade, despite its power, should have glanced off. But Nyx was no longer a mere angel. She was not even just the queen of hell. Nyx had lain with God's son, and even though he had been in his mortal form, with every act of copulation some of his power had passed into her, filling her until her strength had grown far beyond what it had been before. And so her blade, instead of glancing off, drove through Selim's armor up into his belly and out his back. He screamed in sudden agony. Nyx spun in the air again, Selim's impaled body with her, and flung him down on top of Orion. Orion tried to catch Selim, and the force of his fall drove them both into the earth. Nyx's whip wrapped around Orion's sword hand and ripped the blade out of it, tearing open his flesh along the way. He shoved Selim off and tried to get his feet, but Nyx was already there, dropping on him with all her weight and driving both her spiked heels into his chest. He cried out, and Nyx sat on him, her blade at his throat. You must be a great disappointment to God, she said. You didn't even manage one swing of your blade. Didn't even manage to get into the fight, but then you were never much of a fighter, were you? More of a watcher. One of Nyx's hands came up and gently stroked Orion's hair. Such a pretty watcher. but still just a watcher, not a worthy opponent or lover, or even a worthy friend to poor Selim, just a watcher. Moving so fast that it was a blur, Nyx's hand shot up and drove down 2 taloned fingers, extended like spikes. Orion screamed as the talons pierced his eyes, sending golden blood and clear fluid fountaining from the sockets. "Poor watcher," said Nyx, standing and ripping her heels from his chest, leaving 2 gaping, sucking wounds. "Now you won't be able to see what I'm going to do with Selim." Orion rolled onto his stomach, his wings attempting to flap. Nyx swung her sword 4 times. The first 2 severed Orion's wings, the next 2 took 1 leg and 1 arm, leaving him screaming in the dirt, his severed limbs still twitching beside him. Nyx turned back to Selim. "And now for you, my pure, virtuous angel." Selim was trying to push himself upright with 1 hand, the other attempting to staunch the luminous blood flowing from his stomach. Nyx pushed him over backwards with her boot, dropped her knees to either side of his head, and sat down on his face. Selim struggled hard, trying to dislodge her. Nyx ground her crotch hard against his face, enjoying the pleasure it brought. She watched Orion rolling about, screaming and trying to feel his way free. "Tell you what, Selim," she said, sliding her body down against his until their crotches were rubbing together. "I'll give you a chance." She sat up astride Selim, her hips still moving back and forth, and called to Orion. "Your friend Selim is quite the beast, even dying. There's more to him than there ever was of you." Orion's wordless scream of rage made Nyx laugh. She leaned close to Selim. "Tell me about the Son of God," she whispered. "What did he really want?" "To—" Selim struggled for enough breath to speak. "To destroy them all, to cleanse the earth of their taint." "And God chose to abandon them instead," said Nyx. "Though he didn't really abandon them, did he? He left them you two." She raised her blade. "Earth is mine to walk on, Selim. It has always been mine, and I will not give it up for the likes of you." She looked over to Orion. "I'm killing him now, Orion, but not—" She ground her hips harder against Selim's body, and every word she spoke was punctuated with a moan. "Until I take my pleasure. Yes, Selim, yes." She arched herself back, pretending ecstasy. To his credit, Selim attempted to kill her. His sword arm, so weak as to be useless, swung up, the blade aiming for Nyx's throat. She blocked it easily with her own blade. "Oh, Selim, noble until the end." Her sword smashed down into his chest, rupturing his heart. His body exploded into gold dust, a lustrous cloud that filled the air around her. Nyx breathed it deeply, knowing it was his essence made manifest. She took into herself his very being, and the euphoria it gave her was stunning, a dizzying surge of light and heat that filled her to her core. She rose and slowly walked over to where Orion struggled. "Selim got to die nobly," she said conversationally. A blow of the sword to the chest, heart, and Selim all exploded at once into nothingness. She leaned close and whispered in Orion's ear, "You aren't worthy of such a death." She knelt on his back, grabbed his hair and pulled it back with 1 hand. She flicked the whip, wrapping it twice around his neck. On the second one, she let go of his hair and grabbed the end, pulling it tight. She leaned back, and Orion's bloody, wrecked body reared back at an impossible angle. His remaining hand scrabbled desperately at the steel-hard lash digging into his neck. Shifting, Nyx drove her diamond heels into his back, pushing off them as she pulled harder and harder. He was an angel. He did not need breath, and she did not intend to strangle him. Instead, She pulled the whip ends tighter, watching it cut into his flesh. Golden blood spurted from his neck. Still he flailed, and still Nyx pulled the whip tighter. His head, when it came off, shot away from his body and sailed briefly through the air before it, and all the parts of his body, exploded into gold dust. Nyx breathed him in as she had Selim, and rose to her feet. Tribunals said I should use the word when I am alone, she thought. God was gone, and there was no other angelic presence on the earth now. This is as alone as I will probably get. She had no idea how long it would last, though. Selim said 3 angels could walk the earth now, which meant she had to act fast before they sent another 2 down. Taking a deep breath, she spoke the word. The tongue of angels is not the tongue of God. His language was the language of creation. The words in it were not just symbols. Each of the words in the language of creation was a true name and held in it the essence of the thing named. Using one of those words, one could call things into existence, or bring them to you from another plane. The word flowed from Nyx's lips and reverberated through reality. It was masculine and feminine at once, and when she spoke it, her voice became something she had never heard before. The ground, the air, the earthly realm itself trembled as the force of the word rippled through the world like waves after a tsunami. A penetrating disquiet swept across the earth, a deep disturbance felt at once by all living things. Creatures paused what they were doing, and sleeping people dreamed of fear, though they didn't know why. Those awake prayed or hid as though cowering would spare them. It's his name, Nyx realized. Tribunal's true name. The world kept vibrating, and with each syllable a golden sigil slipped from her mouth like smoke from a pipe, gleaming against the night sky. 4 sigils for 4 syllables. Their shine was bright enough to turn the darkness to daylight. She instinctively squeezed her eyes shut, but even so, their light penetrated the thin skin of her eyelids and singed her pupils. The sigils coiled around her body, just as she coiled around the cross in cobra form. Time stopped, and then Tribunal's voice came to her as close as if he was still standing beside her. "Have you done it, my beloved?" Tribunal asked. "Done what?" said Nyx, even as she basked in the sound of his voice. "Killed God's angels? Yes. Spoken the word? Yes. Is there more you wish of me?" "Much, much more," said Tribunal. "God lied to me. He did not listen to my judgment but chose to pass his own. He let these humans live." The venom in Tribunal's voice filled her head, and for a moment her vision swam with the force of it. "He betrayed me. He sent me down to be tortured and killed, and then when he was finished with me, he would not even listen to me." Tribunal's voice was anguished, and while she understood his pain, it was all Nyx could do not to say, "You were only scourged and crucified." She'd been hurled from heaven into the lake of fire. Memories of that and the 1,000 years of pain that followed it filled her mind. A moment later, they were all overwhelmed by her love for Tribunal. What he wanted, she wanted. "What will you do, then?" "Not just I," said Tribunal. We. We will take these humans he has saved and abandoned and turn them against him. And when our followers outnumber his, we will set them against each other, and they will fight until there are none left alive." "Why wait?" asked Nyx. "There are so few of them. I can kill them all tonight and be done with it." "No, you can't," said Tribunal. "Angels cannot interfere anymore, not directly." "What do you mean?" Nyx was thoroughly confused. "I have been interfering. I just spent 3 days torturing Judas before that. I rewrote Mary's memory." "Judas is no longer of concern. He played his part, and when it was done he was discarded. And Mary? Did rewriting Mary's memory weaken Christianity? Well, Nix thought about it. No. Shit. Nix stewed for a time. So let me get this straight. God is not allowing any interference with the development of his new little religion. No divine interference, said Tribunal. The humans may do as they wish. Then why were his angels here? To observe, said Tribunal. To report back to God at the end of 1,000 years and tell him what the mortals have done. And then what? God judges them again? No. Oh, for fuck's sake. He has said that this time, mankind will pursue its own course, said Tribunal, and they will be judged each as individuals, not as a race, based on their choices, not the choices made for them by angels and false gods. Fuck, fuck, fuck and fuck, screamed Nix. She kicked a rock hard enough to shatter it, then another one, and then a third. This is horse shit. I can't do anything. I just get to sit here and... Nix stopped. Then she sat down. This is stupid, Nix decided. I am the queen of hell, and I'll be fucked by Lucifer's pet incubus before I give up. For a long time she brooded, glaring at the desert rocks as if their very nature were an affront to her. Then she stood up again. What exactly did God decree? Tribunal was silent a moment, and when he spoke again, his tones echoed God's exactly. They shall go unfettered by angels. They shall have free will and free choice, and they will choose for themselves which actions to take. No angel shall order, compel, or lay hands on those who build my church. Nix thought about this for a time, then smiled wide. Right. I will build myself a church, as you asked, and it will rival Christianity very easily, because I am going to wipe Christianity out. You cannot, Tribunal reminded her. You cannot interfere with the growth of his church. No, corrected Nix. I cannot order, compel, or lay hands on those who build his church. He didn't say anything about anyone else. She grinned. The devil is in the details, Tribunal. I will destroy his Christians as surely as he stole paradise from me. You are my sword, he said, and love and warmth poured through the words. You are my weapon on earth, and with your power we will turn his flock away from him. Use your strength, use your guile, use your knowledge of human foibles to break their bond with God and to weaken his hold on this world. And when none of his followers remain, when there is no one from here to go to heaven, then earth shall fall to hell, and I shall return, and you and I will set up a paradise and rule it as king and queen. How? Asked Nix, glowing from the warmth in his words. How will we create this paradise? I will create the paradise, said Tribunal, for it is my power that will make it come into being, and my strength that will hold it for all eternity. But I cannot do it without your help. I cannot create a paradise on this earth until God no longer has interest in it. When all his mortal children turn their back on him, when no more of them can come to his realm, only then will he give up on this world. And only then will I be able to recreate it in our image. What about hell? Asked Nix, remembering Lucifer, who was no doubt already scheming now that she was gone. Whose will that be? Yours, of course, said Tribunal. No one would dare take it from you. You will be ruler in hell still and share rule in paradise, and God will be forever gone from this place, and we forever gone from him. The one who threw you from his paradise will have no sway over ours. The thought of being out from under God's rule sparked a fire inside Nyx. She had been so long from paradise, and though she claimed no need of it, still part of her wished to be there, to bask in the light of paradise and to once more feel peace, to laugh with the other angels, to kiss and frolic, not good, not evil, not innocent, not guilty. It had been a long, happy childhood. "Be my sword," said Tribunal. "Let this be the day of your unsheathing, and let you reap a crop of death and destruction that will tear down the followers of God, and build in their place a temple to Nyx and Tribunal. And when all is done, when the followers of God have fallen away, then you will be sheathed again, and take your place by my side, ruler of paradise, ruler of earth, ruler of hell. Will you be my sword and my queen? Will you?" Nyx found herself shivering at the thought. To be free of God on earth was one thing, but to no longer serve him in hell? For though she was queen of hell, she was still God's servant, sentenced to punish his wicked for all eternity. What if she were free of it? What if there were no longer a need to serve him? She could be free and have a place in paradise and rule at Tribunal's side. But still, "What if we fail?" she asked. "If your father decides that he will not abide his bargain and comes to see what we are doing?" "He will not," said Tribunal. "He does not know I am here, and I have set events in motion to prevent his other angels from ever arriving on this earth. There will be no angels to send him a message, and surely you can deceive his mortal servants so they cannot report you after they die." "I can," said Nyx. "There is no time left," said Tribunal. "Will you be my sword?" There really was no other answer. "Of course I will be your sword, and I will drive the very memory of God from this world until there are none to speak his name." "Then listen, my beloved," said Tribunal. "It will be 1,000 years before we can speak again. By then, you must have mankind's eyes open, and your followers must outnumber his." "Oh, they will," said Nyx. "Don't you worry about that. At the end of the 1,000 years, you must empty Jerusalem of Christians. God has made it their holiest of places. To drive them out will weaken them and him further at the time when I am strongest. Then we will begin the next phase of our plan." "I will," said Nyx. "I'll destroy them long before 1,000 years are up." Tribunal's voice began to grow faint. "We will speak again, my love, my beloved, 1,000 years from now." Time started again. The sigils broke apart and melted into the air until the night was once more dark and the last echoes of Tribunal's name died into silence. All traces of her beloved were gone. Nyx looked at the land around her, branching out in all directions. None of it was any different. Rocks, dead earth, and sky. The night was warm, and around her she could hear the animals moving, hunting and being hunted, eking out their tiny existences. It was beautiful, but it was not paradise. It was not even hell, with its familiar comforts. Still, she'd make it her home for as long as she had to in order to be with her Tribunal. In the distance, she could sense humanity huddled in their cities and towns and little encampments. They worshipped what they could see, what filled their needs, nothing else. It would be easy enough to be that which they saw, to make them think she was filling their needs, and to take them away from the God who had abandoned them to her. She smiled, and her next word came out as a purr. "And so it begins." Chapter 4. Hell was far below the earth. Not in the geographic sense, for no hole, however deep, went deep enough. But even so, hell was down, and when you were sent there you fell. Lucifer, Prince of Hell, sat on Nyx's throne, watching and listening to the screams of the soul being tortured in front of him. Outside the palace, the landscape of hell echoed with the hollow screams of tortured, entombed souls of mortal sinners, condemned by an unforgiving God. Lucifer was beautiful. He was the angelic ideal of masculinity taken to its zenith. His silver-white skin was free of signs and sigils. His body was a study in how muscles should be proportioned. He was huge, from the biceps on his arms to the thick muscles on his thighs and the bulge between them, from his wide slab of a chest to the perfectly shaped calves below. The black wings that stood out from his back were longer and stronger than any other angel's. Lucifer wore black silk pants, the threads woven from the stretched souls of fornicators and sodomites. His chest he left bare, enjoying the envy and desire it brought into the faces of the other descended angels. On his head, he wore an ornate jeweled crown of gold. His face glowed with a cruel charm, one that other angels found nearly irresistible, though the damned souls grew to see it as nightmare. And from within he burned with a light like that of a dying lantern. It was bright enough to light the air just around his skin, but no more than that. There was a time when he would have lit up the sky for a mile around, but that was long ago. He was stronger than any other angel in hell save Nyx herself, and he knew he only sat on her throne at her sufferance while she cavorted over the earth she had forbidden him. It was not enough. He turned his eyes to the two incubi amusing themselves with the new soul in front of him. The soul's flesh was not mortal flesh that was left to rot on the earth. The condemned were clothed with new flesh as they fell so they could experience pain and torment in all its forms. This was their punishment, and the angels of hell had learned to revel in it. The soul's new bodies continuously healed, even if they were torn limb from limb and never went into shock, so the souls would never be able to retreat from the pain they had earned. This soul had been a man. He had been very rich and very powerful and very, very corrupt. He had been strong and tall and forced his will over everyone. He had stolen, he had raped, he had murdered. He had abused his wife and children, and he had ordered men tortured for the joy of it. He had died screaming when one of his daughters poisoned him to keep him from beating her younger brother to death. The man had spent his first day, though truly time had no meaning here, in the lake of fire. Hellfire burned cold, not hot, though it consumed flesh as a true flame did. Worse, when the flames touched flesh, soul, angel, or demon, the being it touched was forced to relive all their evil deeds as if they were being done to them. Even as the flames consumed their flesh and made their bodies writhe in agony, hellfire burned through their minds, making them feel every bit of pain they had ever inflicted again and again and again. In their everlasting pain, many of the souls cried for death, as if that was still available to them, as if death were an end for sinners. Lucifer found that the most amusing of all. The incubi who pulled this man from the lake and let his flesh grow back had lied to him, saying that the better a display he gave Lucifer, the better his chances of a lesser punishment. And so, as Lucifer stretched back in Nyx's throne, the man, his newly regrown flesh already a mass of gashes and welts, was on his hands and knees pleading as the two incubi danced around him, pinching, biting and slicing him with their taloned fingers. The man screamed and begged for forgiveness, thinking it would lessen his sentence. A small red bird flew down and landed on Lucifer's shoulder. Lucifer brushed it off without thinking. It flew back, calling, "From tribunal." Lucifer, quicker than one so large should be able to move, lashed out and caught the bird, crushing it. "Enough," Lucifer said, and the incubi stepped away. The man immediately bowed and grovelled before him, begging Lucifer for mercy as his slaves had once begged him. Lucifer spat on him. "Take him from my sight. Use him as you will, then tie him to the rack. We'll see how far we can stretch him while we peel his skin off." He smiled at the man on the ground, enjoying the horror in his eyes. "Then we'll begin your real punishment." The man screamed and pleaded, offering wealth and riches that he no longer had, as the incubi dragged him away. The demons followed, hacking away at his flesh and eating it. Lucifer opened his hand and looked at the squished bird within. It reformed until it was once more a small red shrike. "What message?" demanded Lucifer. "The Son of God is dead," said the bird. "He has ascended with angels to heaven." "And I care. Why?" "He has partnered with Nyx to destroy the humans and take the world from God." Lucifer squished the bird into paste in his fist and threw it from him. A nearby demon laughed. Lucifer rose and kicked it, the force of the blow shattering bones before it smashed against the wall and fell into a pile. It would come back to life, of course. Nothing died in hell. The bird reformed and flew back, hovering just out of Lucifer's reach. When it spoke, the voice was not that of the bird. "Lucifer," said Tribunal's voice, coming from the bird's beak and resonating through the air. "I have need of you." Lucifer lunged forward and grabbed the bird out of the air. He stalked from Nyx's seat of judgment and out her castle into the landscapes of hell. Nyx's castle stood by the lake of fire. It was made of black hellstone formed from the souls of the damned that had been drained so badly that they were little more than husks. Nyx's chair, the braziers and torches, the spiked walls of the castles where impaled souls writhed, and the many implements and devices of torture were all made from hellstone, which the angels moulded and shaped with hellfire, changing the soul's consistency as they saw fit. It was a torment for the souls trapped within. With their flesh reshaped and their feeling of the outside world gone, the souls were left in darkness and agony, screaming silently from the reshaping of their flesh, and their minds constantly reliving their sins, thanks to their forging in the hellfire. The souls would stay part of the hellstone, whether as rock or road, walls, floor or furniture, suffering this unspeakable loss and loneliness until a bored angel would allow the soul's flesh to reform for new, more physical tortures. The only thing the angels could not make the hellstone do was change colour, and so hell remained black, the only colours in it the red of blood and the green, grey and brown of organs and brains and guts. Lucifer stomped through the castle, ignoring the calls of the insatiable succubi, and out of the front gate of the palace. Torches of hellfire on either side of the door to Nyx's palace licked out flames at anyone who passed, giving them a reminder of the lake they had been in. There was a line of souls, each with its accompanying succubi, incubi, demons and angels, awaiting his judgment. Lucifer ignored them too. The demons and angels would amuse themselves with the damned until he returned. "If I return," Lucifer thought, "maybe Tribunal needs me on Earth. Maybe I can finally put paid to that bitch Nyx." Nyx rarely judged a soul herself. There were far too many, and there were many angels, demons, succubi and incubi, all willing to take on the task. Lucifer preferred to judge as many as possible. It was a kind of art form, the cruel weighing cruelty. He liked seeing their hope vanish as he loomed over them and told them what their fate would be. He loved seeing their terror, hearing them plead and weep. Sometimes he would begin the tortures himself, or simply rip the soul's new flesh in half, just for the joy of hearing them scream. Lucifer walked through the inky blackness of hell. Aside from the hellfire, from the lake of fire and the many burning pits and braziers some angels used to torture, there was no light here. The place was cold and dark, and the ground he trod over was black and sharp and brittle. It was washed with the blood of the damned who were forced to walk these roads, their unprotected skin cut to ribbons as they went. Beyond the lake of fire lay his mountain, his own fortress built inside it. He had claimed it early, and Nyx had let him keep it once the dust of their battle settled. The mountain towered over the plains of hell and the lake of fire, over the burning pits of hellfire where a host of demons stood, shoving helpless souls in with pitchforks and daggers, or abusing those who tried to escape. It gave Lucifer the perfect view over that which he coveted but could not have. It was his own torture, and that was why Nyx had given it to him. Lucifer stomped across the plains of hell toward his mountain, his feet, now armored and shod in black iron hooves, crushing any unhappy being they chanced to step on. Souls and small demons screamed as they broke beneath his step, their cries hardly noticeable among the others around him. Hell was never quiet, never still, and never peaceful. Heads rolled by like tumbleweeds, and spider-like creatures composed of sinners' body parts sewn together with thorny wire blindly wandered the landscape. Along the road to his mountain were thousands of crosses, racks, stakes, and sharp-edged horses. Souls were stretched out over them or impaled on them, hung head up or head down, facing their tortures or facing away. Each was being tortured by an angel or demon or several. The torture changed forms as the angels got bored or worse, had ideas, but it never stopped. Most days the sight gave him pleasure, and he could not stop himself from taking part, if only for a moment. But this was not most days. And if someone notices I am not, Lucifer thought, if someone sees me behave differently and decides to take an interest, if someone hears what I am doing and tells Nyx. He brought his hand up to his mouth, tossed the bird in, and crunched it with his teeth a few times before shoving it into the corner of his cheek. It was invisible there, too flat to make a mark. Then he made himself slow down to watch the proceedings. A man who had been a rapist stood on his toes, struggling to push his body off the thick, spiked pole that was shoved into his rectum, as a razor-toothed demon knelt to take his manhood into its mouth. A woman who had murdered her children screamed as a small demon slowly shoved its entire body inside of her. It would grow inside her, Lucifer knew, becoming larger and spikier until it forced its way back out in a grotesque parody of birth. A man who had burned down his neighbor's house stood knee-deep in a brazier of hellfire, the coals burning away his flesh and bone, slowly shortening him as they put him in unspeakable agony. A woman who had killed a rival because of her beauty had her head locked in a vise in front of a mirror, her eyelids pulled open as demons the size of mites ate at her face, turning it from beauty to a vision of horror. A fat man who had let his own children starve rather than miss a meal himself was staked to the earth through his chest, watching and screaming as 4 demons slowly ate at his flesh, devouring him bit by bit, then shitting him out to reform so they could begin again. A female angel named Lianis, her black, scaled armor gleaming in the hellfire, was slowly and methodically shoving hooks into the flesh of one of the souls. Lucifer smiled. He had forced Lianis to give him pleasure once before, and had enjoyed her anger and helplessness. Her hatred of him was like a magnet, drawing Lucifer closer. He stood behind her, pressing his body against hers as she worked. The woman she was torturing screamed with each hook shoved under her flesh. Lucifer looked closer and saw that each hook was a tiny demon that bit and scratched as it went in. "Very well done," he purred, taking one of her breasts in his hands. He squeezed it hard, torturing the nipples through her armor with his razor-sharp fingernails. She gasped, but did not cry out, and kept putting the hooks in. She was a weaker angel, and knew that she could not resist him. "Give," said Lucifer, and she handed him 4 of the little hook demons. He pushed Lianis aside and inserted one of the hooks into the left eye of the soul. The screams grew even louder and the soul thrashed mightily. Lucifer grabbed her head and slowly stabbed the second hook into her right eye. She screamed and thrashed more, and Lucifer watched for a time. "Very nice," he said to Lianis, and shoved the last 2 hooks through her armor and into her breasts. Lianis cried out in pain, but forced herself to stop. Lucifer grinned at her. "I will have to have you again, I think," he said. "Come when I summon you to the castle. This time we'll invite the rest of your legion to watch." Lianis bowed her head and nodded. Lucifer ran his hand over her ass as he left, his nails leaving long rents in her armor and gouges in her flesh. Behind him, he heard the soul scream louder as Lianis took out her humiliation on it. It almost improved his mood. When he reached the top of his mountain, he looked upon the kingdom he could not call his own. Every ounce of space that wasn't air or built from souls was made of the same onyx rock. Hell's black spiraling formations, mountains and crevices had their own terrible beauty, and Lucifer reveled in it. "And that bitch Nyx owns it all, but she won't forever. Not if Tribunal needs me instead of her." He slammed the door to his palace when he stepped inside and roared at everyone in the foyer to get out of his sight. The demons, incubi, and angels scrambled out of the room. The souls he had hanged up with chains to await his pleasure screamed as he ripped them from the walls. Their limbs were left behind as he hurled them out of the anteroom. A thought closed all the doors. A burst of power made it impossible for anyone to hear what was happening in the room. Lucifer stood alone before a brazier of hellfire. He worked the mass in his cheek a moment, then spat it out into the fire. The bird hissed in pain as it rose, a miniature phoenix in the flames, and hovered before him. "You have no need of me," hissed Lucifer at it. "You have the Queen of Hell." "She will fail," said the bird in Tribunal's voice, "and then I will have need of you." "Nyx does not fail." "She will at this," said Tribunal's voice, and the certainty in it gave Lucifer pause. "As surely as she failed to win you heaven last time, she will fail at the final task I give her and will not win it this time. You, on the other hand, can." "You offer me heaven," sneered Lucifer. "It's not yours to give." "Not heaven. I offer you a new paradise," said Tribunal's voice. "Heaven is God's and will fall when he does. I offer you a paradise where you may come and go as you please, without the strictures of God. I offer you the earth for your toy, to play on as you will, and I offer you the throne of hell." Lucifer laughed scornfully even as his mind began to race. To rule in hell, to overthrow Nyx and have her at his command or better, destroyed, was his dearest wish. But to rule in hell, to come and go as he pleased and to have a place in paradise? That was beyond imagining. It had been a very, very long time since the angels had descended, had stood in the lake of fire and fought for supremacy. Nyx had won, and then had punished Lucifer for 1,000 years for his failures in heaven and his defiance in hell before making him her lieutenant. Though his flesh had long since healed, his mind was still scarred with what she had done to him. To rule over her. "Nyx is queen. I doubt she will deign to be usurped." "She will have no choice," said Tribunal's voice. "When God is destroyed, I will rise in his place, and then I will decide who gets to live and who is destroyed." Lucifer sat back down in his chair and brooded, staring at the small red bird that waited for his answer. If he failed... "I have been second for too long," Lucifer thought, "longer than the world has existed, and I am tired of it. What must I do? Bring me to the earth and let me do it." God has closed the gates to earth from heaven and hell. Souls may pass from earth to their reward, but no beings may pass the other way. "What?" Lucifer reached out with his mind and power to the gate above the lake of fire. It was true. Why? To let mankind choose its own way, said Tribunal's voice, and this time bitterness filled it. He did not listen to me. He never does, said Lucifer. So what good can we do if we cannot reach the earth? In 3 days the gates will be open again. When they do, 2 angels may pass through. You must make certain they are angels of hell. It can be done easy enough, said Lucifer. What else? Then you must wait, said Tribunal's voice. It will be 1,000 years before your time will come, and even then there will be work you must do. 1,000 years, roared Lucifer. He lunged at the bird again, but this time it easily avoided his grasp. Is it so long? Asked the bird with Tribunal's voice. Compared to eternity? Besides, you will need that time to get your followers in line. Or did you think all hell would follow you just because you want them to? Hell follows me now. Hell follows you because Nyx told them to, said the voice of Tribunal. Take control of hell, make it yours, and then, when the time comes, you will be its master, able to do what is necessary. And what is that? You will kill an angel in hell. Angels cannot die here, said Lucifer, his own bitterness coming out. Believe me, we have tried. This one will, said Tribunal's voice. I will show you how. Lucifer stared at the bird, unconvinced. And this will make me ruler of hell? No, said Tribunal's voice. This will make it possible to defeat God. And when he is defeated, I will make you ruler of hell. The bird fluttered to his eye level and hovered there. You will have 1,000 years to secure your position before the angel will come. Will you be ready? Do I have a fucking choice? Lucifer demanded. Of course I will be ready. The doors to the room sprang open and the bird fluttered out. Lucifer called for his servants. A demon peered around the corner, waiting to see if it was to carry a message or be the next victim of Lucifer's rage. Summon the captains of Legion 666, said Lucifer. I want them here tonight. There were already many in hell who were loyal to Lucifer. Now it was time to bring the rest to heel. The thought aroused him. And send in a succubus. When the demoness, her face and body a ripe mockery of true beauty, came into the room, Lucifer shoved her face first into the brazier of hellfire, holding her head in the flames while he took her from behind. I will be the king of hell, he thought, as he impaled the screaming demon and breathed the perfume of her roasting flesh. And then I will have the earth for my plaything. 3 days later, Lucifer stood at the shore of the lake of fire and waited, his senses stretched high up, past the falling souls to the rift above. Around the lake, 5,000 angels stood waiting, their armor gleaming in the yellow light of the lake's flames, their swords and whips in hand. The 666th Legion comprised the elite soldiers of hell. Just as Michael led the legions of angels under God's command, so Lucifer led the 666th under the command of Nyx. Legion soldiers were rarely unleashed and had not had the chance to tread the earth since their fall. Lucifer trained them continuously. Under his leadership, they fought pitched battles with the other angel legions over the lake of fire, and whichever of the 666th fell in those battles had to stay in the lake until Lucifer was willing to let them rise out. Sometimes he made them fight in the lake itself, forcing them to overcome the cold burning anguish of their flesh and the pain of reliving their rebellion. He was always in the lead in those battles, thrashing through the lake of fire with the rest of them. Nyx would stand outside the lake and cheer them on. And that was why far more of the 666th were loyal to him than they were to Nyx. The 666th were in full battle armor. Like Nyx's, their armor was an extension of their flesh. The males wore a thick burgundy skin with a texture that mimicked that of the fibers of their muscles. The females were lithe and sleek in black scales, shining and skin tight and hugging every curve. The demons of hell who had been there long before the angels' arrival slunk in between the angels. They were all in different shapes, sizes, colours and forms. Some had dragged souls with them and feasted on their flesh as they waited. Gore, the largest of them, grimaced, twitched and shook as if he was unable to contain his excitement any longer. His thin, scaly snake's head sat on the body of what looked like a muscle-bound bear, 10 times the size of any earthly beast. He was larger than Lucifer himself, and had fought him when the angels decided to make their demons their slaves. Lucifer had beaten him to the ground and cut him 1,000 times, then tossed him into the hellfire for good measure. Gore had never forgiven Lucifer, but had become his servant nonetheless. Gore growled and convulsed in excitement, as if sensing the carnage that was about to take place. He swatted at a demon next to him, severing its head instantly with his huge black claws. Dark juice and liquid exploded into the air from the demon's neck. Gore picked up the torso and drank from it, as though the body were a tiny goblet. The rest of the demons cheered wildly. "Gore, Gore, Gore!" "Gore," Lucifer commanded. "Take your brethren and leave. Your kind isn't needed here." Gore slouched slowly off, his followers straggling behind him. Lucifer noticed a few stragglers trying to blend into the ranks of dark angels as though they would go unnoticed. He smiled at their stupidity. With a thought, he created 12 balls of liquid hellfire in his hand and hurled it at the disobedient demons. The dark angels laughed as the skin of the demons melted off. The demons screamed until they were no more than a pile of ash and bones. Gore and the others sprinted away. Lucifer bared his enormous black wings and flexed them, taking to the air. He sped straight up with all his unholy might. The wind from his wings funneled down like a tornado, knocking some of the angels to their knees. Around him, souls were thrown off course to be dashed on the rocks of hell below, rather than landing in the lake of fire. High above plain, Lucifer flexed his wings and stopped his ascent. Hovering in midair, he looked down on the host. All eyes were on him. He drew his whip from his holster. It had 7 tails, each flaming, each with spiked knots down its length, the better for tearing apart the skin of those he scourged. He flicked his wrist and the whip cracked loudly enough to be heard across the plains of hell. The angels of the Legion fell silent, waiting. "God's mortal son has died on earth," announced Lucifer. His voice bounced off the blood-drenched walls of hell. Below him the angels cheered again. "Silence!" he shouted, cracking the whip again. "The rules have changed," continued Lucifer, his voice carrying clearly to all those around the lake. "Those of you who were above heard God's command, and know that he drove us all from the face of the earth. The gates to earth have been closed. God is hiding the earth from us, that his creations may walk it free of fear of hell. He has denied us access." A buzz rose around the Legion. Angels stretched their powers to test the rift and found it blocked. The buzz turned to anger and cries of frustration. "Nyx is alone on earth," yelled Lucifer, his words stilling the angels' voices, "and she will walk there alone for 1,000 years if we do not help her. The angels of heaven will stalk her over the earth and destroy her." The buzz of voices rose once more. Lucifer waited until it rose to a crescendo, then shouted over it. "The door will open on this day, and 2 may go to help her. You will be on earth for 1,000 years. You will be in a world without God, and with Nyx you will become the new gods, and give us dominion over the entire world. Stand ready." The angels muttered and talked amongst themselves. Lucifer ignored them and watched the rift, his whip ready in his hand. The world changed, and the rift was ready. Lucifer lashed out with his whip, its length stretching impossibly high to the top of the gate between earth and hell, and tore a hole into the fabric of reality. "The gate is open," he shouted. "Only the strongest and the fastest will go. Fly and fight, and let the ones that win through fight for our queen." 2,000 of the legion leapt into the air at once, racing for the opening. Immediately, blades clashed and whips lashed out at wings and flesh as each angel sought to be the first to reach the gate. The air above the lake became a mass of whirling black flesh and feathers, as if 400 massive crows fought at once for scraps of dead flesh hanging above. In the crowd still on the ground, Ishtar, once renowned through Babylon as goddess of love, sex and war, glared at Persephone, who had dragged her down and prevented her from rising into the fray. "What are you doing, you stupid bitch?" Ishtar demanded. "We could be by Nyx's side. We should be by Nyx's side." Persephone kept her grip. Persephone and Ishtar could have been Nyx's sisters, even down to the beauty marks above their upper lips. Ishtar had her eyes lined in black like the goddesses of Egypt which she had once been. Persephone's were lined with white, and her upper eyelids and lips looked kissed by frost. They had fought beside Nyx from the beginning and had won her love and respect. Dark angels possessed a savage loyalty to those they loved, and Persephone and Ishtar both loved Nyx dearly. Persephone had been a much gentler goddess than Ishtar, seen as a symbol of innocence lost and the coming of spring. Persephone enjoyed the worship and was revered throughout the Roman Empire. She loved the sexual aspects of the changing season and made it a core part of her temple's secret rituals. She'd also made the legend of her return to Underworld, not because she enjoyed torture for its own sake as Ishtar did, but because her other great love was battle, and there was no better place to train for that than among the 666th. She was the better fighter of the two, and more importantly, she was more observant. "Something is wrong," hissed Persephone. "Look." Ishtar looked and saw that the angels on the ground, the ones who had not flown, were tensed and ready to take off, their weapons gripped tightly and their faces tight with anticipation. "What the fuck is going on?" whispered Persephone. She got her answer when Lucifer cracked his whip again. The remaining 3,000 angels leapt into the air and attacked the ones fighting for the gate. They made no attempt to fly up to the gate, only smashed at full force into the others, bringing them down in the dozens. "Lucifer's betrayed Nyx," shouted Ishtar over the screams of battle. "That bastard!" "You think," was Persephone's acid reply. "He's going to kill any angels loyal to Nyx and send his own people out." "We have to get there first," said Ishtar. "We have to get out." "I know," said Persephone, "and so does he." Above, the first angel broke free of the mob and soared toward the hole. Lucifer lashed out with his whip, tearing one of the angel's wings apart and sending him spinning into the lake of fire below. "Stay together," said Persephone. "We fight as one. We just might make it." "Yeah, might," agreed Ishtar. "Ready?" "Ready." Swords out and blazing with hellfire, whips in hand and ready, the two launched themselves into the air. In the distance, they could see the gaping hole in the sky, a small pocket of magical space shimmering in the endless blackness that surrounded it, like a cut on the skin of a god. Between them and it, 5,000 angels were locked in a desperate battle for dominance and survival. The sky was black save for the light of the angels' hellfire weapons. Blades and whips cut, stabbed, cracked and slashed through the sky. The light of hellfire flashed again and again through the darkness, becoming an entity unto itself. Shrieks of pain and defeat and curses filled the air as dark angels collided. Falling limbs, bodies, and buckets of silver blood drenched the stones of hell below. From below them all, weaving through the battling figures in a rain of blood and feathers, Ishtar and Persephone drove themselves upward. Their two blades carved a path through the flesh of any angels that got in their way. They were halfway up when Ishtar screamed in pain. Zaros, a wiry black-haired angel, had grabbed her and bitten her calf, his razor-sharp teeth penetrating her armor. Blood spurted from his mouth as he ripped a chunk of muscle and skin from her leg. Ishtar twisted over in mid-flight and drove the heel of her free leg into his eye socket, exploding his eyeball. The flesh fell from his mouth as he spiraled down into darkness. Persephone was ahead now, and Ishtar beat her wings frantically to catch up, leaving a shower of blood behind her. She had to spin to dodge two falling angels locked together, hands on each other's throats, swords in each other's guts. From above, Hecate dove at Persephone, whip lashing out. Persephone dodged and struck with her blade as she went past, opening a gash in Hecate from throat to belly. Hecate roared and snapped her whip again, this time at Ishtar. Ishtar dodged, but the whip connected, biting into her leg and lasering through the Achilles tendon with hellfire. Ishtar snarled and cursed her luck. She flexed her mighty wings and flew faster, the primal urge to survive overcoming every other. Around them, Lucifer's angels taunted Nyx's angels as they fought. Above them, Lucifer cleaved a pair of angels in half with one stroke, sending bloody flesh raining on those below. Swords and whips lashed out all around, ripping open flesh to the bone, sending silver blood spurting through the air, tearing feathers and sinew from wings. Angels screamed and hacked at one another. None could die, not even the two headless corpses that fell past like rocks into the ring of fire below. All would be reborn in pain and suffering as their bodies knit back together or missing limbs regrew. Persephone didn't slow her pace, and Ishtar knew she would not with Nyx's rule and life at stake. Ishtar beat her wings harder, then 5 angels tangled together in battle, crashed into the pair of them. Their world was reduced to a whir of battering wings, darting blades, sharp teeth and claws, the sound of whips snapping through the air and ripping open flesh. Ishtar gutted the angel in front of her, not caring if it was friend or foe, then felt a whip snake around her throat and pulled tight. She spun her blade and rammed it backwards, feeling it slice into flesh. She ripped down and enjoyed the howl as the whip on her throat slid away. Persephone, entangled with 2 angels and too close to use her sword, bit one's face off with a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth. The angel screamed and jerked away, giving Persephone room to pierce the angel's throat with her talons and rip it open. The other angel also used its teeth, biting down into Persephone's side. She drove an elbow down onto the angel's face, dislocating its jaw with a single strike. The angel growled and tried to grapple. Persephone brought up her heel and drove it into the angel's groin. The angel let go and fell. The 5th angel attacked both Ishtar and Persephone, using both sword and whip. 2 swords flashed and both the angel's hands fell, leaving it staring at bloody stumps. The friends were side by side again, flying toward Lucifer, above. "How the fuck do we get past him?" Ishtar yelled. "Carefully," Persephone shouted back. Ishtar grimaced but kept on flying. A half-dozen more times their flight was interrupted. Persephone lost half a breast and Ishtar took a whiplash that tore most of the feathers from one wing. Both endured a dozen other minor cuts, and both of them fought angel after angel, sending their gutted, limbless bodies into the pit below. Above, Lucifer engaged 4 angels at once, cutting one's wings off with his sword, tearing another open with his whip, and driving his cloven boot into the face of the 3rd. The 4th nearly squirmed past him, but Lucifer spun his whip and yanked the angel backwards, impaling it with his sword through its backside so hard that the tip of his blade came out its mouth. He reversed the blade and the screaming angel fell. "We're fucked," screamed Ishtar, even as she prepared to lash her whip at Lucifer's foot. "Not yet, we're not," Persephone screamed back. She linked with Ishtar then, mind to mind. It was a gift all angels had, but the dark angels rarely used it. To let one into your mind was to give him or her all your secrets, and the dark angels were so often plotting against one another that they didn't dare open their minds. Persephone and Ishtar knew each other's secrets already, and when Persephone shared her plan in Ishtar's mind, it made Ishtar bare her teeth in a sudden, savage grin. Both slowed their flight, just enough to let the two angels beneath them catch up. The angels, two of Nyx's loyal soldiers, charged upward and tried to pass them, eyes on the prize of the rift open above. Ishtar and Persephone lashed out with their whips at the same time, wrapping them around the two angels' necks. With simultaneous hard pulls of arms, backs, and wings, they threw the angels forward and into Lucifer. Lucifer, caught off guard, found himself tangled in the embrace of the two, and for a moment there was nothing but kicking, biting, and slashing of talons as all three struggled to get free. It was a short moment, but it was enough. Ishtar and Persephone went wide around Lucifer and dashed upward for the rift. "Nearly there," screamed Persephone. She could see the rift clearly and Earth the world beyond it. It would be a minute's flight, no more, to reach it. Beside her, Ishtar grinned and flexed her wings harder, trying to get as much speed as she could. Two whips lashed out from behind, wrapping each angel's ankle and yanking them backwards. Even as they fell, both had their blades out, hacking away the whips and clashing with the blades of their opponents. Facing Persephone was Morrigan, a thin, steel-strong angel with a scarred face and a hideous war cry. Mantus attacked Ishtar, his red armor scored in a dozen places and his silver blood flowing as he hacked at her. Ishtar and Persephone forced themselves to fly higher even as they fought. Morrigan ripped into Persephone's guard, knocking her sword out of the way and scoring her across her belly. Persephone jabbed her blade at Morrigan's eyes and then hacked down, trying to take off her opponent's hands. Mantus was huge and relied on his size and strength to overpower his opponents. His sword smashed against Ishtar again and again, sending her off course and nearly breaking her own blade as she parried. She stopped him a dozen times, her wrists aching from the power of his strikes, but was unable to mount a defense. When the next strike came, she yielded instead, allowing his force to flow through hers, redirecting his attack and ending up behind him. She hacked hard, cutting off one wing on the upstroke and another as the blade came back down. Silver ichor sprayed everywhere and she spread her wings to fly away. Mantus grabbed her ankle and dug his clawed fingers into her leg. Faster than she had expected, he spun his body and climbed up behind her. Ishtar flipped and struggled and spun to get him off, but it was no use. The wingless angel climbed her body with hooked talons like steel. Persephone was locked blade to blade with Morrigan, each struggling for the upper hand. They clashed together and came apart once, then twice, then a third time, with a dozen cuts to each one's flesh but no devastating blow on either side. Mantus clawed his way to the top of Ishtar's back and wrapped his arm around her throat. It took all of Ishtar's strength to continue beating her wings as she clawed at his arm. Ishtar pushed every ounce of her remaining strength into her wings, knowing that falling would end it all for her. From above, she saw Morrigan's body and head fall separately down toward the pit far below. "You took my wings, bitch," Mantus said. Mantus sucked Ishtar's earlobe into his mouth and bit it off. "I'm going to ride you to the lake and I will fuck you all the way down." Ishtar rammed her head backwards. He was so close it did little damage. She did it again and again, keeping him distracted as she reached behind her. He realized what she was doing too late. Her hand closed on his cock. With a rip of her claws and a hard pull, she tore it from his body. Mantus screamed and reared back, and this time, when Ishtar rammed her head backwards, she heard a solid crunch. Mantus's nose exploded. His grip around her waist loosened, and Ishtar twisted, ripping her sword across Mantus's belly. "You fucking hag!" he howled as he dropped away. Ishtar's head was clearing, and she struggled upward after Persephone. Beneath them she heard the boom of Lucifer's wings and knew he was coming after them himself. Persephone looked down and shouted, "Hang on to me," as she gestured at her own leg just in Ishtar's reach. Ishtar, too prideful, flapped harder and forced herself toward the rift. Persephone looked down again, then suddenly pulled out her whip and snapped it directly at Ishtar. Ishtar threw her head to the side, feeling betrayal as she had not experienced since their descent. The 3 whip heads sizzled as they went by her head and face along the length of her legs and past her to snap in the face of Dircus, an angel of Lucifer, whose blade had been about to impale Ishtar. Dircus roared and flapped wildly at the 3 whip heads, cutting thick lines into his face. His whip slashed out wildly, blasting Ishtar in the eye even as he went tumbling back toward Lucifer, who was just below them. Ishtar wailed as her eye left its socket. Lucifer, unable to dodge the falling Dircus, screamed in rage and hacked Dircus in half, sending silver ichor in all directions. With just one eye, Ishtar felt weaker than ever before. Her wings fluttered as best they could. She stuttered awkwardly upward, flying half blind. Lucifer was bound to catch her soon, and there was no way she could keep up. Ishtar screamed out in frustration. Above her, barely visible through the curtain of blood that engulfed her face, she could see Persephone, almost at the entrance to the rift. Persephone was looking towards her goal and flexing her wings with savage strength. Ishtar looked down and saw Lucifer's skin grow dark and the light around him fade. His skin even smoked like the wick of a dying candle as he twisted, bloated, and transformed. In an instant, he was no longer a beautiful angel wearing a crown, but a dragon 3 times the size. The only evidence of his godly stature was the crown of jewels on his massive reptilian head, perched just above the pointed golden horn that jutted from his forehead. The dragon had the yellow hair of Lucifer, but it ran in a mane down its curved, black-scaled back. It grinned, showing teeth more wicked than that of any angel, and deep in its mouth Ishtar could see hellfire being readied for a blast. "There's no way I'll make it," Ishtar thought, "but I can make sure Persephone does." She grimaced, the burn of her sorrow exceeding her physical anguish. She did not cry out for help. Better to let her comrade revel in victory than to risk them both failing. She twisted in the air and saw Lucifer so close below them, and 800 more angels hungry for blood and victory racing up behind him. She pointed her sword at him and stopped flexing her wings. For a moment, she hung, motionless in the air. Then she drew in her wings to fall on him like a falcon attacking an eagle. "With luck, I'll gut him before he burns me alive," she thought. From above, 3 heads of a whip whirled and wrapped around her already wounded ankle. Ishtar screamed as Persephone hauled her, pulling her up and into the rift. She heard Persephone scream, "You're not giving up on me now, bitch." The dragon released a blast of flames, singeing them both. Ishtar flicked her whip once more, and as much by luck as design, the tails cracked in Lucifer's face. The sound split the air, vibrating back to her. The last thing she saw before disappearing into a vortex of magic was Lucifer, falling into the depths below, holding his wounded eye as he screamed raw, bone-chilling screams. Chapter 5. Nyx stood in the desert, waiting. She scanned the skies, looking for Arcana. If Selim and Orion had spoken the truth, and she had no reason to doubt them, Arcana had been waiting for Nyx to leave, so she could come through the gate and to Earth. With Selim and Orion gone, she should be able to come through anyway, and then she and Nyx would try to kill each other. They had been friends once, before the rebellion, before the slaughter, before Nyx's agreement with God, and before the descent and the lake of fire. They had sung together, fought together, and, on occasion, made love. It had not just been fucking back then. It had been a joining of minds and souls and bodies, and an ultimate sharing of self that revealed the innocence and honesty of the soul with whom one shared. Those times were long, long gone. Civilizations had risen and fallen and risen again since those times. Still Nyx missed Arcana, missed her brightness and intelligence and simplicity, missed the love they had shared with each other and with other angels, free of jealousy, hatred, and malice. The closest Nyx had experienced since her time in heaven was her time with Tribunal. They had shared the closest to a pure lovemaking as Nyx had been capable of feeling since descending, but even that time was past, for now. In the last battle for heaven, Arcana had taken the far flank of the battle to avoid having to fight her friend. And now I have to kill her, Nyx thought. Unfair. Why did God have to send her? Nyx had no doubt she would defeat Arcana. The power that let her defeat Selim and Orion would surely be strong enough to help her defeat Arcana. But she is so much better than they, and I don't want to kill her. So where is she? Another hour passed. Nyx felt reality shift and could sense two angelic presences coming to the earth. Just like her to bring reinforcements, thought Nyx, smiling. Arcana was always smart. Let's just hope it's not Michael. Nyx launched into the air, tired of waiting, and flew toward the presences she sensed. In minutes, she had flown from Judea to Libya and to the deserts beyond. She zeroed in on the angelic presence like a hawk flying after its prey. She would find them and destroy them. They're not in the air, Nyx realized. They're on the ground. It was not until she spotted the black, gaping pit in the middle of the sand that Nyx realized the truth. It had always been easy to fall from heaven, whether intentionally or otherwise. Angels used to be able to come to earth with a single step and a long, slow glide of their wings. The earth would spread out beneath them like a blue and white panorama that they could take in at their leisure while they descended. When they wished to descend again, it was a long, hard climb against gravity and sin. The angels would have to strip the corruption of the world away and focus all their strength towards heaven. The trip to earth, though, was nothing. Hell was the opposite. Easy to get to, hard to escape. From hell, you had to claw your way out. Nyx landed beside the pit and waited. Whoever was coming, she could not assist. Those in hell had to get out on their own. One silver-white hand, cut and abraded, appeared out of the darkness, clawing at the side of the pit. Two of the nails had been torn off, but still the fingers sank into the stone at the side of the pit, and a moment later another hand rose up beside it, past it, and also sank into the stone. Nyx heard gasps of pain from two voices, though she could not see the second angel at all. The clawed, ruined hands pulled against the stone, heaving the body they belonged to up out of the pit. A head of white streaked black hair came into view first. Nyx watched the slow, painful progress from the other side of the pit. The angel had a long, lean back, wrapped in the black scaled armor of hell. One of her wings was missing half its feathers, and her back had a half-dozen deep claw marks in it. A third hand appeared directly beside the angel, just above her hips, and to Nyx's surprise, the fourth one appeared a moment later, pushing hard against the ass of the angel above her, propelling her up and out of the pit. A moment later, another head of long, white, streaked black hair appeared into view from the darkness below. Despite herself, Nyx laughed with delight as Ishtar slowly worked her way out of the pit. Propelled forward by the hand that Persephone had firmly planted on the ripped armor of her ass. Ishtar heard her and turned to look. Nyx's laughter died at the sight of her ruined eye and torn open face. Below her, Persephone was also bleeding, perhaps even worse than Ishtar. The two were lashed together by their whips, making it impossible for one to fall without taking the other. Nyx ran around the outside of the pit, not daring to fly over it for fear her presence would trigger its collapse. She stood above her angels as they clawed their way up. "Hurry," she breathed. Hurry, my loves." "Trying," came Persephone's grunted reply. "Ishtar's ass has grown fat and is hard to keep moving." "It has not," protested Ishtar as her first hand reached the edge of the pit and clawed at the sand there. She couldn't get a purchase and had to rest her hand flat, using her legs and other arm to propel herself up until she could lay her torso on the ground. At last, she freed herself from the pit and crawled forward, pulling Persephone up with her. When Persephone cleared the pit, the ground around them rumbled, and the sand all around began pouring into the pit, threatening to send them both back where they came from. Nyx grabbed them both by their arms and hauled herself into the air. The sand thundered down, filling the hole as if it had never been there in the first place. Nyx flew them away to a small hill of rocks and weeds and laid them in the shade there. Their armor and weapons faded, becoming part of their bodies once more. Slowly their flesh began to heal. Persephone's hacked open breast and the cut on her belly slowly knit themselves back together. The gouges in Ishtar's back and the missing flesh and muscle from her leg grew back in. The feathers and flesh of her wings slowly replaced themselves. It was an agonizing process, and it took hours, but neither angel complained or made a sound. Nyx watched in fascination as their injuries healed, especially Ishtar's eye, which grew in last, forming itself anew from her flesh and blood. When both angels were whole, Nyx, her own armor gone, embraced them. Angelic flesh touched angelic flesh, and the passion that flared up between the three of them made Nyx's knees tremble. As good as her joinings with Tribunal had been, he had been clothed in mortal flesh, unable to take on his true form. The touch of angelic flesh, so rich, so full of the deep magic of creation. For some time the three kissed and touched and caressed, exulting in each other's company. At last, and with a heartfelt sigh, Nyx pushed the other two away. There would be time for pleasure later. Now, though, questions needed to be answered. "Sweet Ishtar," Nyx sighed. "Beautiful Persephone, it's so good to see you both again, my sisters." "You too, Nyx," said Persephone, kissing her hand and letting her lips linger there. "Now tell me," said Nyx, "what happened?" "Lucifer made us battle to get out of hell," said Ishtar, "the entire 666th. "And how did you two manage to win?" asked Nyx. "I doubt Lucifer sent my two dearest allies on purpose." Ishtar and Persephone together told her all that had happened, sparing no details of Lucifer's speech or the bloody ordeal that followed. By the end of it, Nyx was pacing. "So, he has risen against me," Nyx muttered to herself. "He'll spend the next 1,000 years subjugating my angels and bending them to his will while I'm trapped here on Earth." "While we are trapped here," reminded Persephone, "we came to be with you to help you become a new god on Earth." "Oh, we are going to do so much more than that," said Nyx. "But still, how could Lucifer have known when the gate from hell would be open to angels again?" Her mind flashed back to the small red bird on Tribunal's shoulder, and the conversation she had not been able to hear. She grinned. Tribunal did it. Tribunal convinced him to open the door, knowing he would send his angels through to spite God. "Who?" asked Ishtar. "Tribunal," repeated Nyx. "God's mortal son, crucified in Jerusalem 3 days ago." "That wasn't his name." "It was his true name," said Nyx. "It was the name which he gave me to summon him back from heaven, and it was the name with which he sealed the bargain with me." She frowned at them. "And Lucifer mentioned nothing of him?" "Not a word," said Ishtar. "He only said God had changed the rules." He didn't mention my agreement with the Son of God. You have an agreement with the Son of God, repeated Ishtar, horrified. To do what? To take this world from God, said Nyx, smiling. To turn God's followers and the followers of the Christ into followers of Nyx, or to kill them. And when the time comes and our followers outnumber his, we will have them rise up and destroy the followers of God. When that happens, God will turn his back on the world, and Tribunal shall take dominion, and all those in hell shall partake of a new paradise. She frowned again. And Lucifer said nothing of this. Well, said Persephone, if I wanted to seize power, I wouldn't tell my followers that someone else could give them paradise either. But why would he think he could have power? Nyx wondered. He knows that Tribunal and I will work together to bring this about, and that I will rule in paradise and hell, does he not? The thought troubled her greatly. Why would Tribunal not tell him? Why would he let him think otherwise? Just thinking his name made Nyx remember her passion for Tribunal, and the way he had poured his power into her. She remembered his passion, his delight in her beauty and knowledge, how he had strengthened her, how she had consoled and supported him. He would not, could not have betrayed her, not she who knew all forms of betrayal and could spot them all at a glance. No, Tribunal must have used Lucifer's ambition as part of his plan. Nothing else makes sense. So, said Ishtar, rising and stretching, her body once more perfect and unscarred. What now? Nyx smiled. We have time here, we have 1,000 years. She surveyed Ishtar, taking in her perfect ass, tits, legs and belly, and the arrogance that always had to be controlled and directed. Now, said Nyx, rising to her own feet, now you and I will have a little chat about giving up. Ishtar's smile faltered. I didn't. You did, said Nyx, drawing her whip. In her hand it turned to a long, wide, flat leather strap. 2 steps forward brought her to Ishtar. She grabbed the smaller angel's black hair in her fist and turned her, pushing her up with her hands to force Ishtar to arch her back and go on tiptoe. Take in your wings. Ishtar did. Please, Nyx. Nyx's strap licked across Ishtar's ass, raising red welts, and while they did not pain her like the wounds Ishtar had received in the battle, the lash hurt, and Ishtar knew many, many more were to come. You gave up, said Nyx, each word punctuated with a lash of the strap. You gave in to weakness and nearly became one of Lucifer's minions. The strap rained down on the angel 100 times, so fast that Persephone, watching with amusement, could only see a blur when Nyx's arm and the strap moved through the air. Ishtar screamed and cried and wriggled just as Nyx knew she would, and just as Nyx liked her to do. Nyx twisted her hand and dragged Ishtar down onto her knees, shoving her face into Nyx's crotch. Get to work, Nyx hissed. And pleasure me well, or I'll add more stripes. Weeping, Ishtar complied. Nyx groaned at the first touch of her tongue and gestured Persephone over. Come here, my brave one, and kiss me. Persephone did, and Nyx caressed her, sending arcs of pleasure over her flesh. Between Nyx's legs, Ishtar wept with pain and jealousy as she applied her tongue. Nyx smiled and tightened her grip in Ishtar's hair. She would forgive Ishtar, of course, but not immediately. Ishtar was at her best as a lover when she was forced into submission, and Nyx intended to enjoy her a great deal. There is time, Nyx thought. There is time at this end of the millennium, and when we rise up and begin our conquest of these mortals, there'll be nothing to stop us. They started by taking over a small villa in Byblos. By way of letting her earn forgiveness, Nyx sent Ishtar in ahead. By the time she and Persephone arrived, the very rich Romans who had owned the villa were in chains, cowering beside the other slaves, and ready to fall at Nyx's feet when she came through the door. For the next year they relaxed, planned, scouted, and made love at every opportunity. Nyx forgave Ishtar after another month and gave her enough pleasure that it took her 2 days before she rose from their bed, and 2 weeks more before she sat without wincing and smiling. When they reached the end of the first year, Nyx said, "Tell me what you have learned." They were in the baths, soaking in warm water while around them the 4 prettiest of their slaves, 2 male and 2 female, were gently washing their bodies with soft cloths. Nyx had one of each, Persephone had the other male, and Ishtar had the other girl. Nyx stretched out, enjoying the feel of the cloths on her flesh and the gentle touches of the mortals. "What do we know?" "We can't get near them," said Persephone. "None of the apostles. Any time we try to get close, we end up somewhere else. Ishtar decided to charge at them full speed and ended up in the Sahara." "Is that what the sand was about?" asked Nyx. "I wondered." "Took me a week to get it out of my wings," grumbled Ishtar. "We knew we weren't able to directly interfere," said Nyx. "Apparently that means getting close at all. What else do we know?" "They are gaining numbers at surprising speed," said Persephone. "All Jews, mostly among the lower classes, though some of the wealthier are participating too. Herod is suppressing them regularly, but not with much success." "Then he needs to be replaced," said Nyx. "I'll see to that. Besides, I still owe him for Tribunal's death." "What else?" "My cult is still going surprisingly strong," said Persephone. "Despite 30 years without miracles, my followers are still there across the entirety of the empire, even in Rome." "Even better," said Nyx. "We need them." "Why?" asked Persephone. "You're the one who needs to build followers." "I am," agreed Nyx. "But we also need to keep the Christians from building their followers, and the easiest way to get them to do so is to keep your followers happy and expand your temples. As soon as my followers outnumber them, we can move on to the next phase of the plan." "Sounds like fun," said Persephone. She sighed. "Pity about Dispater, though. He was wonderful for enacting the wedding night of Persephone in the underworld. Tall, strong, frightening, and huge." She smiled, and one of her hands drifted below the water, while the other reached out to stroke her bathing attendant. He immediately grew stiff. Nyx looked at him. "Impressive for a mortal." "Isn't he?" said Persephone. "Now imagine something much, much larger," she moaned as she touched herself. "He used to do me so, so well. It was an annual thing, and I'm going to miss it." "Well," said Nyx, standing up, "I'm sure we can come up with something." Her body changed, stretched, and grew, becoming the demon figure that had abused Judas so horribly. "Will this do?" "Very nicely," said Persephone, letting go of the human and reaching for Nyx. She stopped. "Though, if you could take the scales off it." "Of course," said Nyx, and with a thought made the change. "Delightful," said Persephone, wrapping one hand, then the other around Nyx's demon phallus. "You'll do fine." Around the 3 angels the mortals began to shake in fear. None dared move, Though all were terrified, Ishtar watched them amused. "I wonder what they would do to a mortal woman," she said, just for the expression on her bathing attendant's face. "Tear them open, I should think," said Persephone. "I can't even get my hands around it." "Because it would be a lovely addition to your ritual," said Ishtar. "Have some of the mortal women take your part after you, and learn the true pain of Persephone." "Tempting," said Persephone, "but I still think it's too large for that." "One way to find out, isn't there?" said Ishtar, grinning. She grabbed her attendant and bent her face down over the edge of the tub. The girl quaked with fear but didn't dare cry out. "And once you're done with that," said Ishtar, "we can plan what your temple is going to look like, Nyx, my love." Nyx smiled at her. "I want you to take over for Isis." "What?" Ishtar was horrified. "That mewling little mother goddess? She has no strength. She doesn't do anything except... "Listen to the prayers of all," said Persephone. She grinned. "From slaves to aristocrats, she is considered universally kind. The ideal mother, the source of growth and plenty, and the goddess of magic. She's a wimp." "She's you," said Nyx, and this time her tone brooked no argument. "Her religion is just as successful as Persephone's, so we need to propagate it. You will give them the miracles of Isis, and you will keep the faithful faithful." "Let me build up my own followers again," said Ishtar. "The followers of Isis will just worship Isis." "As I want them to," said Nyx. "But I want to be worshipped myself." "What difference does it make?" demanded Nyx. "They will worship Isis, you will be Isis, and in 1,000 years we will have paradise again." "You've never been worshipped," said Ishtar. "You have no idea." "Let her do both," suggested Persephone, seeing Nyx's anger rise. "She can try to rebuild her cult as long as she maintains the cult of Isis at full strength." Nyx glared at Ishtar. "Fine. Do both. But don't let Isis's cult fail. We need as many kept away from Christianity as we can." "This is going to be fun," said Persephone. She stroked Nyx a bit harder and batted her eyes at her. "Speaking of which, you're not really going to waste this on that mortal, are you?" Nyx grabbed Persephone and bent her over the tub beside the slave girl. Persephone cried loud in pleasure and grabbed the girl's hand, nearly crushing it as Nyx thrust hard into her. Nyx laughed at Persephone's noise, even as her mind moved on to the years ahead. "I will make myself the greatest goddess Rome has ever known," she thought, "and then we'll see who gets the most followers." Chapter 6. Part 1. Anno Domini 31, Capri. Tiberius Julius Caesar August dreamed of Rome collapsing around him. The city was on fire. Earthquakes tore open the streets and the buildings tumbled down. The pious prayed to their gods and received no answer. And through the chaos, walking without a care for the falling rubble and screaming crowds, was a woman with skin and hair the color of alabaster and snow, jet-black wings, and the eyes of a serpent. She turned those glorious and deathly eyes on him and hissed. "You have abandoned Rome." Tiberius cried out and woke in the bedroom of his villa on Capri. The young boy whom Tiberius had used before sleeping scuttled back under the linen sheet. The old emperor ignored him and rose to his feet, calling for wine and clothes. Tiberius was not a young man, and the urge did not come on him more than once a day anymore. The servants came and helped him dress, then brought him his wine and took away the boy. He paced the room for a time, muttering to himself about the dream, about the unfairness of it all. Tiberius had never wanted to be Emperor of Rome, and now that he was old, his plan had been to retire and let Sejanus take the reins of state. The man was set up to be his heir anyway. It was all going to be simple. Then the nightmares started. Rome burning, Rome falling to the barbarians, Rome being washed into the sea, Rome, 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 always collapsing, always falling, always his fault. Tiberius stumbled out onto the balcony. Years of leading the armies had taken a toll on his body, and every step ached when he first woke up, especially when he woke in the middle of the night. The night was clear. A full moon hung in the night sky, casting its beams over the earth. The stars around it were dimmed by its brightness, and it was only by looking away from it that he could see the constellations. He could hear the sound of the night animals and birds, and if he watched closely, he could see the small black shapes of bats flittering after insects. The world was as it should be, save that he, Tiberius, was old and tired and could not sleep. He sighed and leaned against the rail. He would go back in soon and summon a boy or two to warm his bed as he slept. It would not take away the pains, but it would make them more bearable. The world around him fell silent. Tiberius straightened. The hairs on the back of his neck rose, and the part of him that was still a soldier whispered, "Something is wrong." He peered out into the darkness, looking and listening for whatever had made the world go quiet. She rose before him, floating in the air, her black wings wide spread 20 feet across. Her silver-white skin shone bright enough to dim the moon. She smelled of flowers he had never seen, of unearthly skies. Her red snake eyes glowed with a fire that threatened to turn his brain into smouldering ash. He stumbled back, feeling his knees grow weak and threatened to give way. "Hold, Tiberius," said Nyx. "Hold and hear your fate." Tiberius forced himself to stop, to straighten and stand tall. He was emperor, whether he willed it or not, and he would die as one. My fate? Your successor, Sejanus, plans your overthrow. Even now he lies with your niece Livilla, and plots with her to hand Rome to the Julians. Your death will come soon, and your Rome will be destroyed because of it. Rome. Tiberius shook his head. Why would Rome be destroyed if I die? I am an old man. Not so old as that, purred Nyx, and Tiberius, who had little use for women, felt his flesh stirring in response to her voice. Not so old as to be enfeebled. Not so old as to be unable to change your fate. She held out her arms. Come with me, Tiberius. See your niece grown under this man and hear their plans. They must be stopped for the good of Rome. Tiberius, Emperor of Rome, climbed carefully onto the balcony rail and into Nyx's arms. Sejanus, consul of Rome, walked into the Roman Senate and smiled. He still had to be polite and kind to these senators, but not for much longer. Soon I will be emperor over them all, he thought, and then it will be their turn to grovel to me. Gentlemen, said Sejanus, tell me what brings us here today. I am a busy man. Very busy, agreed Senator Marcus Britannius. Why, you've been rooting out so many traitors, I worry there may not be an honest man left in Rome. A chuckle filled the room, and Sejanus frowned at that. These men were senators, true, but he was still consul. He could add half of the senators to the list of those to be tried, and they would not be able to do anything about it. They should speak to him with some respect. Perhaps, gentlemen, we should get to the matter at hand. But of course, said Britannius. Would you read the letter, Appius Claudius? With pleasure, said Appius, rising to his feet. He opened a scroll case, took out the scroll and broke the emperor's seal in it. By order of Tiberius Julius Caesar Augustus, Let it be known that Lucius alias Sejanus is guilty of treason against Rome, of plotting against the emperor, and of attempting his overthrow. He is to be taken from the Senate, stripped of his robes and sandals, and whipped naked through the streets to the shores of the Tiber, where rocks are to be tied to his arms and legs before he is to be thrown into his river. All his possessions are to be taken by the Senate and redistributed to those the Senate deems worthy. Further, my niece Livilla, who was his willing co-conspirator, is to be placed under arrest and delivered to my home in Capri, at which time I will attend her punishment personally. What? Sejanus stood, amazed, in the middle of the floor. That's impossible! I am no traitor, I am not! The centurions who seized his arms didn't listen as they dragged him out of the Senate chambers. Appius Claudius continued reading. Let it be further announced that, in reward for the visions that led to my investigations, there will be a temple constructed to she whose great power saved Rome. Sejanus was dragged from the chamber and heard no more. Anno Domini 34. Rome. So, said Persephone, looking at the large empty chamber, a little bare, isn't it? It is now, said Nyx, feeling strangely defensive. It was stupid because it was just a building, but it was her temple after all. It just wasn't finished yet. Outside it was impressive enough. She'd had the workers build it in the Greek style, round instead of rectangular, with a large domed ceiling above. The city's best artists had been working on the murals of the walls and ceiling, but they were only half complete. The murals of emperors and nobles, of feasts and hunts, of victory and celebration, of love and sex, would cover all the walls. And in the centre, there would be a huge statue of Nyx herself, nude, with her wings wrapped around her body. It isn't done yet. She had inserted herself into the dreams of Rome's finest sculptor. The next morning he had run in to pray at the temple. Human art was astonishing to Nyx. Human lives were so brief, and yet they spent hours, days, even years creating beauty, whether in the hopes it would live longer than they or just creating it for its own sake. The sculptor thought himself blessed by the opportunity to represent her in stone, and assured her the sculpture would be finished by the end of the year. She was more excited than she would ever admit. I can see where you're going with it, though, said Ishtar. You're a goddess of plenty, of strength, of fertility, and what else? Justice, suggested Persephone. Vengeance, said Nyx, a small smile curving her ripe lips. All who worship me truly need not fear my wrath. All who betray me, or betray those who worship me, I will destroy. In my name there is health and happiness, and those who serve me know peace, pleasure, and plenty. Interesting, said Persephone. She looked at Ishtar. How long do you think Nyx will last as goddess of peace? Longer than I have to last as Isis, I hope, said Ishtar. Do you know how boring her rituals are? And every year they reenact the death of her husband. It's awful. What's strange, said Nyx, is that I can hear them. I can hear the prayers of my worshippers. Persephone grinned. I know. What? Nyx whirled on the other angel. Why didn't you tell me? Because finding out is half the fun, said Persephone, dodging Nyx's swat at her. You can hear their prayers and their thoughts of you. You can get into their minds and hear all they intend to do. It makes miracles rather easy. Not if you can't hear anything, said Isis. I'm not Isis, so I can't hear a thing. I have to walk among them as a mortal and listen in on their conversations. Ishtar shuddered. Mankind is boring. How do I stop hearing them? Asked Nyx. You don't, said Persephone. It becomes like a river of voices that flow through your head. It's always there in the background. Then, when you pay attention to it, you can hear every individual thought. Sounds annoying, said Nyx. When they worshipped me, I could hear them begging for my mercy, said Ishtar, especially lovers whose parents wouldn't let them be together. I give you 100 years before it starts wearing on you. I can last more than 100 years, said Nyx, feeling her irritation rising. I can last as long as either of you. 1,500 years, said Persephone haughtily, and counting. So what will they sacrifice to you? Asked Ishtar. Pigs? Pigs, repeated Nyx, her voice dangerous. Why would I ask them to sacrifice smelly, disgusting, filthy beasts to me? Because bacon is delicious, said Ishtar. Morrigan and I used to get together at her festivals and the feasts were amazing. How about doves? Suggested Persephone. Horses. Bulls. Virgins, said Ishtar. I always liked virgins. Male or female? Asked Persephone. Both is best, said Ishtar. That way they don't run out of people. The Romans frown on human sacrifice, said Nyx, glaring at them. Now take this seriously. All gods have sacrifices, said Persephone. She pointed her finger at Ishtar. This one had temple prostitutes. All women were expected to enter into her temple and could not leave until they'd had sex for money once. She frowned. Must have been difficult for some of them. There's no woman so ugly that a drunk man won't have sex with her, sneered Ishtar. What about the women who liked women? Ishtar grinned. It helped reinforce their opinions. Anyway, said Persephone, if you don't want to sacrifice virgins, just sacrifice their virginity. Her form shifted and she became a very young woman, fresh and nubile, with perfectly formed small breasts poking at the gauzy fabric of a white linen shift that was just too short to cover her bottom. Her hands tugged down the front of the shift as her voice turned sweet and breathy. Must I give the blood of my innocence to be initiated into the rites of Nyx? What about the boys? Asked Ishtar. What blood do you accept from them? Their foreskin? Can't, said Nyx. The Christians and Jews do that, and since that's who we're fighting against, scar them, suggested Ishtar. Male and female alike, just above the genitals. Scary, but isn't seen in public. No scarring, said Nyx, rolling her eyes. And no virginity either. Not unless they want to, Nyx amended. Here, they will give sacrifice of their lust and their money of their own free will. Our temple will take their coin and will use it to spread the word and build more temples. This temple, she looked up at the architecture and smiled, is for the emperors of Rome. Persephone turned her innocent eyes on Ishtar. O great emperor, will you sacrifice with me? Ishtar shifted forms and became a naked Julius Caesar in his prime. Of course, little girl. I think that's overstated, said Persephone, pointing. Actually not, said Ishtar. What do you think Cleopatra saw in him? Well, in that case, Persephone looked around. Nyx, where's the altar? It arrives tomorrow, said Nyx, still not amused. Persephone pouted, and on her young woman's face it looked exceedingly pretty. Her skin was smooth as milk, her long eyelashes mink dark. Then where shall I sacrifice my lust? When in Rome, said Nyx. Find a Roman villa, and when you get finished, it's time to start dealing with these Christians. Anno Domini 35, Jerusalem. Please, Caiaphas, whispered Persephone, trying to ignore how ugly, sweaty, and smelly the man was. She wore the same body she had in Nyx's temple. It was a favourite of hers for seduction, for men, and some women, seemed unable to resist it. The thin silks of her outfit barely covered her flesh, and the many layers gave tantalizing glimpses of what lay beneath the cloth. "Really?" had been Ishtar's response when Persephone told Nyx and Ishtar of the plan. "Like that's going to work." "It worked for Salome," said Nyx. "Do it, and see what happens. With luck, we can cut down some of the followers right away." Now Persephone swayed gently before the high priest of the Sanhedrin, letting him gaze lustfully at her. "If you would," she said, batting her dark eyelashes at the man, "I would be so, so grateful. They scare me, these Christians. They're mocking our God, and they threatened my family." "Did they now?" Caiaphas reached for her, and she eluded his grasp. She stepped back, balancing on one bare white foot as her breasts swayed under the silk. Caiaphas breathed in deeply, inhaling her scent. "And what would do best for you?" "Drive them out," Persephone said, her voice filled with the outrage of naive youth. "Send them from Jerusalem and kill their leaders. They are blasphemers, all of them, but especially the one called Stephen. I have heard him preach against you and the Sanhedrin." "I will have him summoned," said Caiaphas, reaching for her again. This time Persephone allowed herself to be caught and pulled into the man's embrace, letting him breathe deep of the narcissus she had used to perfume her midnight curls. "And if he blasphemes before the Sanhedrin, we shall have him arrested and killed. Now," he said, and reached up underneath her skirts. "Show me how you will thank me." Nyx sat in her temple in Rome, listening to the music of the lute player and the voices of her followers in her head. She had always loved music, so it made perfect sense to have it in her temples. The lute one day, the flute the next, the harp on the third, and singing at all times. And only the best players and singers were invited. She gave them visions at night and listened to them during the day, disguised as a man or woman of Rome. There was a haunting beauty to music well played, a faint echo of the angelic hosts that played and sang in heaven. Sometimes, when the music was just right, she found herself transported back to God's mountain, listening to the music of the choir. The young man who was playing lute this evening was delightful, and Nyx let his music wash over her as she lay back, closed her eyes, and fell into the river of her worshippers' thoughts. It wasn't a river, truth be told, not yet. More of a small stream, trickling over the rocks. There were not so many of them, but they were powerful. She had been certain to appear in visions to dozens of the most important senators. In the last year she had performed 100 small miracles, from finding money to eliminating an enemy to convincing another senator to vote in the way her worshippers pleased. And with every miracle, her follower had a vision of who had provided it. Her temple's coffers had swollen, and she'd opened up another temple in a different section of town. And it was there her trouble started. She liked these humans better now that they had no God present. She was amused that none of them seemed to notice he was gone, except those fools who thought it was Tribunal they were missing, Tribunal whom they had never known. But liking a few humans didn't change her goals. It couldn't. "He threw me into the lake of fire," she whispered to herself. "And for what? Wanting to have some say in my own life? Having a few questions? I am as he made me." But some of them she couldn't help but like. The senators were easy to hate. They prayed for riches and power and revenge. Their wives prayed for more concubines so their husbands would leave them alone, or for the deaths of their husbands' concubines so the man would pay more attention to them. They prayed for sons to inherit and for their rivals' houses to fall. Nyx fully expected to see most of them in hell. The worshippers from the section of town that held her new temple were not rich. They were tradesmen, men and women who worked every day to survive, who prayed for more work, or for their husbands to be safe, or for their wives to survive childbirth, or their children to survive disease. Their children came too, and prayed for their parents, or their siblings, or their friends. It was not like the tradesmen's families didn't have prayers for vengeance and pain, or disaster to befall their enemies, but those were outweighed often, and it confused Nix. One 12-year-old girl spent an hour on her knees, begging Nix that the friend of her father whom she had to marry would be kind, because the man had promised to save her father's business. Nix visited the girl's possible husband and gave him a vision of exactly how awful things would be if he didn't marry the girl and treat her with respect. He woke screaming and brought offerings to her temple the next day. Do angels hear prayers in heaven and hell? She wondered, or only here on earth? Tribunal would not be able to hear the prayers of his followers because they worshipped a different name. That confused her too. Why would God make it impossible for Tribunal to hear what his followers were saying? Why didn't God have him named Tribunal instead of Jesus? The thought of his name brought him straight to mind. Once more, she was standing before the cross again, looking up at the bloody form of her lover. His power washed over her, and with it his disdain and hatred for all of humankind. A vision of the damned in hell flashed before her. She had entered the minds of so many and seen the many, many horrible things they had done. The humans were so depraved that God had let them drop to eternal damnation, to be tortured by Nix and the others for all eternity. He wanted to deny Tribunal their worship, Nix decided. The same God that sent his own son to be tortured and killed, just so he could abandon humanity to its fate. The same God that denied me heaven for wanting the same thing. He gives the humans a God that won't answer just to see what will happen. The same God that is keeping Tribunal from me. The last thought sent a spasm of rage through Nix. There was a snapping noise, and across the room the flute player missed a note, then stopped altogether. Nix opened her eyes and realized that she had transformed back to herself, fully armored and armed, and that her talons had shredded the couch on which she lay and broken 2 of the wooden slats underneath. The flute player was staring in horror and awe, then prostrated himself before her. "Forgive me, my lady Nix," he babbled. "Forgive my poor playing, my lack of true belief. Forgive me that I did not believe in you." Nix rose from the couch, walked across the room and effortlessly picked up the musician by the throat. "If you did not believe in me," she said, "why did you come to my temple?" "Please, my goddess," he begged, his voice wheezing out through his half-closed larynx. "Please, I needed the money." Nix dropped him. "Do you believe in me now, little man?" "Yes, yes, my goddess." Nix nodded. "Then play for me." She turned away and sat cross-legged in front of her statue, letting her wings wrap around her like a blanket. "Play me a song of vengeance." The lute player played and Nix stared up at the statue of herself. God should not have done that to my Tribunal, she thought. He should not have hurt him, and he should not have taken my love away from me. She was furious all over again, at God, at his angels, and at the mortals who followed him. I will have revenge. Anno Domini 37. Capri. Tiberius lay dying in his bed. Nix sat beside him, disguised as a young servant girl, breasts bare, wearing only a short skirt around her waist. She stroked his skin gently, as the 2 other girls and 3 young boys did, and wondered if she would see him in hell once his mortal life was done. He had not been a bad emperor, in truth, though his love for the flesh of young boys was near legendary, and was certainly going to send him to hell. The empire was at peace and was expanded, The treasury was full, and the people were happy. But he had not served Nyx nearly as well as she had hoped in his persecutions of the Christians. He had stayed away from Rome, preferring his home in Capri where he could diddle his boys in peace and let the senators do as they pleased. Caligula, son of Germanicus and sole survivor of that family, stepped into the room. Tiberius had ordered the rest of his family killed, or had had them quietly assassinated in exile. Caligula he kept alive and for himself, no doubt because he was such a handsome young lad at the time. In the 6 years Caligula had been on Capri with Tiberius, he had grown soft around the middle and hard as steel within. Even when he smiled, Nyx could see the hatred and fear that lurked behind his eyes. He reminded her of hell's petty demons. She had initiated Caligula into her temple herself, after sending him a series of visions that taught him how to become emperor. She had taken great pains to institute a hatred of all things not Roman in Caligula, and knew that, when his time came, he would serve her purposes quite well. Caligula smiled down at the weak, exhausted body of Tiberius. So, here we are. He looked at the crowd of servants and officials around the room, then at his friend, Marco, the Praetorian prefect. "I think there are too many of us," he said. "Clear the room." He looked over Nyx, and for a moment she changed her eyes from human to serpent, then back again. He smiled, except her. Marco gave the order and a dozen soldiers came in. They ushered the protesting nobles and physicians and servants out. When all were gone save Nyx, Caligula smiled at Tiberius. "How are you, my emperor?" "Dying," whispered Tiberius. "Good," said Caligula, "and about time too." Tiberius's eyes narrowed, and some of the steel came back into his weak voice. "You are ungrateful." "Ungrateful?" repeated Caligula. He looked over at Marco. "Did you hear that, Marco? I am ungrateful." He smiled down at the old emperor. "Fuck your arse and mouth, old man." Caligula picked up one of the cushions. With an easy stride, he mounted the bed and sat on the feebly protesting Tiberius. Caligula's smile never left his face, and his tone didn't change as he spoke. "You murdered my family, you old boy fucker. You took everything from me, and you used me for a fuck toy, and you call me ungrateful." He pressed the pillow down against Tiberius's face and held it there while the old man struggled and tried to cry out. As soon as his struggles began to slow, Caligula pulled the pillow away. "Before I kill you," Caligula said as Tiberius gasped beneath him, "I want you to know that I will destroy everything you have made. Everything you have willed I will take, and every memory of you I will erase." He pushed the pillow down again, holding it longer. When he pulled it away, Tiberius's mouth was wide and opening and closing like a fish. For a moment, it seemed the man had drawn his last. Then air wheezed back into his lungs. Caligula smiled wider. "Everything you have touched I will defile, and everyone you loved I will have put to death." He shoved the pillow against Tiberius's face again, but didn't hold it there. Instead, he dismounted from the man's chest and took Nyx by the hand. "Kill him," said Caligula to Marco, not looking back. "I'll be in my room, entertaining." Marco mounted the old man's chest as Caligula led Nyx out. Those in the hallway saw him leading a slave girl, no doubt to have his way with her. Caligula led her into his own chamber and closed the door. Before she could say anything, Caligula knelt before her. "My immortal Nyx," he said, "how may I serve you?" Nyx smiled and raised him to his feet. "In so many ways." Anno Domini 39. Rome. Nyx, wearing the body and clothes of a young Roman nobleman, stood with a half-dozen others in the emperor's box, watching Caligula simultaneously enjoying the slaughter of the criminals down below and the attentions of the woman who knelt in front of him. Beside her, standing rigid with his mouth tight, was the man whose wife was servicing Caligula. "She is marvelous at this," Caligula said to the senator. "You must be very pleased with her." The senator looked ready to explode, but only said, "Yes, Emperor." The young emperor was certainly mad to bait the senators like this. Still, Caligula had been wonderful for Nyx. He was her devoted servant, and his love of her temples of pleasure and plenty made her more popular than ever. He built, at his own expense, beautiful temples dedicated to Nyx throughout the city, and made sure only the most lovely men and women served as acolytes, priests, and musicians. Others in the city's circles of power saw where the emperor's interests lay, and became followers as well. Nyx was brought gold and gems, wheat, wine and olive oil and spring lambs. Her priests distributed the food to the poor and used the money to spread her worship. Unfortunately, Caligula was not nearly as good to his people. His parties turned into orgies of torture and debasement. He was known for his cruelty in his judgments and his unreasonable taxes on the people. And he had a penchant for the wives of other rich, powerful men, and that one he flaunted because he could. Caligula had tried to bring his excesses into Nyx's temple, but only once. The temple itself had shaken, killing 2 of his guards. Nyx then sent him a set of nightmares and visions, threatening him death unless he submitted himself to a half-dozen gladiators to be used as Tiberius had used him. Caligula had done as she'd asked, then had the men's tongues cut out and tortured them for weeks before sending them to the lions. Nyx, who knew the men in question were all murderers, really didn't feel that bad about it. Caligula was emperor, but she was a goddess, and he wasn't going to be allowed to forget it. Her temples were for sexual pleasure, not for pain. She had the finest musicians playing, the best wine and food, and no one died, except that one time, and the man's heart had given out, to be fair. Still, she wondered how long the senators would tolerate Caligula. The woman who was currently entertaining the emperor had spent the morning in Nyx's temple, praying that she send the emperor's eye elsewhere. Nyx would have been more sympathetic if the woman's prayers hadn't been, "Let him rape the ass of that little whore that married my brother, and maybe that will teach her to ape her betters." Nyx had laughed at that, and now, disguised as a young Roman noble, she was thoroughly enjoying the sight of the rich, powerful woman on her knees servicing Caligula, and the sight was made even more pleasurable by the knowledge of what would happen after she was done. The emperor's eyes closed and his body shuddered. The woman before him gagged and choked, then gasped. He pushed her back and frowned. "That is very disappointing," he said. "You were doing so well. Guard." One of Caligula's Germanic guards stepped forward. "Take her down to the gladiators," Caligula said. "Any man who survives today she must service. She may come to me tomorrow and display how her practice improved her." He looked at the senator, whose face had gone purple. "Is that acceptable, Senator?" "Of course." The senator's voice came out strangled. "It is your will, my Caesar." "Yes, it is," said Caligula. "You'd best go down with her and watch to make sure she does it all correctly. I'll expect you to report her successes and failures to me by the end of the day." He shooed the senator away with his hand. "Go on now." The senator followed the guard down, out of the emperor's box. Caligula waved, then turned his attention back to the men on the floor of the Colosseum. Lions circled them, and the condemned held out their pathetic wooden swords as if they would give them a chance. "Come on!" shouted Caligula. "Eat them, you stupid beasts!" He turned to Nyx. Those damn lions haven't eaten in a week. You'd think they'd be more eager. He sat back in his chair and sighed. Well, then, let us do something more interesting. Guard, bring him. A moment later, 3 guards appeared, dragging in Herod Antipas, the man who had crucified Nyx's beloved tribunal. He had been old then, and was older now, well into his 60s. He had chains around his wrists and ankles, and had been beaten and tortured. His body was covered in bruises and blood, and his fingers were bent at the wrong angles. Nyx smiled at the pain the man was in, and how he tried to bow to his emperor without wincing. So, Herod, said Caligula, conspiracy against the empire. Caligula waved a finger at him. Tsk, tsk, tsk. By Caesar, began Herod, I would never. Yes, you would, said Caligula. You all would. And I keep catching you and executing you, but you all keep trying nonetheless. Oh, look. He caught Herod's shoulder and turned him to face the arena. They've started. A man screamed as the first lion pounced, its claws gouging through flesh and sending blood spraying before the lion's jaws clamped around the man's neck. The man's screams ended as blood spurted. Caligula cheered and clapped Herod on the back. The other lions moved in. The men on the ground screamed and ran or tried to fight or stood still waiting to die. Soon the sand was covered in blood and severed limbs as the lions took down their prey and ripped them into manageable pieces. Caligula chortled gleefully and pointed to where one man, his legs ripped off and gnawed on by a young lion, lay screaming in agony as the lioness gorged itself on his intestines. Excellent, excellent, Caligula shouted. Well done, lions. The crowd cheered with him, and Caligula retired to his chair. Agrippa, he shouted, come here and bring Herodias with you, would you? Herod Agrippa, nephew to Antipas, came out with Herod Antipas's wife, Herodias, leaning on his arm. She was 20 years younger than he and a handsome woman. Caligula looked her up and down and smiled. He turned his attention back to Herod Antipas. Your nephew here gave me the evidence, he said. Stockpiling arms for 70,000 men? Dear, dear. Those arms are to defend Jerusalem, said Herod, to defend all of Galilee and Perea against my legions, said Caligula. Against your rightful emperor, is that it? No, my Caesar. You are guilty of conspiracy, said Caligula. Your lands are forfeit, and your nephew Agrippa here will take over. The question now is, what punishment should I give? He propped his hand on his chin. Crucifixion might do, but it is bad form to crucify a king. Leaves the other kings worried. No. I think it will have to be poison or strangulation. Strangulation is always good. A bit painful, but over quickly enough. Please, my Caesar, begged Herod Antipas, please. I have not conspired against you. I am loyal to you. Not loyal enough. He turned to Herod Antipas's wife. Strangulation, do you think? Please, Caesar. Herodias knelt before him, her hands on his feet in supplication. Please, my lord, he has done nothing against you. He has, said Caligula. They all have. He's just one of the ones I caught. Still, the punishment need not be death. Herod Antipas looked up. My Caesar? There are alternatives, Caligula said, still looking at Herodias. If I was properly persuaded of his loyalty, and yours, I might see fit to declare exile instead. What must we do to persuade you? Asked Herodias. For a start, Caligula smiled and ran a finger down the side of her face. Turn around and raise your dress, my dear. That last senator's wife did well enough, but I am in need again, and you will suit me perfectly. By Caesar, protested Herod, she is my wife. I am your emperor, screamed Caligula, shoving himself to his feet. I am your ruler, and you betrayed me. I should have you flogged and the wounds cauterized with molten copper. I should have you skinned alive and thrown to the rats. I should have you bent over and have a dozen dogs take their pleasure on you before I feed you to them. He stopped screaming abruptly and knelt behind Herodias, shoving her forward so she was on her hands and knees. Instead, I will take your wife's ass, and when I am done, you will be banished to Gaul. He pushed Herodias' skirt up over her back, and if she pleases me enough, I will even allow her to stay in Rome. I have need of more prostitutes. Herodias spoke through gritted teeth, her voice angry and fearful. I will stay with my husband, she said, come what may. As you wish, said Caligula. Nyx watched Herod Antipas's face collapse as the emperor savagely entered his wife's dry, unwilling flesh. Around them, the crowds of the arena were watching and cheering. I wonder what the Gauls do to their captives, Nyx thought, as the emperor grunted and thrust and Herodias clamped her teeth together, not making a sound. For Herod Antipas surely deserves the worst end we can give him. She promised herself to send word to Persephone and Ishtar, then stood back and watched. This emperor will do very well indeed. Chapter 6 Part 2 Anno Domini 41 Rome. Nyx, Persephone and Ishtar, clad in their true forms, looked down from where they floated in the sky as Caligula's Germanic guard charged through the city, hacking and slashing almost at random as they pursued Caligula's assassins. The conspirators had murdered the king in the tunnels beneath the imperial palace. His guard, unable to stop them, seemed determined to do as much damage as possible to all those unlucky enough to be on the streets and to Rome itself. Women and children lay gutted and moaning on the ground. Men died with limbs and heads hacked off. Senators, whose only crime had been to be at the Senate during the assassination, were chased down and stabbed a dozen times each before they were allowed to die. The assassins, desperate to keep control, were slaughtering as well. They had already visited Caligula's home, stabbing his wife to death and dashing his young daughter's brains out against the walls. So, said Ishtar, looking at the chaos. First emperor of Rome to be assassinated. Impressive. Maybe he shouldn't have tried to make his horse a consul, said Persephone. I think that's what did it. Maybe he shouldn't have tried fucking the wives of every senator and noble Roman in the city, said Ishtar, or making them his prostitutes. Well, he was short of money, said Persephone. Nyx's whip lashed out twice, raising welts on each angel's backsides. Both yelped as the hellfire whip cut their flesh, but neither, Nyx was certain, was at all sorry. This is what comes of letting them play goddesses, she thought. They grow too high and mighty for their own good. At least my temples have spread throughout the city, she said. Next step is to spread them through the empire. That's good, said Ishtar, because the Christians are already spreading. What? Nyx was shocked. I thought they were being suppressed. Not successfully, said Persephone. The governors don't care so long as they don't advocate violence. Nyx hissed and her eyes flared red. How far have they spread? Antioch, Ephesus, Corinth, Thessalonica, Cyprus, Crete, and of course here in Rome. Rage built inside Nyx and her teeth ground together as she stared at the mess below. Damn God for blocking our way to them. We could have snuffed them out in less than a day. Go back to Jerusalem, said Nyx. Get the governor to start killing them. I will, said Persephone. Say, said Ishtar, isn't that your temple they're going into? Nyx looked. 10 of the Germanic guards had entered her temple. Yes, she said. Nyx's lips pulled back in a violent, ugly grin. Her teeth had become fangs and she was eager to use them. Yes, it is. Her wings flapped with a noise like thunder and she hurled herself at the soldiers. Let them desecrate every other temple in the city if they liked. They would not desecrate hers, and all Rome would know it. Anno Domini, 64, Rome. Nyx hid in the back of the alley and glared. She had disguised herself with black skin, black hair, and black robes, and blended in perfectly with the alley around her. She stood outside the window of a small paper shop, listening. It was a hot night. The air was still and the heat was enough to send most men to bed, sweating, or to the baths, in search of cool water. Inside the shop, which must have been crowded, stuffy, and stinking, a dozen men had gathered to listen to 2 foreigners talk of Jesus. They spoke of the crucifixion, of sacrifice, a new Saviour, and of heaven to come. It all left a foul taste in Nyx's mouth. Tribunal would have hated all of this, she thought. He would have laughed at it and destroyed them all, given his choice. And then we could have a new paradise. For 23 years she had been working against the Christians, and it seemed at every turn she had been stymied. They continued to spread like lice on the head of the empire. She had had some successes, but not many. Her own temples had grown and spread throughout the empire, and she had thousands of worshippers. But all of this was doing little to stem the tide of Christians. They shouldn't even exist. The one they worship doesn't want them, she fumed. Fine. Let's see what happens when we do this. Paper was expensive in Rome, and rare. It was made from the pith of the papyrus plant and took a careful process to make. Once the stalks had been cut, mashed, and laid out, they had to be carefully dried and polished before they were ready to be used. It only took a thought from Nyx to push over one of the candles in the room, and another to set it rolling to a pile of papyrus, just dried, on the table. The people in the room were so engrossed they did not realize anything was amiss at first. A gust of wind, like a flapping of wings, sent the burning paper into the air. Another sent some out the window, where it caught the next house on fire. "Fire!" screamed one of the men inside. "Fire! Fire!" They tried to fight it at first, but the stock of paper in the room caught too quickly as gusts of wind sent flaming scraps everywhere. They were forced from the room and ran into the street, screaming. Nyx bathed in the heat of the flames and watched as one building after another caught fire. She changed her shape again, becoming a young Roman woman, fetchingly dressed in a disarrayed toga that left one breast exposed. She smeared some of the soot from the building on her face, then caught a piece of the paper and let it burn her hair and the edges of her clothes. She wished she could see herself, but suspected it would be fine. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the street screaming, "Fire! Fire! The Christians have lit the city on fire!" 5 days later, in the garden of Nero's palace, the Emperor Nero stood before a pair of crucified Christians. The men had been nailed up and piles of wood had been placed around the bases of their crosses and doused in oil. A line of 30 other men knelt, chained before the crosses. "These," Nero said to a crowd of senators, "are 2 of the ones responsible for the deaths of so many Romans. They have confessed their actions, as have their co-conspirators." He waved at the men before the crosses. Most bore marks of torture. "And since they have thought to bring our great city down with fire, we will punish them with fire, and use them as a beacon to show that Rome still shines, and that Rome will rise again." He raised a hand, and at his signal, 2 centurions put torches to the pyres beneath the crosses. The wood caught at once, and the fire spread quickly. "Every night until our city is rebuilt, we shall burn one of these Christians, one of these superstitious followers of a dead criminal," shouted Nero. "And let it be known that any Christians found in our city, indeed, in our empire will share this or a worse fate. We will feed them to the arena dogs. We will torture and crucify them. We will root out this rot that threatens to destroy our empire, and we will rise stronger than ever. The first flames licked the feet of the men on the crosses, and they began screaming. Standing in the shadows, her black armor making her near invisible in the darkness, Nyx smiled. At last, things were going better. Anno Domini 70, Eleusis. In the firelit darkness, the teenage maiden cowered upon a huge stone bed. Her flimsy silk robe reached only to the top of her thighs, and the parts of her it covered could be seen through the sheer fabric. She gazed wildly around, eyes wide, the whites shining. From nearby came the boom, boom, boom of footsteps too heavy to be human. The girl pushed herself against the wall as if trying to crawl inside it, tears streaming down her lovely face. The noise came closer and closer, and then Dispater stepped out into the light of the torches. He was easily 9 feet tall, his red, scaled flesh flickering in the firelight. The curved, pointed horns on his head gleamed black, matching the glittering black of his eyes. He sniffed the air, his head swiveling on his neck as he caught the sweet scent of his prey. Gasps of horror came from 500 throats. Dispater ignored them. His eyes found his prey and a leer formed on his face. His breathing deepened, and between his legs, his huge penis began to grow, eliciting more gasps from those watching. The maiden slid off the bed and started to run, but Dispater was too quick. In a flash, he had grabbed her. In another, he had torn the robe from her shivering body, the scrap of cloth ripped into rags. "Please," she begged, "please don't, please, don't." Dispater growled his reply and threw the girl on her back, holding her legs wide so all those watching could see. "Jerusalem has fallen," said Nyx in Persephone's mind. "The Romans have breached the wall and the Jews' temple is burning." Slowly the beast drove its length into the girl's writhing form. She screamed long and loud. "The governors have continued that coward Nero's work." Nyx continued as she began pumping rhythmically in and out of Persephone's mortal body. The slap of her demon-shaped flesh against Persephone's thighs accompanied by Persephone's screams. "Christians are being burned, tortured, and thrown to the dogs all over the empire." "You're ruining the mood here," said Persephone in Nyx's mind, bringing a grin to Nyx's demon face. "This is the big ritual. They need a show." "Then let's give them one." Nyx grabbed Persephone by the hair with one enormous hand and threw her onto her stomach with the other. She pulled her head back so the 500 worshippers of Persephone could see their version of their goddess cry and scream as she enacted her wedding night with Dispater. "Vespasian has come to power," continued Nyx. "He has promised to raise temples to me in exchange for his victory. Soon, my cult will be larger than even Mithras." "Be careful with that," Persephone said in Nyx's mind, as she writhed and cried for pleasure of the crowd. "Mithras is the god of the legions and is not to be trifled with." "I'm not trifling with him," said Nyx. "Besides, he's not here, is he?" She increased the pace of her thrusts. "And all I need do is outnumber the Christians anyway." "Wait." Persephone's screams changed pitch, and her body shuddered with orgasm, though her followers didn't know it. When the shuddering subsided, she let herself go limp, the perfect image of a ravaged innocent, torn open by a beast of a husband. "The key isn't outnumbering them now," she said in Nyx's mind. "The key is outnumbering them 1,000 years from now, remember?" "I know that." Nyx thrust harder in her irritation. "As long as Rome stands, we will outnumber them." "Then you better hope it stands for 1,000 years, Persephone said. "Rome is immortal." "That's what the Kerma said." Persephone began shuddering again. "Remember them?" "No." "Neither does anyone else. said Persephone. "Now, hurry up and finish so we can do the pomegranate bit. I want to thank you properly. Oh, my queen." Persephone's screams echoed through the cave, and her followers watched in awe. Anno Domini 84. Rome. Domitian, Emperor of Rome, rose late one night, his mind whirling from dreams of destruction. His niece, a fine young woman and one whom he hoped could give him the child his banished wife had failed to provide, slept undisturbed, still bathed in the sweat of their congress. Domitian knelt before the shrine of Minerva and bowed his head. "O great goddess, guide your servant. Guide me, who has helped you rise in prominence again, and who has brought back the proper worship of our true Roman gods." The butt end of the spear lashed out of nowhere, knocking him to the earth. He went sprawling, crying out in pain. The statue of Minerva in front of him changed from marble to flesh, clothed in a rich white gown, her helmet gleaming bronze, and her spear now wickedly pointed. "You dare," said Nyx, poking the point of the spear at him just hard enough to draw blood from his stomach. Minerva would be so mad if she saw this, Nyx thought, holding the spear tipped near his face. She never liked dramatic gestures. "You dare claim to bring back the rule of the gods of Rome when you threaten the temple of our sister Nyx. But... Domitian was near speechless. "This Nyx is no goddess of Rome." "Liar!" screamed Nyx, and this time the spear tip went deeper, gouging into his flesh. "She is the protector of emperors sent by Jupiter himself to Tiberius to destroy those who threaten Rome. And you would destroy her temple?" "Forgive me, great goddess," begged Domitian. "Forgive me, I did not know." "Forgive you?" Minerva's voice boomed loud. "You must earn your forgiveness." "How, great Minerva?" begged Domitian. "What must I do?" "Take yourself to Nyx's temple," commanded Nyx. "Take this slut with you, and do not leave until you have topped her 3 times in the inner sanctum. Then call back your wife, and do the same to her with your slut watching." "Yes, Minerva, my goddess, I will." "Then it is time for you to go after the true enemies of Rome, those whose silly superstition about a crucified carpenter threatens the fabric of the empire." Yes, I will." "Do as you are bid," screamed Nyx, "at once." Domitian was alone once more in the room, and all was silence. He looked around, his head whipping back and forth to see who else had witnessed. There was only his niece, still asleep in the bed. He shook his head, trying to clear it. For a moment, he thought it had all been a dream. Then the pain of the spear wounds in his belly made him gasp. He clasped his hand to his belly and rose unsteady to his feet. Stumbling across the room, he grabbed his niece's leg and shook it for all it was worth. "A vision!" he cried out. "A vision! You must rise and come to me at once." Anno Domini 100. Nyx sat alone in her temple, leaning against her statue, staring at the massive mural in the wall. Hell had been timeless, more or less. When you were there, you knew time was passing, but it didn't matter so much. Only on the mortal world did she really feel the passage of time. 100 years ago, Tribunal was born on Earth. She missed Tribunal, desperately. Her heart ached whenever she thought of him. Her soul yearned for him the way it had yearned for heaven and the presence of God when she had first been in hell. And even though her temples were flourishing and Nyx and the others were slowly turning the Roman Empire against Christians, it didn't seem like enough. She wanted to be with him, wanted to cleanse the deluded followers of Christ from the earth, along with the rest of humanity. She wanted to take Tribunal in her arms in his true angelic form and feel his presence and power envelop her. She wanted to be in his new paradise and rule of paradise and hell by his side. And yet, The chorus of voices that rose in her head had become a river, just as Persephone had said they would. At any time she could dive into it and swim around in the hopes and dreams of those who prayed for her. Many who claimed to love and worship her were wicked. There were murderers and rapists among her cultists, and senators that tortured slaves just to learn new ways to cause pain. There were hate-filled, power-hungry men and women who allowed others to starve so that they could have plenty. They would die and go to hell for an eternity of torture. And then there were the other ones, the ones who were living exemplary lives. There were shopkeepers and farmers and tradesmen. There were butchers and wives and children. They were decent and would end up in heaven at the feet of God, where Nyx herself could never go again. Some had already gone, and Nyx, surprisingly, was glad for them. But why do I give a rat's ass about any of these humans at all? She was the queen of hell, put there by God, to dwell in darkness and misery, to punish the wicked and to walk in no higher sphere than the earth, because she had dared defy God. She would never know his presence, never bask in his divine glow. She was cut off from heaven, and the closest she would know to it was the continuing dull ache inside her. So why should I care about the humans? Why should she care about anything at all? Tribunal loved her, and was going to give her paradise. That was what was important. And yet, God took Tribunal from you, she reminded herself, just as he took away heaven. God cares nothing for you or these people, or he wouldn't have abandoned them all. He would have given them Tribunal's real name, and he wouldn't have taken Tribunal away from me. Tribunal is right to want them destroyed. If God loves them so much, let him take them all to heaven and deal with them. Then the earth can be ours and we can create a new paradise. In the river of her mind she heard a soul crying out for vengeance for the death of her child, murdered by another human for no reason. Nyx rose, spread her wings and flew. Punishing the wicked was something she was very, very good at, and it never hurt to answer a follower's prayer. Anno Domini, 113. Rome. "It is a corruption on imperial Rome, Caesar," said the old man. "Their belief is nothing but superstition. They worship a god who cannot be seen, whose teachings were taught by a criminal who died crucified. They tell lies of a heaven and hell that do not exist, and they do not sacrifice to the gods as is appropriate. They must be outlawed, for the good of the nation." Emperor Trajan shifted in his seat and sighed. The man, a seasoned soldier and campaigner, liked nothing more than to be up and active, and days such as these bored him beyond belief. "My Caesar," said the old man, "I am not the orator I once was, and I fear I do not have the words to convince you of the truth of the situation." The old man gestured behind him, and a slim, pleasantly muscled boy of 14 stepped forward. Trajan sat up in his chair. "Would my Caesar allow my grandson to stay with him and to speak further on these matters?" The young man smiled coyly at the emperor, even as he knelt before him. "It would be most pleasurable for me," he said, "to present you with my arguments." Trajan nodded. "An excellent idea. And in fact, since I am having lunch soon, I will take this young man with me, and there learn of his powers of persuasion." Persephone, disguised as the old man, bowed deeply. "My thanks, O Caesar." "Why do I have to go with him?" Ishtar demanded inside Persephone's mind as she rose in the young man's body and followed Trajan from the room. "Nyx said I would enjoy it too much," said Persephone, smiling and waving. "And remember, Nyx said you weren't allowed to change back until he outlaws Christianity." It was 6 hours later when Ishtar left the palace, walking gingerly and rubbing her aching jaw muscles. He made her way through the city to the temple of Nyx, bowed and entered within. She minced up the stairs to the highest chamber, where Nyx lay in Persephone's lap on an enormous bed, allowing the other angel to feed her grapes. Ishtar came in, groaned and winced as she sat down on the bed's edge. "Well," said Persephone, smiling, "have fun?" Ishtar glared at her, then said to Nyx, "He is nearly convinced. I am to return to him tomorrow to further persuade him." Persephone laughed. "You'd best sit on a cool cloth until then." Ishtar glared some more, then pleaded to Nyx, "May I please heal myself? He is very vigorous and very long-lasting, and given to multiple actions in a single day." "No wonder he was such a fine soldier," said Nyx, smiling. "And no, you can't heal yourself. Neither of you take this seriously enough. Get the law passed, and then you may go back to Egypt and indulge in your own tastes." Ishtar sighed. "Yes, my queen." Anno Domini 118, Rome. Nyx, Ishtar and Persephone, disguised as Roman citizens, watched as the criminals were shoved out into the middle of the arena. Most wept and cursed. Some tried to look brave, and others just looked blank, as if death had already taken their souls and their bodies were moving without volition. In the midst of them, one man stood tall and strong, singing and praying. "Fucking Ignatius," muttered Nyx, "and fucking Romans for not executing him in Syria. They had to drag him across the empire to kill him. He did more damage on his way to his death than he did when he was free." "Well, he's not free now," pointed out Ishtar, "and soon he'll be dead." "Doesn't matter," said Nyx. "Look at him. He's happy he's about to die. He's singing, for fuck's sake." "He won't be for long," said Persephone. "Here are the lions." The lions had poured from the pits of the arena, and one of them, a lioness, larger than the others, with dark yellow fur and wickedly long claws, headed for Ignatius. The other criminals scattered and tried to run. Ignatius continued his sing-song prayers. The lioness stalked him, circling him at first, then starting to come closer. Ignatius seemed unconcerned. It drew closer and closer until it was nearly on top of him. "Any time now," muttered Nyx. The lioness lashed out with a paw, opening 4 great slashes in Ignatius's leg. The man yelled in pain and shock as blood began pouring from him. The lioness struck again, low on the other leg, hamstringing him and making him fall to the earth. He screamed louder as the lioness went in, ignoring his cries and feeble attempts to hit her as she buried her face in his belly. The screams reached a new, higher pitch. "One down," said Ishtar. "Does it make you feel better?" "Yes," said Nyx. "Now, if we can just get the rest of them." Anno Domini 120, Arcadia. 1,000 revelers spilled out into the streets, laughing and dancing. Men and women alike, half naked, heavily intoxicated, were deep in the throes of the bacchanalia and seething with desire for blood, sex, and whatever other pleasures they could find. This way, cried Nyx, her body now that of a woman at the peak of ripeness, her large bare breasts swinging as she led the crowd into the streets. "Follow me to the ones who will not sacrifice or celebrate. We'll make them serve Bacchus or they can die." The crowd cheered and poured through the streets, laughing and singing. Some stopped to copulate in the road, others to vomit, but most followed her straight to the Christians' temple. The building had started life as something else, but now the Christians were inside it, and they were praying behind the barred door. "Come out!" called Nyx, kicking at the door with her sandal. "Come out or we'll burn you out!" The Christians went on praying, though their voices were strained. Nyx kicked harder, and the strength of it shook the door on their hinges. "Come out!" she shouted. "It is the Bacchanalia. The Lord of Wine demands your sacrifice. Come out and pay him tribute, you godless, superstitious atheists. Come out and give Bacchus his due." The crowd around her roared their agreement, and men and women began banging on the shutters, yelling for the Christians to come out. Nix could still hear the Christians praying inside. "Fire!" shouted someone in the crowd, and others took up the chant, "Fire! Fire! 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 Fire!" Fire, yes, thought Nix, but not yet. She called to the men, and a dozen strong ones came forward to hammer against the door with her. They fell into the rhythm of the chants, shoving harder and harder. Nix joined with them. And on the seventh shove, she pushed with her full strength against the double doors of the small temple. There was a crack from inside as the bar holding the door shut broke in two, and the door swung wide. The Bacchantes charged in, laughing and yelling. Nix stood aside and watched them go. The church filled with shrieks as the Christians tried to fight off the drunken mob. Men and women together attacked, pulling off their victims' clothes even as they pummeled, kicked, scratched, and bit them. The Christians fought back as best they could, but were hideously outnumbered. The Bacchantes dragged them into the streets, screaming fire and sacrifice. The Christians, men and women alike, were thrown into the street naked, where members of the crowd, eager to release their energy and enthusiasm, fell on them. Inside the church, men screamed. A half-dozen legionnaires were among the Christians, and they had managed to snatch up their weapons and had begun hacking their way out. Blood spattered and limbs flew as the legionnaires drove the drunken Bacchantes back. A pair of men fell to the floor, their guts spilling out. The legionnaires formed up in a tight formation and slashed and stabbed their way to the door. Their charge surprised the Bacchantes, who ran, fighting one another to get out of the door of the temple as the legionnaires advanced on them. Nix was shoved aside, then to the ground, and then stepped on as men and women fled before the bloody onslaught of the legionnaires. When she rose to her feet, the legionnaires were right in front of her, and one of them drove a sword into her midsection. Nix screamed in rage. The sound was not human, and it froze Bacchantes and Christians alike. Nix lashed out with her fingernails, now talons, catching the closest soldier's throat and tearing away flesh, muscle, and windpipe. The man collapsed, gurgling to the floor. Nix was so surprised, she took another thrust to her stomach. The second soldier twisted the blade, and agony blossomed inside Nix's guts, even as the realization came. "I killed one of them," thought Nix. "I can kill them." The sword thrust at her belly again. Nix grabbed it by the blade and tore it out of the wielder's hand. The man had just a moment to stare in shock before Nix, her teeth suddenly razors, stepped forward and bit deep into his neck, sending hot blood up like a fountain. His companion stumbled back in horror. Nix grinned, switching to her true form as she attacked. With her fingernails and teeth, she ripped off limbs and tore apart flesh. Blood spattered and splashed over the walls of the church. Nix screamed in delight and kept going. The 6 legionnaires fell in seconds. A dozen more Christians followed moments later. She worked her way through the crowd, pulling the raping Bacchantes away and murdering the Christians with her own hands. In less than an hour, all the Christians were dead. Their temple was on fire, and Nix was winging her way through the sky towards Greece. She would tell Persephone, then they would tell Ishtar. And on the way, she would deal with one of the Christians' biggest rabble-rousers. It was near dawn when Nix and Persephone came screaming out of the sky like 2 hawks. Diving down on the home of Polycarp, Bishop of Smyrna, both were clad head to foot in their black-scaled armor, their swords blazing with black hellfire, and their whips leaving trails of black sparks. "Now," shouted Nix, "now we will destroy them all." She pulled in her wings and reversed, and Persephone did the same, their spiked heels aiming for the roof. Nix's plan was to break through the roof of the house, terrorize Polycarp and kill everyone in his house. Then they were going to flay and crucify him as a warning to the others. They were nearly at the roof when the wind took them. Both Nix and Persephone could easily fly through a gale, but this was different. This was a divine wind, and it picked the 2 of them up, and threw them into the sea like a pair of albatrosses shot from the sky. "Asshole," muttered Nyx as she paced the room, drying her hair. "Dog fucker, pig fucker, goat fucker." "God, you mean?" said Ishtar. "Of course, God, that shit-licking bum-boy of a beast-fucking swineherd," suggested Persephone, shaking the water out of her wings. "Yes," said Nyx. "You knew it was going to happen," said Ishtar. "You're the one who told us that we can't attack them directly." "It didn't happen in Arcadia," protested Nyx. "I killed a temple full of Christians and nothing stopped me." "Really?" said Ishtar, her eyes lighting up. "We can kill them now?" "Yes." "About damn time," said Ishtar. She thought about it. "Why now, though?" "Because the rules have changed," snapped Nyx. She stopped then, realization washing over her like the sea had a few hours before. Fuck! Shit! Fuck! Ishtar and Persephone stood back, watching closely. For the next hour, Nyx proceeded to destroy everything in the temple while screeching like a fishwife, and swearing in 12 languages, including 2 only heard among the demons of hell. When she finally ran out of steam, she glared at the other 2 angels. "The rules haven't changed. The agreement is, they shall go unfettered by angels. They shall have free will and free choice, and they will choose for themselves which actions to take. No angel shall order, compel, or lay hands on those who build my church. But not everyone is helping to build the church, and the ones who aren't, we can kill." "Oh." Ishtar rubbed her hands together. "Can I kill some of those disgusting men you've made me fuck? And their toad-like offspring?" "Do what you like," said Nyx. "Just don't invite reprisals against your temple." "Isis's temple," grumbled Nyx. "Whatever," snapped Nyx. "We need people to oppose them. We need people to fight and kill them, so keep building up Isis's temple. I'm going back to Rome. One of my priests was embezzling, and I am very much in a mood to make an example of somebody right now." "Don't overdo it," advised Persephone. "Too much divinity and they become complacent. Keep the miracles few and far between, and they'll worship you all the more when they come." "This isn't about miracles," snapped Nyx. "The money he was taking could have built new temples. I could have gained more followers." "Followers aren't everything." "They are for me," snapped Nyx. "Have you forgotten what this is all about? Have you forgotten that we have a chance at paradise if we can defeat the Christians?" "We haven't forgotten," said Persephone, her voice gentle. "Send a vision to the priests telling them to bring you more followers. Tell them to give the money they have to the poor and raise more for a temple in the poor areas." "Which ones? There are poor all over the world." "All of them," Persephone shook her head. "Your problem, my queen, is that you are used to being in charge instead of being worshipped. Your priests do the work, and you supply the miracles, punishments, and protection, and you have as much fun as possible. Fun doesn't get me followers." "But it does get you laid," said Ishtar, coming closer, "especially when you visit me." "Hey," said Persephone, "what am I, chopped meat?" "You certainly look like it after your wedding night ritual," said Ishtar. "At least I don't have to geld my high priests to keep them in line." "No, you just have to fuck them." "Behave," snapped Nyx. "I'm going back to Rome. The last Bacchanalia was a success against the Christians, and I can use it again. Meanwhile, I'll have my priests build a new temple to Nyx in the area. Every time we take one of his off the map, we replace it with one of mine." "Well, I can certainly help with that," said Ishtar, spreading her own wings. "I'll let you know which areas I've killed all the Christians in." Anno Domini 130, Egypt. In the private cabin of his ship, Emperor Hadrian finished fucking the beautiful Antonius with a loud moan and collapsed onto the other man's smooth back. A moment later, he rolled off, though his hand stayed on the younger man's body, caressing him as the gentle motion of the Nile beneath them rocked the ship. "You give me such pleasure," he whispered to Antonius. "I don't know what I'd do without you." "Nor I without you," said Antonius, kissing him back. "My emperor." The door to the cabin burst open and Nyx, in full battle armor, with wings widespread to cover the walls of the small room, yelled, "You pitiful excuse for an emperor." "My Lady Nyx," protested Hadrian, his guts tightening with fear. "My goddess, what have I done?" "You dare issue an edict protecting the Christians," yelled Nyx. "You dare say that they cannot be harmed?" She grabbed Antonius, her taloned hands digging through the flesh of his leg. "I will destroy everything you love, old man, then I will destroy you." "No, please," begged Hadrian, as Nyx dragged the screaming Antonius off the bed, crimson blood smearing the sheets. "Don't hurt him. Please don't hurt him." Nyx, dragging the wounded boy by one foot, walked out of the cabin and straight into the attack of 10 legionnaires. She drew her sword and made one wide sweep with it, cutting through armor, weapons, shields, and flesh, and sending a wide splatter of blood over the deck. 4 of the legionnaires died. The others retreated, horrified. They stopped when they heard their emperor's ragged pleas and prepared to advance again. Nyx kept walking. Her next swing decapitated 2 more of the legionnaires, their blood spraying from their still-standing bodies as their heads flew into the air. She reached the edge of the deck and turned back to Hadrian. "You pissant! I should fuck you the way you fuck your bitch here, but I wouldn't dirty myself with your flesh." She raised Antonius in the air with one hand and sheathed her sword with the other. "The river is full of crocodiles tonight," she said. "I brought them here just for this occasion." "I beg you, lady, I'll do anything." The emperor was on his knees, not caring who saw. Nyx thrust the talons of her now empty hand into Antonius's groin, tearing off his still damp genitals and ripping open his belly and chest in a single swipe. Antonius's screams went higher and louder as his guts coiled out into the water below. Hadrian jumped up and ran forward. Nyx let him come almost close enough to touch his lover, then threw Antonius over the rail. He splashed into the water below, and the air was filled with the roar and hissing of the crocodiles. Hadrian fell to his knees, covering his face and wailing as the roars and growls of the crocodiles feasting filled the air. Nyx grabbed Hadrian, pinched open his mouth, and poured a disgusting concoction down his throat. The emperor gagged and choked, trying to vomit it back up. Nyx clamped her hand over his mouth, forcing him to swallow or choke to death. "That," she hissed in his ear, "was made of the blood, shit, piss, and puke of an old man who has been dying by inches and indescribable pain for the last 10 years. She rose up and let Hadrian drop, writhing to the deck. "You will come to my temple every month and you will kneel in worship. You will persecute the Christians and, if you do so, I may consider taking the disease from you." She kicked him hard enough to send him skidding across the deck, knocking over the remaining legionnaires. "Asshole." Nyx flew off into the night, leaving the gasping, vomiting emperor on the deck. Anno Domini 165. Rome. "It is true," said the strong young soldier kneeling before Emperor Marcus Aurelius. "Again and again I see these Christians coming to our classes, challenging our teachers. They claim Stoicism is a fable. They claim our teachings of virtue and the denial of vice are nothing compared to that of their petty little desert god." "Please, Caesar," said the middle-aged man beside him. Like the young soldier, this man was strong and fit. He carried the scars of several battles on his flesh, and had a tattoo from one of Eastern legions on his arm. Unlike the soldier, he was dressed for teaching. They dare to claim that their teachings are equal to the Stoics, and are insinuating themselves into the great families of the empire. They must be stopped. They will be, promised Marcus Aurelius. Let the word be spread. Christian teaching will not be allowed to contaminate our empire. They will not corrupt our children with their preaching of weakness. They do not understand true virtue, and therefore cannot understand the avoidance of vice. They may pray as they like, but will not be allowed to spread their teachings. He sighed. Rome is weak enough already. We will not have it weakened further. Thank you, O Caesar, said the young and old man together. They kissed the hem of his robe and backed away before leaving. That was well done, said Persephone once they'd left the audience chamber. It was necessary, said Nyx, who was wearing the older man's flesh. He has no vices, as near as I can tell. He doesn't believe in any of the gods, and he wouldn't believe in me even if I showed myself. So if you can't appeal to a man's vices to corrupt him, appeal to his virtues, finished Persephone. Very good indeed. Inside Nyx's head she added, my queen. Good enough for now, said Nyx. Let's see how many he kills. Anno Domini 313. As the sun set, Nyx screamed in fury and hurled herself again at Milan. Once more the divine wind caught her, and when she crashed to earth, she was in a forest in western Gaul. She rose and charged forward again, not heeding the bruises and lacerations on her body, or the missing feathers on her wings. Faster than sound she winged forward, determined to reach Milan and stop Constantine. Fucking Constantine! It was the first time in the 280 years that she had been fighting the rise of Christianity that she had not been able to reach an emperor. It was the first true reversal in close to 150. Nyx had been guiding emperor after emperor, urging worse and worse persecutions. Septimus Severus had been executing Christians and encouraging the same across the provinces. Maximus the Thracian continued the tradition, cutting them down whole communities and burying their corpses in pits. Decius and Valerian had continued, killing even more and driving the movement underground. And Diocletian, Diocletian, thought Nyx, had been a true follower. He had set out to exterminate the Christians, and Nyx had encouraged him all the way. She had even let him fuck her in her temple as reward for all he had done. Christians were slaughtered by the hundreds, crucified, burnt, thrown to the animals. She had actually been making progress. Then along comes fucking Constantine, snarled Nyx to herself, and he fucks up everything. Constantine's mother had been Christian, which made him lenient. He had been raised in the East away from Nyx's direct influence, and had become ruler in the West. And then, as his armies marched on Rome, Constantine had a vision. Vision, Nyx thought, hallucination, mindless stupidity. Constantine had emblazoned his army with the Christians' Kai Roch, and he believed that it was what had led to his victory. Nyx had not even been able to approach him. In horror, she watched as the successful persecutions of the last 100 years fell away as Constantine's armies advanced from Gaul to Rome. Now the fucker is in Milan, she thought, talking to the fucking Christians about legitimizing their fucking fake fucking religion. I won't have it, Nyx screamed. She forced herself forward even faster, heedless of the pain she was in. Ishtar and Persephone swooped in from either side, each catching an arm in her hands and wrapping her legs around one of Nyx's. Nyx screamed in fury and tried to shake them off. She was stronger than they, a better warrior and filled with power from her couplings with Tribunal. On any other day she would have kicked their asses. This day, with her body battered by the divine winds, her strength was not nearly what it had been before. Persephone and Ishtar forced her to slow down, steering her southward toward Pisgah. She fought them every inch of the way, ripping at their flesh and trying to bite, claw, and kick them for nearly an hour until they reached the city. Together, Persephone and Ishtar slammed her to the earth, bringing her down on the roof of her own temple and pushed her inside. As soon as they let her go, Nyx attacked the angels with claws and feet, bruising and breaking them. Ishtar and Persephone fought back just as hard, scoring flesh and breaking bones in return. The humans within the temple ran as the walls shook with the fight. The people in the area fled as the noise of the battle echoed through the neighborhood. For 3 days the angels fought until they all lay exhausted and hideously wounded on a floor smeared with a mess of silver blood, scattered feathers, ichor, ripped flesh, and torn hair. Nyx lay in the middle of the floor, gasping and shaking, tears leaking from her eyes. "Oh, tribunal," she thought, "have failed you." "Now," said Persephone, her voice strange and nasal from her broken nose, which now bent sideways across her face. "Are you through being stupid?" Nyx looked up, her red eyes flashing with rage. She drew herself slowly to her feet, ignoring the pain of the leg she'd broken against the pillar when she'd missed a kick at Ishtar. "Give it up," said Persephone, pulling herself to her own feet. The moment brought silver blood streaming from a dozen wounds. Her stomach, legs, breasts, and face were a mass of slashes and gouges. Her armor was rent through in 100 places. "We lost this one." "We haven't lost," screamed Nyx, and the sound of it would have shattered any mortal's eardrums had they been in hearing range. "He's a Christian emperor," screamed Persephone back. "He's untouchable. Leave him alone and get ready to fight the next one." "But the Christians will increase 1,000-fold." Nyx grabbed her leg and forced the broken bone back into place, gritting her teeth as it slid back inside her flesh. She willed it to heal and felt it slowly responding. "So what?" demanded Ishtar, pulling herself upright from the floor. Half her face was gone, and her left arm was flayed open to the bones and inverted at the elbow. Silver blood oozed from her crotch where Nyx had managed to plant one particularly vicious kick. Both her wings were broken in at least 2 places. "You've been going against them for 300 years. You've never gotten ahead. My temples are across the empire." "The empire is dying," said Persephone. "Rome is lost. I won't lose Rome." "You already have," screamed Persephone. "Look around. The East rebels, the West rebels. Even Constantine won't be able to stay here forever." "She's right," said Ishtar. "How the fuck would you know?" demanded Nyx. "Either of you." "Because we've seen it before," snapped Ishtar. "You were too busy playing in hell and fucking with individuals. You never paid attention to the empires. I was worshipped for millennia. I watched my worshippers grow and I heard all their voices, and then I watched Babylon die. I heard my followers' screams as they were killed. Well, it isn't happening to my followers." "It is," shouted Persephone. "Empires fall, and right now, Rome is the empire falling." "Fuck you," screamed Nyx. "You know we're right," shouted Persephone. "Otherwise, you would have fought with your sword." Nyx looked down at her hands, coated with the ichor of Ishtar and Persephone, then up at the ruined bodies and faces of the other 2 angels. None of them had drawn weapons for the last 3 days. In fact, it had not even occurred to Nyx to do so. "Fuck you," said Nyx again, though there was no anger left in her. Despair washed over her. "Fuck you both for being right." Nyx collapsed to the ground again, the last of her energy spent. Ishtar and Persephone waited a moment, then slowly sat down themselves. None of them said anything for a time. Each was wrapped in their own world of pain as their bodies began the slow process of healing. Nyx finally looked up from the floor. "Do I look as bad as you two?" "Much, much worse," said Persephone, grinning. "But then, we were always prettier." Nyx managed a laugh. and felt her broken ribs grating together as she did. So now what, my counsellors of all things mortal? First, said Ishtar, we heal. Then, we fuck, said Persephone. She grimaced as the bones of one wing popped back into place. After a good fight, you need a good fuck. And then, said Nyx, we get revenge. No, countered Persephone. First we build your new cult, and then we get revenge. Nyx grinned, and the pain of it made her realize both her cheekbones had been broken. Now that sounds like an idea. And no more taking on the Christians head-on, said Persephone. You're the queen of hell. Why stay here and fight in their territory when there's a whole world of possible followers for you? True, that. Nyx thought about it. But I can't go far. I have to have an army ready to wipe out the Christians when the time comes. There's a large amount of territory to the east, said Persephone. India is already full of Hindus, said Ishtar. They've got so many gods you can't tell which one they're worshipping, and the Christians have already started working there. Further east is China. Half of them worship their ancestors and the other half keep talking about the Buddha. Which angel was the Buddha anyway? Asked Nyx. He wasn't one of mine. I don't think he was an angel, said Persephone. These humans have a knack for worshipping their own. Figures, said Nyx. What about north and west? Persephone nodded. There's a whole big area out there, filled with tribes and raiders who haven't even heard of the Christians. And there's certainly worry and dissent in the north about the Romans, said Ishtar. Maybe it's time to start using them. Nyx stretched. More bones popped into place, and she let herself revel in the agony. It had been a good fight, and it had been 300 years since the last time she'd had a challenge like that. Right then. Healing, fucking, and then fucking over the Romans. She grinned again, her broken cheekbones flaring up with pain. Let's make it so their empire isn't even remembered anymore. Chapter 7. For 7 years they flew. As angels, they could speak and understand every language in God's creation, and so Nyx, Persephone, and Ishtar, sometimes together, sometimes apart, crisscrossed the world. They visited nations, empires, tribes, and villages, on mountains, plains, and islands, in forests, deserts, and fertile river valleys. They learned 1,000 different customs and beliefs, and watched hundreds of religious rituals. From grass hut villages where a new child was carried to every house in the village to be kissed and blessed, to cities of stone where enemies were laid out on an altar and their still-beating hearts pulled from their bodies. Some of it made them laugh. Some of it made them wonder where humans got their ideas. And always there was art, music, blood, sacrifice, hope, and despair. The angels disguised themselves as men and rode into battle or walked on hunts or sat in circles of elders listening. As women, they sat by fires, made pottery, and tended children. Save Ishtar, who flat out refused. Persephone delighted in the role-playing and took to each new bit of acting with vigor and imagination. Ishtar found it all incredibly distasteful and would disappear for days at a time, coming back with the stench of blood on her breath and a cruel smile on her face. Nyx played each role, listened to all the stories, and watched all the people. She was charming and polite when she needed to be, strong and persuasive when she wanted to be, and underneath it all, she was seething with rage. It was worse at night, when she was alone and could hear the voices of her worshippers. There were fewer of them with every passing year. More and more people were drifting away from her temples, embracing Christianity and calling on Jesus, who would never answer them because he could not hear, instead of Nyx. It made her angry, knowing they were worshipping her love by the wrong name, knowing that they thought of him as a creator of love and peace, one who cared and would save them. Tribunal had hated them all, hated what he was supposed to represent to them, and hated what they did to themselves, each other, and to him. Every time she thought of her tribunal, she felt his hatred of humanity rise up inside her, and every night, when she listened to her followers, she struggled to understand why he hated them so much. Some of them were awful. A few were so bad she dispatched them to hell herself, rather than wait for them to die of natural causes. Others who were just as vile she had let live because they were useful to her, knowing they would meet again in hell where she could give them their just deserts. But the many who were good, or fairly good, who did their best, perturbed her. She shouldn't care about these tiny lives, and she didn't, individually, but as a whole they moved her. She could never understand what it was like to live so briefly, to know one had at best a few decades. She wondered if that was part of what made Tribunal what he was, part of why he hated them so much. At the end of the 7 years, the 3 angels met at Isis's temple at Philae, taking over the inner sanctum and declaring it theirs alone. The priests, seeing what they thought was their goddess in the flesh, acquiesced and evacuated the temple immediately. Daily they delivered tribute to angels in the form of food, wine, and young men and women to be their entertainment. The angels used the humans as they liked, but spent most of their days creating and then poring over a map of the world more detailed than any other in existence. Rome was at the center of it, of course, but the world they laid out was far larger than the world the humans knew existed. Persephone wondered what one of these maps, the round earth with its mighty oceans, would do to the thinking of a human. But even the wisest scholars, even the most experienced sailors would not believe it even if they saw it. Nyx stared at the map for 5 days. Constantine and Licinius had broken off their talks in Milan when Maximin had crossed the Bosphorus and invaded Licinius's territory. Licinius had fought Maximin off and gained control of the Eastern Roman Empire. The year after, Constantine and Licinius had started in on each other again. It had become a vicious, deadly bicker that cost lives and was helping the empire disintegrate. Christianity was becoming the preferred religion of the empire, though others were still tolerated. It was only a matter of time before that changed, though. I hope Constantine falls off his horse and impales himself through his ass on a splintery stump, Nyx sighed. It was unlikely, and she wasn't able to do it herself. Constantine would live and die in his own time and eventually would, if there were any justice, end up in hell where she would enjoy punishing him for a few thousand years before turning him over to someone else for the rest of eternity. Besides, she had other plans. In the north, there were tribes who had never heard of Christianity. In the east, past the Goths, were others. The Goths were close enough to Rome that half of them were Christians already. Still, they were uneasy neighbors, and there were other, even fiercer tribes around them. It would take very little to send the Goths into Rome. Nyx blinked for the first time in 5 days. Then she stood up and called the others to her. "About time," complained Ishtar, coming out of the bed where she and Persephone had been lounging, enjoying a list they'd compiled of all the sexual phrases in the world's many languages. "I thought you were going to turn to stone standing there." "Are we going to travel more?" asked Persephone. "It's boring here." "Please, no," said Ishtar. "Can't we just kill something?" "Yes, to both of you," said Nyx. "Come, look." She pointed to the areas north and east of Roman territory. "Who lives here?" "Varangians," said Ishtar, pointing to the north. "Sueons, Geats." "Huns," said Persephone, pointing to the east. "Alvars, Alans, Goths." "Many of whom have nothing to do with Christianity." "The Goths are Christians," said Ishtar. "But they are Arianists," said Persephone, which would put them in direct conflict with the Romans, who are Trinitarians, should they cross the Danube. "And all they need to do that is a little push," said Nyx, tapping the map. "From the Huns." "Oh, let me," said Ishtar. "I know what will push them to move. Not you, said Nyx. Persephone is going to start working on the Huns. You have a much more difficult task. I do? Said Ishtar suspiciously. What is it? Nyx grinned. Rome. Rome? The distaste in Ishtar's voice was echoed in her twisted expression. Rome is falling apart. Yes, it is, said Nyx, and your job is to see to it that it keeps falling apart until it ceases to exist. Ishtar's face slowly untwisted until she was smiling, her whole beautiful face lit with glee. Now that I can do. When do we start? Tomorrow, said Nyx. She took each of them by the hand and led them to the bed. Tonight, my pretties, we eat, drink, and be very, very merry. Anno Domini, 320. The Sarmatian raiders rode on as fast as they could. The scales of their armor, made from the hooves of horses cut thin and sewn together, rattled and jumped as their horses galloped flat out. Their leader rode magnificently, in turns driving his raiders forward, then wheeling back to give battle to the cavalry that pursued. Hour after hour he fought against the Romans, and his sword and armor was soaked with their blood by the time they reached Isaacsia, where they had crossed into Constantine's territory in the first place. The rear guard was still there, surrounding the fort and keeping the guards imprisoned. The legion that had held it was the one now pursuing. Right, now to make sure they follow. The leader of the Sarmatians shouted a command, and as one, the entire raiding party, 800 strong, wheeled and charged the Roman cavalry. Blood flew in all directions as hundreds of men clashed and cut and mutilated and killed each other. Horses died or went mad with pain, bucking and twisting over the battlefield. Men who fell off their mounts were trampled or dodged desperately through the crowd of animals, trying to avoid hooves and charging beasts even as they sought to pull enemy riders down. Most of the men on foot died. Some escaped the battle and ran into the hills around them. The leader of the Sarmatians shouted again, and the raiding party broke off and headed for the Danube. Men died as their horses wheeled away, but it didn't matter. The leader let the rest of his men stream past so the pursuing cavalry could see him raise his prize. The legion's eagle held high above his head. The legion's cavalry shouted and charged. The leader of the Sarmatians laughed as he rode past Isaacsia into the Danube. The town of Isaacsia was one of the few places where the Danube was low enough to be forded, and the Sarmatians wasted no time in doing so. Their leader, captured eagle still high in his hands, raced through his troops looking behind. The legion's cavalry didn't hesitate to follow them, right into the river. And on the other side is Licinius's army, thought Persephone. She had killed the leader of the Sarmatians 2 months before in single combat, then taken his place to lead the tribe. They'd been incredibly successful ever since. She swung the eagle back and forth over her head again to make sure the legion wouldn't give up. And Licinius was not going to be happy at all to have Constantine's legions on his soil. This is really too easy. Anno Domini 326. Crispus's body was a pleasant one to wear, Ishtar decided. Constantine's oldest and favourite son was in very good shape, strong, and pleasantly endowed, all of which Ishtar approved. He was also a true Christian, fanatically loyal to his father and a brilliant and successful soldier. His victories on land and sea were the stuff that rebuilt empires, and that wouldn't do at all. Crispus was currently lying asleep, alone, in a very, very expensive brothel where his men had paid for his pleasure as a gesture of thanks for his leadership. Ishtar had borrowed the form of the young maiden that Persephone so liked and had serviced him long, well, and repeatedly, plying him with wine in between each act. The man was dead drunk, asleep, and unlikely to wake any time soon. She had taken his form and clothes and slipped out the brothel back door, walking the back streets of Constantinople to the palace. She acted like someone who did not wish to be seen, though she made certain that she was. She reached the palace, entered through a servant's door, and went in search of Foster, Emperor Constantine's wife. Foster did not approve of Crispus's relation with his father. In fact, she had actively campaigned against it, trying to bring her own 3 sons to prominence, which would be much better for Nyx's plans, since none of them were the commanders their half-brother was. Constantine had left the palace 2 days before to conduct business. Ishtar found Foster's chambers and stepped inside. Tall, blonde Foster was lying on her bed, attended by 2 dark-haired women singing and playing the cithara. Wine and sweetmeats were laid out on a low table. Ishtar went directly to the bed, looked at the servants and said, "Get out." "They will stay," said Foster, eyes blazing. "You do not come in here and order my servants." Ishtar pulled out a knife and pointed at the servants. "You will get out of this room and go into the Empress's dressing chamber. Now." The 2 girls scrabbled to obey, and Ishtar locked the door behind them. "What is the meaning of this, Crispus?" Foster demanded. "How dare you come into my chambers and—" "How dare you say to my father that we had an affair?" said Ishtar. "How dare you try to besmirch the memory of my mother, and how dare you attempt to take away my throne? I have done nothing of the sort." "Liar!" Ishtar tossed the knife aside and pulled the thick leather belt from around her waist. "I'll teach you to lie, you bitch." Foster started screaming when the first lash struck the side of her face. She didn't stop screaming for the next 2 hours until Ishtar was finally finished with her. Ishtar opened the door to the room and strode out into the night, leaving Foster curled on the bed, weeping in pain and humiliation. "Now, if that doesn't turn Constantine against his son," Ishtar thought as she made her way back to the brothel, "I don't know what will." Anno Domini 370. Balamber was asleep in his bed of furs, his wife sound asleep beside him, when Nyx stepped into his dreams. His dreams were that of any man of his tribe, of riding his horse, of raiding against the other tribes, and of women, and the day-to-day of life. He was a chieftain of the largest band of his people, and had no ambition to be more. At least, thought Nyx, not yet. Nyx's body was currently lying in its own tent, looking like one of the Hun warriors, with a pair of women she'd stolen on the last raid warming her, one on each side of the bed. The women were impressively feisty and had tried to kill her with her own knife. She found it amusing, though she had whipped both of them into cowed submission as a warning. Nyx had things to do, and this was not the time for her to be distracted. Since then, the women had been much more docile, though Nyx could sense their hatred and knew they would act against her again soon. She might even let them get away, if she succeeded in her plan. Meanwhile, Nyx went into Balamber's mind and built him a new dream. He was riding west, the rising sun at his back, a sword in his hand. Before him, the entirety of the world was laid out. He could see all the villages around him, see all the great cities he had only heard of from traders. Constantinople, Rome, Athens, they all lay before him, glittering with riches open for the taking. And as he watched, a tall, winged woman in black armor rose from the earth. She had a sword in one hand, a whip in the other. She was, he knew in his dream, a goddess of battle. "Hear me," she whispered, and the voice caressed and aroused him as surely as if she had put her hand on him. "All this can be yours for the taking if you will have it." "How?" he whispered back. "How will I take it?" "I will show you. Bring your people together," whispered Nyx. "Let them know that a new goddess will lead you to power, if you will follow her." Balamber woke and thought hard about what he had seen, and when he went back to sleep, he saw it again. Every night for a month, Balamber dreamed of victory and conquest, of barrels of grain and wine, furs and gems, silk cloth as soft as a woman's skin, fine swords and magnificent horses, and every night he dreamed, his tribe's fortunes increased. Raids were successful, food was plentiful, slaves were easily captured. Balimba spoke to the shaman about his dreams, then to the other warriors in the tribe. All agreed the dreams were a sign, and Balimba called a meeting of chieftains and warriors. All attended save one, who was found dead, with a knife in his chest, and his 2 concubines missing. Anno Domini 397. The battlefield was bloody and chaotic. The legion under the command of Stilicho was holding the centre in true Roman fashion, their phalanx of shields and swords a breakwater against which the waves of Visigoths crashed. On either side of it, though the barbarian warriors who made up the majority of the Roman army these days were a disorganized mess, single combats broke out across the lines as warriors from both sides sought out men worthy to fight. In the midst of the crush, Persephone and Ishtar came face to face. "What the fuck are you doing here?" demanded Ishtar as Persephone's blade crashed down against her shield. Both looked like warriors. Both had to shout to be heard over the roar of the battle around them. "Defeating you," said Persephone, grinning. She drove her sword forward again, and Ishtar was driven back by the force of the blow. "You little bitch," shouted Ishtar, smashing Persephone's blade away with the edge of her shield and slashing down at the other's shoulder. Persephone's shield was already there, blocking, and Ishtar let her sword bounce off it, spin and come in from low on the other side. Persephone retreated, and the blade whipped harmlessly past her. "Nice try," said Persephone. She twisted to the right to kill one of the Visigoths beside them, and easily blocked Ishtar's next blow a moment later, but not good enough. "I am a goddess of war," snarled Ishtar. "You're just a goddess of spring and sunshine and the fine art of getting laid." Persephone slipped sideways, brought up her shield and locked them together body to body. "I am also a goddess of death," she whispered. "Queen of the underworld, remember?" Her breath against Ishtar's ear sent a tingle down her back. "And the best fighter in the 666th. You are not. And once I kick your ass, I'm going to drag you off and have my way with you. Bets?" "Bets." Ishtar grinned at her. "Fine. Loser takes it like a boy from the winner." Persephone grinned back. "Deal." They pushed away from each other's shields and fought. The battle around them raged, but even so others began clearing a space. They fought for 12 hours straight, and whenever someone attempted to stop them or attack, they broke away just long enough to kill them. Stilicho's army slowly advanced, breaking the back of the Visigoths' attack and driving them away. Still Persephone and Ishtar fought, blades flying faster than any other on the field. By the end of it, both their shields had been battered into near uselessness, and the two discarded them and used only their swords. "Tired yet?" taunted Ishtar as she launched another blistering attack on Persephone. "Nope," said Persephone, parrying all the attacks and sending a complex series of cuts and thrusts at Ishtar. "You?" "Just getting started." It ended 2 hours later. Ishtar's misstep was less than a quarter inch, her blade too far extended by a quarter inch more. It was more than enough for Persephone, who hacked down hard, then spun her own blade in a circle, ripping Ishtar's blade out of her hand and sending it flying into the crowd gathered around them. Ishtar closed distance and tried to grapple, only to have her feet kicked out from under her and be thrown through the air, landing with a bone-crunching thud on the ground. Persephone was astride her in a flash, her blade pressing hard on Ishtar's neck. In the language of the Visigoths, she shouted, "Yield." Ishtar turned her head, spat, and growled, "I yield." The shout that went up around them surprised them both, and they looked up to see a circle of 100 men surrounding them. "That was the greatest fighting I have ever seen," said Stilicho, stepping forward. the greatest any man has ever seen." Persephone got to her feet and held out her hand. Ishtar took it and allowed Persephone to pull her to her feet. Both saluted Stilicho. "General," said Persephone, "may I present my brother Hathgot?" That earned her a glare from Ishtar, who knew full well Hathgot meant witless in the language of the Slav tribes to the northeast. "Your brother is a great warrior," said Stilicho. "Would he be willing to serve Rome?" "I would, General," said Ishtar. There was more cheering. And after ceremonies of victory and ceremonies for the dead, after drinking more wine than anyone had ever seen men drink, and playing at being drunk, which Persephone particularly enjoyed, the two goddesses finally slipped away from the army into the dark forest around them. They shifted to their true form and took wing, heading for Isis's temple in the south. Despite the many attacks on pagans, it still stood and still had loyal priests waiting to serve. "I think I'll have you take the form of that young Roman that Trajan was so fond of," said Persephone as they flew across the Mediterranean. "Just as long as you don't look like Trajan," said Ishtar, shuddering. "I saw enough of that man to last me an eon." "Fine. I'll be Marcus Aurelius," said Persephone. "I always wished he'd try both sides. The man had a stick up his arse. Think Stilicho will destroy Alric?" "Not if I have anything to do with it," said Ishtar. "Nyx wanted Rome destroyed and Stilicho is getting in the way. I'll set up a conspiracy against him soon." "Too bad, he's a good man." "No such thing," said Ishtar. "He's just as corrupt and foul as the rest of them." Persephone looked up at the bright stars above their heads. "I wonder where Nyx is these days." Anno Domini 400. Outside, a strong wind was blowing, and rain drummed hard against the roof of the long house. Inside, warm and safe from the storm that tore at trees and threatened to flood the rivers, 24 warriors and their chief sat on logs and listened as the old shaman spoke, accompanied by the popping of the logs and the crackling of flames in the fire pit. "There are older gods than the ones our fathers worshipped," he said. "Older than any that the southern men worship, or even the hidden ones who skulk in the woods and were here before our grandfathers' grandfathers arrived. In the times before mankind walked this earth, before our people were born from the blood of gods spilled in battle, there were many gods, and many, many wars between them. For untold years they fought with one another, and in the end they were divided in two, the light ones, whose great-grandchildren became the gods of the south, the gods of plenty and warmth and peace, and the dark ones. The dark ones are not gods of peace or prosperity. They are not gods of gentle summer sun and thick harvests. They are gods of battle. They are the gods of the cold winter nights and the long darkness until spring. They are the gods of death and of suffering and of iron will in the face of it all. Their children became the gods of our people. But the gods of our people have been silent now for many hundreds of years. They have not spoken to us, have not granted us their presence, have not given us gifts or demanded sacrifice. Even now, their shrines are growing rusty with disuse. They have vanished into the darkness from which they came, and we'll not hear from them again." Around the room, there were mutters of disbelief and confusion. "They are gone," repeated the shaman. "They have vanished from the world and will not return. But someone else has." "She is one of the dark ones," he said, his voice rising and taking on an oracular timbre. "She is a goddess of pain and vengeance and suffering. She is a goddess of war and of will and of strength. And she is walking among us. She is searching for a people to worship her, and she has found our people worthy to become hers." "We have our own gods," rumbled one of the warriors. "Strong gods, gods who protect our people." "They are gone," the shaman said. "Gone." The shaman burst into flames. The warriors shouted and scrambled back from the sudden heat and light. The fire roared and the shaman was consumed by it, and rising from the middle of the fire was a silver-skinned woman with eyes of fire, wearing black armor, with a sword in one hand and a whip in the other. "I am Nyx," she said, and from her back black wings spread and filled the room. "And I am here to replace your gods." "Devil!" shouted one. "She is an evil spirit. Destroy her!" He drew his sword and leapt forward. Nyx's own blade moved then, smashing into his and shattering it, sending steel shards flying through the room. The other men swore as the steel cut into them and raised axes, hammers, and swords. Nyx, moving so fast her body was a bright blur, caught the man who had attacked her and raised him in the air. Instead of smashing him to the earth, she shouted, "This is a warrior. This is what I expect from my followers." She let the man go and he collapsed to the ground, stunned. Nyx offered him her hand. He stared at it, then took it. She squeezed a little, teasing him with her strength, then helped him to his feet. "I came here because times are changing. Your people are small now, but in time you will grow. You will spread. And if you let me guide you, you will rule over most of this world." She spread her wings again, and the men shuddered at her terrible majesty. "Be mine, O Varangians, and I will raise your people beyond anything you could dream." The room flashed with white light, and when they could see again, there was no sign of her, save for the shattered sword and the blood. They sat and talked long past the ending of the rain and the rising of the sun. The women brought them food and drink, and the men told the women what they had seen. With no shaman left to guide them, the men sat for 3 more days, and at the end of it, they chose to follow her and to see where it would take them. Anno Domini 408. Ishtar, wearing the body of a fat Roman citizen, brought her hammer down hard on a screaming child's head. Brains and blood splattered and the child dropped like a rock. Ishtar grinned and stepped over the body, looking for another. It had taken 10 years to get the Romans to turn out Stilicho. Ishtar had woven her way through their numbers, spreading lies, rumor, and discontent. Persephone had convinced Radagaisus to invade Italy, forcing Stilicho to strip troops away from the north, which led to the Gauls, Vandals, and Alans attacking when he was at war elsewhere. Eventually, they were driven back, but by then it had been easy to get Rome to betray and kill Stilicho. Now it was Rome's time to burn. The Goths, under Alaric, had made an uneasy and expensive peace with Rome at the price of an exorbitant tribute. It was easy to claim the Goths were draining Rome of vital food and supplies. Easier still to turn the Senate against them, and when Ishtar had proposed that, as a sign of Roman disgust at the barbarians, the Goths' families be slaughtered, the agreement was easy and immediate. Thousands of Romans filled the streets, chanting and killing anyone who even looked like a Goth. Some of the Goths fought back. The old men had once been doughty warriors and they still had their blades. They were no match for the mob, but they took a fair number with them. The women were raped and slaughtered in the thousands, the children murdered in as many despicable fashions as there were murderers. Some were raped along the way. Corpses filled the streets and the rivers, stripped of their valuables. Dogs ran off with body parts. Ishtar didn't care. "When Alaric hears about this," she gloated as her hammer came down on the head of a begging woman with an infant in her arms, "he's going to destroy Rome to its foundations." The woman fell, and the infant rolled, wailing into the dirty street. Ishtar raised her foot and brought her foot down hard. The wailing stopped. Anno Domini 410. Nyx, clothed like a Roman matron, her head covered with a scarf, walked through the ruined streets of the sacked city of Rome. The Goths had been decent, all things considered. Most of Rome was still standing. The majority of its citizens were alive. The majority of its women hadn't been raped. But then, Alaric had higher plans. He wanted to take all of Italy. He would not let his army get fat and lazy so soon. The last pagan temple, her temple, had been burned. Nyx was amazed it had stood so long. It had fallen into disuse long ago, and there were few, if any, who still followed her in Rome, but it had not been destroyed until now. She stood in the ruins of it, looking at the broken, defaced statue and the charred remains of the couches where long ago they had drunk so much wine and eaten fine food and listened to sweet music as they made love. The walls, what was left of them, were covered in soot, hiding the faded paintings that artists had fought for the right to commission. "My lady?" Nyx turned. A young man in a soot-covered robe approached. "The city is not safe for women alone, my lady. You should return home." "I can't," Nyx thought. "Not for another 700 years. And even then, Nyx was not sure she wanted to go back. Here on Earth, the urge to punish was not so great. The need to torture and maim and despoil the souls of the damned had faded over time. She enjoyed not feeling the compulsion, and wondered if the others did too. Of course, in 600 years they'll all be wiped from the planet, so what does it matter? The thought disturbed her, though she did not know why. She should hate them. She should be working on destroying them. Instead, she was caring for them. The Varangians were a strong and resourceful people who raised their children well and decently, and their prayers were now filling Nyx's brain. And once more, the majority were prayers for strength and help. "My lady?" Nyx realized she was once more staring at the broken remains of her statue. "I thank you." "It was beautiful," said the young man. "A beautiful place. Everyone left it alone because it was so beautiful. People often came and sat, looking at the angel, or at the lovely frescoes on the walls. I would come and play my flute here. The sound would float up to the ceiling." He shook his head. "Of all the places to burn, why this one?" "It was a pagan temple," said Nyx, pleased by his praise. "The Christians cannot stand anyone worshipping any gods but theirs." "Still no need to burn it down," said the young man. "Who was it to? Minerva? Venus?" "Not even the memory left." Nyx looked around at the broken room and the soot-covered walls and the burned benches. "Not even that."